welcome back. This is the Valorant Challengers, Game Changers, Southeast Asia. And today is a very exciting one because today is Elimination Day. So any of these teams could be going home today. And obviously we don't want that, but what to do, it is what it is. With me is, not Coldan. Wow, production called him Coldan, and now I'm calling him Coldan. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Blackenblue.
I am very, I guess, flattered that you think I'm as good looking as Coldan.
I mean, to be fair, he does have the looks, you know, he does have the looks. What can we say? What can we say? Anyways, two banger matches coming up today, which is Mad Army versus Salapao. And after that, interestingly enough, we're looking at HYPA going up against PPQ, interestingly. So these are two very exciting matches after all. Mad Army and HYPA, we do have a bit of rivalry there. Baby TZ used to be at Mad Army. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, interesting to see both these two different teams, two different players, ex-teammates being in different brackets, both at risk today as well. Now, coming into today, especially, can you stop calling you Coldan? I'm sorry. Can I just keep calling you that?
Again!
Can I just keep calling you that?
I'll take it as a, yeah, you can call me Coldan Blue. If we were a tandem, our name would probably be Coldan Blue at this point.
That'll be kind of cool, yeah. I mean, that does make sense. But anyways, BNB, tell me a little bit. I mean, you were on desk yesterday. It was a very long day. What's the vibe for you, seeing those matches, seeing the teams that played yesterday?
You know, I have very great analysis of that game because I am Coldan, you know, a premier shoutcaster here. So
Mr. Stats guy?
Yeah, the stats guy. He coaches a professional team, you know, he's got the looks, he's got everything going for him. So, as my analysis of this being Coldan, I think we had some games that I thought would honestly go the distance, being Coldan. Throughout some of those games, like especially in that first series here where we did see SLP going up against Kimmy's Kitchen, I thought Salapao, you know, at some point would lose one of these maps. Kimmy's Kitchen twice on over came back in these games. Like map number 1, it went to the second half 10-2, right? And we thought, okay, this is a wash. But Kimmy's Kitchen somehow came back. The game still ended 10-13, but then you go to map number 2, and the same thing almost kind of happened, right? Another comeback in the second half coming from Kimmy's Kitchen, and they bring it to 14-12 on Sunset. Overtime, yes, they did lose eventually in that overtime, once again 12-14, but still, valiant effort coming from Kimmy's Kitchen. It was Salapao, though, who was definitely the better team at the end of the day here to close things out cleanly.
I think what's interesting about Salapao as well as Kimmy's Kitchen is that Salapao always has this hot, you know, start, right? They go aggressive, they go huge. It felt like you said, it felt like a wash. But then Kimmy's Kitchen suddenly rallies out of nowhere and brings us into like what, a 13-10, a 14-12 even on a Salapao's map pick. And you can tell that the potential is definitely there, but it felt like they were getting hot a bit too late. Now coming into the second series, we were looking at I believe PPQ's game. PPQ is interesting because last season we saw Sleepy Cakey, the player with the broken mouse, now upgraded with a mouse that actually works and a new mouse pad, in fact, starting to actually shoot hits and not bombing out her teammates.
No, exactly. I remember during the pre-panel yesterday, I was shouting them out like, hey, yo, sponsors, anybody looking for a team to sponsor? They need mice, they need keyboards, they need headsets. If you want to give them a PC, I'm sure they'll take it. But at the end of the day, I think even with a broken mouse, they still would have performed the way that they did. PPQ were just, as their name suggests, just precise, just super powerful, and they were quick in a lot of their, you know, executes on ideas. And we saw that coming to the fold on both maps, really. 13-7 on Lotus, and then 13-5 on Sunset. Decisive wins, ones that you can never second guess the outcome of. And really, a lot of that, I think, came to the team play we saw, and especially the MVP for the series, Xenue. Like, she was absolutely stellar in that series. Sapphire as well was really great.
Yeah, I think it's really good. Also, I think when you think about XUNA on day number 1, it felt like a very one-man show, XUNA and friends. But then it felt like everyone started to really step up. Everyone really started to play their role, and everyone started to be a little bit more confident in how they played, which I think was great. We saw Cass stepping up. We saw, you know, Samphire's shots going completely nuclear. I talked to Samphire a bit on day 1, and I said, girl, you were doing, it was a rough day for you, but you were shooting. And she said, we can't seem to shoot today. We'll try again tomorrow. And that's just, you what we expected. They probably did just go around, rally back, really see what they can fix, and it really just shows. And it's also very exciting to see this coming into the games today as well. Regardless, these two teams are the teams that will be facing, eliminations. The same could be said about Mad Army as well as HYPA as well. HYPA is an interesting one, I feel. That will be on the second series, but just a brief, overview about them. It felt like they were struggling, especially from, Boba at the end of last year. It felt like they were lost. It felt like they were a little bit disconnected, but now they look more like a team. They look very, very together, except for that map 3. I'm really hoping they have fixed that. Regardless, let's have a look at the brackets here to tell the story of what's been going on for the past few days here. If you guys just tuned in, our story starts off with Falcons versus Salapao going 2-0, and interestingly enough, it felt like the grand finals here. Falcons versus HYPA going 2-1, going the distance. HYPA stealing away one map, which is, I would say, an interesting one, since not many teams are able to do so against the Falcons.
No, exactly. Actually, when you look at things here, HYPA, you wouldn't expect them to be in the lower bracket, and arguably against almost any other, I guess, team in this circuit and in this split, they probably wouldn't have lost. They're one of the best teams we have in the circuit right now, but ultimately they came up against, by de facto, the best team so far in Falcons, right? So for HYPA, it definitely might not be the position that they're in, but it's a position that I don't think they're too worried about. That said, they should not underestimate PPQ. Now, I was saying this yesterday too, like anybody going up against Precision Power Quickness should not underestimate them, because they might just catch you out off guard. And yeah, HYPA, a team that we're all hyped to see today.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Salapao, when I first joined, this tournament, coming onto desk, I thought to myself, Mad Army definitely gonna be in the top 3 for sure, gonna be in the upper brackets. Really surprised me day one, with the interview coming in from Muffin. See, they have never practiced, they just come on, just have a good time and play. Really caught me off guard, because granted, they were like such a strong team for a long time, but it really tells a story of how strong these teams are starting to be. None of these games yesterday especially felt super one-sided. Yeah, there were rounds or maps that were a little bit more one-sided, but regardless, as we go to map 2, map 3, it felt a lot more closer. Everyone was shooting. The quality of games and also the performance of the players have been phenomenal, to say the least, from everyone. A team that's really surprised me, I feel, was Kitinyanya. Shocking, I know. It's the team that has the Kitinyanya name, and also the abbreviation KNN. I don't know if you know, it's a Singaporean thing. But anyways, if you do your research, I will tell you after broadcast.
Explain. Now. No,
I'm not gonna do that on broadcast. Hold on, I'm not gonna do that on broadcast.
Oh, it's not good? It's not good?
It's not good. But,
Okay.
Coming back into this, I'm quite surprised with the return of Olulu to the big stage. How sharp she is, how her clutch potential, just phenomenal. Very sad to see them go. Would love to see them again very soon. Again, the quality of games have gone a lot better, and I am super stoked to see more of them today. But our first series today, we're gonna be looking at Mad Army up against Salapao. I need your thoughts now.
Well, for one, we did actually see Mad Army versus Salapao happen in the group stages, right? In Group C, and that was a series that Mad Army were able to take, albeit 2-1. The opener of that map, Icebox, Salapao actually took it. Very close, though. Final round of regulation, 13-11. Then you look at the maps after then, and it was very Mad Army sided, right? 13-4 and 13-4 for both other maps. But more importantly, that does leave Salapao here a bit more information to go off of coming into this series. They know how Mad Army play now. They've experienced it themselves. They have information now on Sunset and Haven, which was 2 of the maps that they lost in the group stage, on how Mad Army play that and what they can expect coming into this. And now they can make those adjustments, right? Especially after their win yesterday versus Kimmy's Kitchen. They see what works, they see what doesn't so far in the playoffs. They know they fought Mad Army, and I think this is why Salapao do have a chance, quite a bigger chance than some people might expect, even compared to a team like Mad Army, who are one of the more experienced. And now I say that too because Mad Army, when you look at their loss actually against Zipto, they have lots of shaky moments too. Like map number 1 was a 4-13 loss, and so is map number 3, 5-13. So yeah, they definitely have some moments and opportunities here that could be exploited by SLP if they're able to find them.
Yeah, and interesting enough, the map that, Mad Army won against Zipto was not their mapping. It was actually Haven going into overtime, interesting enough. So, it does say a story on how prepared, on how they play on maps they're a little more comfortable in compared to a map that they're a little bit more, caught by surprise. Map 1, I think Mad Army tends to be a bit more shaky. Map 1, it take a while to really come online, if you ask me. But most importantly, when you look at stats, especially when you look at Mad Army, Ginny isn't the one to put up numbers. She's very booster-esque, if you ask me. She's the brains behind the group. She gives, like what Muffin says, whatever Ginny says they do, and it's perfectly executed. But enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about this head-to-head. Angel Lawfey against Felside. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, we've seen actually quite a lot of Angel Lawfey throughout these past few days, and especially yesterday, right, had a pretty good performance on that breach. You don't normally expect the breach to be fragging out, but she does anyways, so it's very impressive, even more so in that case. But Mad Army's side, especially when you're looking at their series there versus Zipto Esports, I think that what Felsi brings to the table is highly underrated. She gets these very high kill series, but quiet at the same time. Like, they don't seem like they're super highlight worthy. Perhaps, well, there was like one moment, but aside from that, she seems like she gets quiet games. But then you look at the scoreboard and you realize, wait, she top fragged that game, but quietly, and as a Sova as well. And so there's, I think, a lot here that goes quite underrated with a team like Mad Army, a team with huge names like Ginny, like Muffin. Of course, everybody's looking at players like those because of their experience in previous teams, but some of the gals on this squad as well have a lot more to offer than people might initially assume, especially since, I mean, it's a team game after all.
Yeah, I think Felsai, what's really interesting for sure is more of like the amount of like a roadblock she's able to do. I think when teams are fighting on the other side of the map, she's busy taking her own fights and she's able to take 2 to 3 heads while everything is going on. So the amount of control that she's able to bring to the table from multiple sides of the map is here the key of what they say in terms of what Ginny can bring to the table in terms of execution. But anyways, play to watch is going to be Dipsy. She put in insane numbers. She is sharp as heck, clutch as well, and her first kills say a lot in terms of how aggressive she can be as a player.
Oh yeah, definitely. Dipsy, I think when you look at the team like Salapao and you look at the players that they do have, right, and what they I guess what people expect them to achieve, you kind of need a player like her, a player like Dipsy, somebody who might not necessarily be the duelist of the team, but isn't afraid to lead the charge as well. As a Fade, right, as being one of those initiators, sometimes she plays, flexes into maybe the Tejo back then, and a Sky even, rare Killjoy, but mostly a Fade nowadays for this team. And yeah, having that other person to lead the charge as well, aside from their duelists on the team, aside from Ilyana, every point man needs a second man. Every point man needs his wingman, right? If there's a killer, there's a hunter.
Yeah.
And Dipsy, she's the one hunting things down so that Ilyana can follow up on that. And without her, this team would, I would say, they wouldn't be in the position they are in right now.
I think interesting enough for Dipsy, the way she uses her util can be of either very team-based or of, very individual. And I say that in a good way, because for her it's more about, okay, when my teammates are alive, okay, I can play as a team, I can give the information, I can set them up for success. Her haunts were really, really good. She has these insane lineups, and sometimes it doesn't have to be that complicated either. Moving in together with the Prowler, her teammates tend to do that with her Prowler, which has really caught a lot of teams off guard, which I think is one of the specialties that she's able to offer for the team. So that's very much that. Now for Muffin, I think for Muffin, from Game Changers China all the way to here, all eyes on her. She was #1 in terms of frags, #1 in terms of aggression, and one thing's for sure, she's not afraid to give her life away in order to take up that space.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy actually, the fact that there are people who might not think that as a duelist, Muffin perhaps is not doing well, but she, like for example in Zipto, she top fragged that game as well. And that's a duelist. Yes, you might say a duelist should be doing that, but at the same time, a duelist will typically die a lot more. But as a duelist, it isn't that far more exceeding than the rest of her team, and she takes a lot of space. She is a very aggressive player on that Jet and on that Neon, and Muffin is also one of the most experienced players we have in the circuit as a whole, right? She came from that Full Sense and X10 Sapphire squads back in the day, and there is really a lot, I think, here to be said with the way that Muffin has kept this level of consistency throughout the many years here in Game Changers SEA, and has been still a top tier talent from the get-go up till now.
I think what's really interesting about her is that for her personally, I think that it's very one-dimensional. I think it's very easy for teams like Zipto to really shut her down, but that's also one of her specialties as well. When you're playing a certain way, you're allowing your team to be able to do other things behind the scenes as well. You become the human drone. You become the person to take away the crosshairs from your teammates as you swing out. You become the person to catch teams off guard and leave them questioning how much space has Mad Army been able to take before we're able to run onto the site.
Well, the benefit of that, at least Tosh, if they know, if your team even knows that, let's say you're one-dimensional, right? If your team knows that you're gonna push, or you're always gonna peek, then they don't have to second guess, like, is my duelist about to push right now? Are they about to entry, or are they gonna like wait for me right now? You know the answer automatically. She's about to push, let's get ready for it, right? As a team.
Yeah, I think it's really great. Now, I think for Mad Army, again, you have Ginny as that, that mastermind behind the chess pieces. Everyone listens to her. Everyone just executes. And so far, I think that's the experience that Ginny can bring in as the IGL. There's a reason why she's still one of the best IGLs here in Southeast Asia, or even VCT China. Sorry, not VCT, excuse me, Game Changers China even, because she's able to put up the numbers. She doesn't really have to frag. Why do you need to frag when you have so many other cracked players around you? All you have to do is just move those chess pieces. But when push comes to shove, when Ginny needs to frag, needs to clutch, she can definitely do that. But on the other flip side here, we're talking about Salapao, where every single player frags out. When we looked at the score of their game, Salapao versus Kimmy's Kitchen yesterday, the score disparity, or rather the kill disparity between Dipsy, Angela, Eliana, Tun, Viz was not a lot. It was 40 all the way down to 33, only a 7 kill deficit between all 3 maps, between all 5 players.
Yeah, pretty evenly spread out, and it's a hallmark of a great team when they have that synchronization going throughout them, right? I am curious to see what our map veto is going to be for this series. I feel like if you are Salapao right now going up against Mad Army, you kind of want to make sure you win that veto, or at least keep it neutral. You do not want to be going up against Mad Army on some of their better maps, right? And I mean, I mentioned it, and we have the vetoes now here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Lotus coming up here. Pearl could be very interesting as well, especially since it's Salapao's map pick. And Salapao, I think this map suits the way they play. It's very aggressive. It allows them to take up a lot of space. Ileana especially is going to have a ball, especially toward that mid-side area. And I wouldn't be surprised. I'm so excited to see this matchup between Ileana as well as Muffin once again.
I'm actually interested in that Pearl pick. Now, to be fair, this Mad Army squad has yet to actually win on Pearl. They haven't really even played Pearl since last split when they were still under the Ascend banner, right? And then we go on over to Lotus here for map number 2, which is an okay map at best, I think, for Mad Army. It's okay as well for SLP, although their last match, both of their last matches being against Kimmy's Kitchen on Lotus, kind of makes it hard to kind of quantify how good they actually are on this map, although they did win it, the series yesterday. And then you look on over to Icebox being last map of this, and it's actually a decent map as well for Salapao and for Mad Army, for both teams, really. But yeah, as I mentioned, that first map here being Sunset is rather Pearl is a curious one, because as Salapao picked that, they actually haven't won Pearl yet. They did, to be fair, the last time they faced him. They've only played it once. They went up against Falcons Vega. So you're not too sure how good of a barometer that is. It was 8-13, so it wasn't a stomp, but they have yet to win it. To be fair, so have Mad Army.
Yeah, and that's really, again, that's how you say it's hard to quantify, right? But still, information is information, execution-wise, position-wise, comp-wise even. You have an idea how to navigate this, or whether or not you want to counter it, or you want to just move around and play your comfort picks. I think for a while now, GC has all been about, comfort picks, but it's changed. It's changed a lot throughout the last 2-3 years. A lot of players and teams are starting to play very execute-heavy comps. We're seeing teams have, insane stacked staff behind them, like Falcons Vega, or even coaches from notable orgs in history as well. And we also have teams like, say, Salapao, or even I believe it wasn't Kimmy's Kitchen, it was Kitinyanya. I don't think they had a proper coach even coming to the tournament, and they were insane when it comes to execution as well. So players are very independent on how they wanted to play, how they wanted to move around that map, and that's why it's getting really, really spicy. And for me personally, I'm looking at this veto, I'm looking at these two teams. Even I can't tell who exactly is gonna come up on top in this game.
If you could, Tosh, then there might be something there. You might be Nostradamus, if you could actually tell, right? If you were a future guesser, then I would be noting you down for other things in life.
No,
as well,
I mean like stat wise, I'm talking about like Coldan stats wise. Mr. Stats, right? When you have the numbers, you have the stats, you have the amount of kills, and then you say in terms of execution, we take this and this and this player and this player.
I love the glasses raised. You're not even.
I don't have glasses on.
The execution, right? According to my strategy, according to my calculations, I believe at the end of the series.
Yeah,
that's not me.
That's a Coldan thing. I hope he does it when we go into the game.
No, I wasn't mocking him.
I need him to do that because he's our stats guy for MYSG. I need him to do that.
Right.
But in all seriousness, when I compare stats, when I compare, clutch potentials, plays, it's so even. It's always like, okay, we have one player who's so insane in terms of frags. We have one player who's so insane of multi-fragging. We have another player who's so insane in clutching. How the heck are we gonna, cancel off each other in this situation? But, like it or not, production has made us do predictions. So here we go, down here. Let's see how we're gonna go by this. Black and blue. What's yours?
What's yours first, huh?
Oh, you're asking me. I'm asking you.
No, I'm going for Mad Army for this one.
Army.
I do think, numbers are cool. They're for geeks, but they're cool, right? At the end of the day, you shoot them in the face, and you do it 5 times in a round, and you probably win the round. And I think Mad Army are just better at that. So,
experience-wise.
Mad Army, I think, experience-wise too.
Yeah, I feel like for Mad Army, personally for me, I think it's such a hit or miss. Some rounds, the execution goes very well. It works out. Some rounds, when they are lost, they look very, very lost. Meanwhile, for Salapao, it comes back to what you said. You shoot heads, you kill. And I think that is, a theme that Salapao follows very, very much. We go in, we shoot head, we kill. So I'm going to give it to Salapao. I don't know why the production hasn't put up predictions yet, but I'm just going to say it up. But thank you so much. I love you guys. So it's you against me.
Just admit it, Tosh. You only voted for them because of the logo. Because you love POWs. I wouldn't blame you because I love POWs.
How did you know?
I'm a mind reader.
I'm
started
so
yesterday. Now, same thing.
Okay. I mean, yesterday you guys were having that 2-1 conversation. No, 2-0 conversation with Bella, right? That you were asking Bella, what do you think is gonna be the score today? And Bella's like, gonna be 2-0, gonna be 2-0. So
yeah, she was right,
right? She was right. She was right.
I mean, like, and I was wrong.
She's got a superpower, that's for sure. But my question is, now that I'm the new one here, are you gonna?
You were new. You were here like day one.
That doesn't count.
Okay. Are you sure?
We were talking about like chains, right? Like days upon days. Like obviously your luck, Bella's luck rubbed off on you. So
I hope so.
Okay, so what's your score for this first map?
Like the score? You're gonna actually guess the score? Like 13.
No, like two, like this series.
Oh,
sorry,
for
like
the
2-0.
series.
Yeah,
I thought like the map. You said maps.
Sorry, my English is not Englishing today. Pardon. Yeah.
You are pardoned. I would. Do I say what my heart thinks or what my head thinks?
Hey, you don't copy me with what I do.
Okay.
Production
do you want
just
the real
me.
answer or the esports answer? Because my esports answer would be 2-1. Because so we get a good game. But I feel like I don't know, man. As much as I do like Salapao, and I admit I was wrong yesterday to think Kiwi's Kitchen would win against them. I admit that heavily. I just think Mad Army, even with their shaky moments that we did see against Zipto, even with them maybe not practicing as much, I do think they're just the better team in this case. And I would be kind of surprised if we get a long series, and that's no disrespect. I just know that Mad Army, they have lots more experience compared to the younger guns on Salapao, who are a great team, but I think there's just a difference in experience-wise, really.
Okay, for me personally, I chose Salapao.
Score.
Because I like them. I think it's gonna be 2-1 for sure. I think it's gonna be close all 3 maps. And number 2, if say Salapao does win, I'm not the jinx. I'm not the problem. I am not the problem. Maybe I am going to wash my hands out of all these allegations that everyone on Twitter is throwing at me.
I don't think you're the problem, Tosh.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
I knew you were my friend, Coldan Blue.
Well, let's keep it there for the meantime. No, we are. Yeah, right, chat. Yeah, they know. They know.
Okay, but Mad Army versus Salapao, regardless how we're gonna go, I feel like it's still, regardless of which way it goes, it's gonna be a very, very close match. I feel like it's Mastermind Genie with her 4, hit shooters versus Salapao and their, extreme firepower. Brains versus Brawn. Not really. I think they still.
Now that I remember it, we are not friends because me and Fluffy, like 2 weeks ago, commented on your stream, and you didn't even notice us in your chat. You were like, "Hi, Tosh," at like 10 p.m. I think, and Tosh was just like, "I'm not."
What was I doing?
People. I don't know. You're playing something. Maybe I think you're playing another game, but you're just like, I'm not gonna mind these two. Who are they? Who are they to I? The Malaysian royalty, right?
What? I thought I was I got the Filipino honorific card.
Oh, well, yeah, but like we give those out.
So I was never special.
You are to us. Yeah, we'll take it. Don't worry.
We will talk about this.
Just change the topic, right?
I
only got one. I have a Tactibear. It's barely even mine. So.
Look, I have one too.
Yeah. Yay! Twins. I have a wingman, but I don't know where it is.
That's why we're besties.
I have a Vandal. This isn't my Vandal, by the way. But like.
Is anything even yours? Is your prediction even yours?
Is it? Am I even mine? At the end of the day. I don't think so.
Thought so.
At this day and age.
You know what? I'm sorry, Chad. We would love to start the game. I know you guys saying stop yapping, caster, start game, but I don't have the start button. Quack took it back to Singapore.
I have the button right here. Like I have a remote right to start it.
Can you press it?
I don't know. I think you gotta convince me a bit. Like it's right here. I just gotta press it. But,
okay. Jollibee, Philippines, on me. Press the button.
What's your rating for their chicken?
Oh my god, 11 million out of 10.
All right, that's good. I feel like I can't press the button yet, though. I feel like I need a bit more. So
how much more glazing do you need?
I want it like fully soaked in Pinoy pride.
My god, you're like more handsome than Coldan. Chat, let me know if
I can't take that. That is slander.
Blackenblue is the most handsome man in the planet, so we can
do not
start
speak
the
of my friend Coldan like that. You do not speak his name unless it is of his praise. Let's make that clear here, Tosh.
Anyways, do you want to rock, paper, scissors and see who wins? Since we can now start a game, we might
Are
as
we
well,
gonna do that?
Okay?
Like a delay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Rock, paper,
best of 3?
Best of 3, okay. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Okay, again. Rock, paper, scissors, go. I win.
Okay.
That's a one for me.
0 and 1. 0 and 1. Okay.
Rock,
another one. All right.
Paper, scissors, go. I win again. 2-0. Salapao wins. Okay, we don't have to watch the game, guys. It's done.
We go.
It's
there
over.
We go.
Sorry, Mad Army.
All according to script.
Scripted. So scripted, guys.
So scripted.
You want to pull up some stats? Can you pull up a Coldan stat right now? You want to do that?
A Coldan stat? Alright. For one, his height. 6'5". Coldan stands tall. Second, his bank account. $5 billion to his name. That's his how much he's worth.
Wow, I never knew we were in the presence of royalty.
Yeah, like
if I knew, I wouldn't have made fun of him.
Yeah, you better take back lots of what you said now, ma'am.
Yeah, oh my god, actually Coldan is my best friend.
Yeah.
I always knew that he has, always. Oh my god, here we go. Goodness. Beautiful.
VALORANT.
Thank you, Lord and Savior Stats Coldan. Now we're gonna be looking here onto SLP and MY. KitKat WC coming in, double Julius for MY here, and I am super stoked for this because this looks like a very high firepower, very fast comp compared to SLP. But the thing is, this Jet and Phoenix comp has a lot of value, especially because Phoenix can heal himself again, clear corners. That wall gives you so much space.
Yeah, and they're actually running the same exact comp that we did see coming from SLP the last time around when they played Team Falcons Vega, right? For Mad Army, same exact thing as... Actually, no. They swap things out now. No more Yoru, no more Teho. Teho makes sense, obviously. They do pull out the Neon now. They put in the Vice here instead. They keep the Astra, and yeah, and they put in the Jet as well. So double duelist now here, and yeah, with the Neon as well. I'm liking the new comp here coming out from Mad Army. I just hope, since they mentioned that they don't have as much experience practicing together, that they're able to make it work. But I mean, it's double duelist. You know, you peek, you shoot, you win.
Yeah, and it's fast duelists too. They can take up space real quickly. They can just, you know, separate onto the side to two different areas, potentially corner. You know, imagine going to B, you separate into two parts of halls and it's completely crunched. That would be something that would...
Hey, Batash.
Yeah.
I think I'm about to press the start the game button.
Oh my god.
So let's do that.
Please do that.
Yay!
Oh my gosh. Thank you to Blackenblue and Tash for actually starting the game. You know, what an honor that we're finally put onto the cameras. But yes, this is Mad Army versus Salapao. We're gonna get a banger here today to see which one of these teams will remain alive in this lower bracket.
100% Coldan, and I'm excited to be here casting with you. It's been a long time since we've been on that casting desk together, but yeah, like you said, no second chances. We're in that lower bracket run here, and like our wonderful analysts did mention, thank you for finally starting the game, by the way, guys. I think that between these two teams, it's a question of Salapao, who's coming in as that newer team, newer roster on that stage, who have been able to find that first 2-0 in that lower bracket after having arguably one of the most difficult opening games to start off with. So I think that they're definitely looking to be much more informed.
Yeah, that game versus Falcons Vega was actually a pretty insane one, right? Like, to be honest, I think Salapao actually showed a great showing versus Falcons Vega. I don't think we've seen Falcons Vega actually, you know, that much of a score deficit up against, you know, one of the most underdog teams in the tournament. So that performance in itself gives me hope that Salapao have something to prove, has something to say. Yesterday, when they had that interview, you know, Toon was so happy that they were able to get past Kimmy's kitchen, you know, show that resilience. Despite the attempted comeback, they still persevered. And so we need to see that sort of mentality here again up against a very strong Mad Army.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Army, veterans of the scene here, especially, you know, coming in from after playing in China last year, if I'm not wrong. So Ginny and Muffin, it's good to have them back in SEA. At least I hope. I'm happy to be able to say that. Definitely, like you said, though, it is going to be a very challenging battle. The thing is, they're starting off on the map of Pearl here, which is the one that they picked against Falcons as well. And like you mentioned, Coldan, this is a map where they did find that 13-10 scoreline. Like you said, the furthest that Falcons has been pushed. So gonna be interesting to see if they can kind of replicate it here. So far, I mean, they're just starting off on a bit of a default. No real aggression coming through. While Mad Army, they've already gotten information towards this B lane.
There.
A lane, sorry.
It looks like Mad Army looking to fight for this area of control. The stun comes in, and a beautiful shot to kick things off. Second one's easy. The lineup for Angela as well. We hit things off fast, Zach. Muffin already with a triple kill.
We're talking about Muffin and Ginny just now, and that's the kind of duo dynamic that you really want. I mean, Muffin gets the first one, sure, with the help of the stun, but it was that beautiful pull from the Astra that set her up for the next two kills. Now a 2v5 with a minute left on the clock. Yeah, gonna be very difficult for SLP. KitKat catching out the lurk as well towards Art Viz. Able to get at least one, but oh my god, that's finally two. And it's just gonna be Dipsy versus the world.
You kind of say that Muffin is the world because she has done the heavy lifting in this round. Calls for that of assistance from Izzy. Confirms that her position is still there. She picks up the spike though, does Dipsy.
30 seconds left.
Can toy the time a little bit, but with 28 seconds left, she's got to make a decision fast. And well, Mad Army know that the most likely opportune moment is going to be towards this A side. Dipsy, 40 HP to her name. She's gonna rot the clock even longer, perhaps put a little bit of doubt in the minds of Mad Army, but they're still gonna stay stalwart here on this defense. And an easy shot from Muffin off the contact of Izzy will get Mad Army their first and a quad kill.
Don't get stopped. Bad way
What
to
a
go.
nice 4K to come out from your duelist to start with. And yeah, I mean, that entire round somehow, I mean, they tried to make that pass push, that aggressive thing towards this A site, but unfortunately the play doesn't quite work out. The separation, thanks to the Astra Star, really enabling Muffin to get herself into a position to get that initial 3K. Now Mad Army off the back of that looking to massively invest in this one. Look at this, 2 Bulldogs, 2 Vandals, and a Marshal for KitKat. That's some heavy weaponry against just 3 Sheriffs.
It's not every day that you see a team fully purchase over the second round. You know, sometimes you can go for a couple of pistols to give yourself a better chance in the bonus, but hey, Mad Army showing the respect to Salapao and aiming control yet again under their control.
Yeah, they really don't want to mess around. A different route being taken by Salapao. They don't want to... They heard the Vandal and they're like, alright, we want nothing to do with A-main. Ginny, though, holding down the art area of the map, already spots out at least a couple players here. Now opting to fall back, expecting that Phoenix Flash does have some backup towards A-main as well, with it still being held securely by 2 players. Ginny forced to go check showers out right now, but it seems like the crunch is coming in through the art and A-main. The problem is that the spike itself is stuck. And what a shot there.
Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure all across the map. Art is completely compromised. As you mentioned, Zach, you can see the Astra marking all the way towards sewers because they've lost control over this mid portion of the map. They're so far detached from the sites.
It's nice smoke from Ginny though, gonna buy a little bit of delay at the very least. It is just gonna be Device trying to hunker down onto this B site. They do have that alarm bot for a little bit of additional information if someone does to try to retake through mid, but for now at least Izzy just opting to hold on towards CT. Oh my god, never mind, not gonna be allowed to hold on towards CT. That's a Vandal dropped attempt at a retrieval coming through, but Ginny almost gets timing.
Spike planted.
Ginny has to pull things back from the brink. It was Viz to actually open up this round. Double flank now attempted by Mad Army. But we've got Liana marking this position. Aware that that could be a potential. Here's the footsteps coming through. Calls for assistance from a teammate. Scanned out but still standing strong around the pillar. Felsi will knock down Lian. Now it's Ginny's turn to make the focus known. This pushes down towards the CT position. Turret's gonna knock her down to such low HP, but Felsi provides the cover fire. Star comes in, but they're peeking out of heaven already. Tun with wallbang headshot. And a connection with the last 2 frags as well. Salapao, they pull off the upset in round number 2.
They get both those Vandals as well, and I mean, it's kind of fitting in a way because Salapao did win that first pistol against Falcons but lost the anti-eco, so a little bit of redemption coming through as they're able to, you know, pull off that reverse feat here today on Pearl starting off, and that's going to be a massive upgrade as well. They get those 2 free Vandals. They had nothing but pistols going into that round, so economy going to be looking much better for them in these upcoming rounds. And unfortunately, you can't quite say the same thing for Mad Army. They are, of course, 3 off of the Neon ults. Maybe Muffin with a couple of nice headshots could be able to make the difference in this round, but I mean, the stack towards A side seems like the gamble isn't exactly paying off because it's just a straightforward B hit here.
There's no one home, right, Zach? And they're gonna get so much control. Tun is already up in heaven with the judge.
Go!
And you know, all this advanced control is gonna make Mad Army's retake gonna be a lot more difficult. Muffin's gonna rotate over towards the CT position as they gear up for this retake. Mad Army, they're gonna trying to look for a couple of frags, right? A little bit of damage will be. You wanna feed the ult off too much. Tun's in a great position, swings out wide with the judge. The end provides the assistance as well. Last couple of players just stuck into a short position. Welsi drops in a little bit of a haunt, and Welsi does get a bunch of scans. It's only a single kill that Mad Army gets to the name.
Just the judge lost as well. The Vandal gonna be retrieved by Tun there. I think that taking that aggressive position with that shotgun was exactly what they needed to just completely stop the retake in its tracks there. No potential at all for a crunch play, but when, you know, one of your sides is just being held off by a judge. Mad Army, though, finally gonna have the economy for full weaponry once again. Little bit of a bonus round. I say a little bit because they still have 3 rifles on board, and I wouldn't exactly call the judge a light weapon. But what I am interested in are these retake ults coming in from Mad Army, especially the fade ults for Falcon.
Oh, this is crazy! Airstrike coming through by Tun. You mentioned the judge, and yeah, it gets an opening kill, albeit traded, but still it's a duelist for duelists.
Muffin expected to kind of take that duel. Does get traded out by her team, but it's going to make things a little bit more difficult because that is your fast rotation agent. So once again, this mid and A default coming through. Looks like a reposition towards B is what seems to be the call here. I think there is that vice wall towards B long to give them that initial information if the rotation does come through. But yeah, is he going to be stuck between two groups of players if she's not careful?
I guess the vice wall is pretty far up, all things considered. So it gives her, as you mentioned, right, that little bit of advanced information. So she can play nearer towards this B short position. But that vice wall now going up. The spike gets caught in the mix. But Viz gonna catch the back turn off Kit Kat. It's a beautiful opening kill, and as the wall goes back down,
Try again.
well, Lian was just gonna try to find an opening kill, but Felshi, lovely shot from her. Give them a little bit of control here towards this B side, waiting for the Cosmic Divide to drop back down. Izzy's vision now regained. All three players of Salapao playing towards this long position. What is your post-plan protocols? You've got the star on the spike, but Viz with the first kill onto Izzy. Scanning coming through, but Angela plays within the smoke. And it's just left onto Ginny. Still 1 versus 3. This is nigh impossible. Tap of the spike, baits in a reaction. Scan and the suck. And Angela with the peek gets Salapao their third.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we know why exactly Astra is the controller of choice for this map most of the time, and it's just that powerful post plant that you can bring in, especially because of the global utility of that Astra. You can just let them go on the lurk like we saw coming in from Viz, being able to find that kill onto KitKat and just continue to have impact throughout that entire round. I mean, nice try by Ginny, but just no chance for a retake at all with the kind of positioning that Salapao were holding, especially even with Viz finding a kill through that spam. Once again, Mad Army in this economic deficit. No knives, no neon ult either. So it's going to be a very hard round for them to try and manage.
Yeah, now they've got control over this B short position. Again, it's going to be the Vice left alone. This B long, it's got advanced positioning, but it's compromised. There's so many players around this position. Viz, knife out, but just in time. Izzy goes down yet again on a single kill to her name, albeit it is the low buy, but it's going to be a retake scenario yet again for Mad Army.
Spike planted.
4v5 as well, not the best. Yeah. Oh my god, not another helicopter kill there. This judge really putting Mad Army through their paces. Finally gets shut down. A weapon retrieved could be useful for clearing out this backside, but again, Salapao, everyone's covering each other. It's going to be very hard for them to break through this multi-layered crossfire.
You mentioned multi-layered, multi-faceted. There's so many angles to worry about. He's trying to flat in through. Backs are turned. Muffin actually pops the overdrive, but she's on 2 HP. But is there gonna be enough? 2 HP with a triple kill already. Atari gets broken. Knows that she has to push the issue. Dipsy! Lovely shot with just a sliver of HP left to her name. But Salapao still on this 4-round win streak.
I mean, to be fair, that was a round that was expected to go in Salapao's favor with the kind of money and resources that they had, but Muffin makes it close, gets the overdrive off the back of his kill, and almost gets the clutch here. Just 26 HP standing between her and the defuse. But yeah, a little bit too close for comfort. Now, finally, Operator going to be in the hands of Mad Army here after all of these rounds. The problem is that look at the ultimates available for the Salapao side. They've got the Nightfall from Angela. They've got Lian's run it back as well. So, I mean, I think that's why Mad Army want to play aggressive towards this A main.
Face your fear!
Might be the answer. I know we're going for a push down here towards A main. The stun comes in to slow down Lian. With the run it back, she's still gonna push the issue. Never mind. Muffin just spams her through the smoke. And it shuts down this double ultimate push. They still can't get control of A main.
I'm not sure if pushing through the smoke there was the best idea, like ulting, using both of those ults so early on there. They don't really find any value for it, but talking about value, it is going to be the head-on confrontation towards B long where the kill gets found here. Operator towards backside now. KitKat left on an island, and yeah, just no way for her to stay alive. 6 HP and Tun still does the work, and she still has this judge, Coldan.
Yeah, well, she's making it work. Despite being tagged up by the off, she still lands a beautiful sheriff shot. And she's gonna draw all the rotations. Look at this. Zahk, she's keeping 2 players here as the spike heads over towards A.
No charges.
Falcha, oh no, caught on the back foot here. Ginny at least able to find the trade, but again, the damage might have been done. Muffin, though, catches out the lurk, so Tun's position expected, taken care of. One less thing to worry about here for Mad Army, but they're still in a 2v3. They do have the Cosmic Divide here for the retake, Coldan, but they have so many angles to worry about because look at where they're coming from. They're not going to be able to check art or main or anything else.
so much utility to break as well, right? It's like you've got the scans, you've got the cost, you got the sucks from the Astra, the nano swarm's just gonna buy even more time. Angela marking this A main position. Notes and Muffin's there, misses the shot.
Last player
2 versus
standing.
2. Things looking doable, but Tipsy shuts down the first and the second of Muffin as well. Salapao on a rampage, 5 rounds in a row.
I'm not sure about that Cosmic Divide because it didn't really hide the spike from main or from art, so I feel like it was a bit of a mispositioned one there. But either way, the 2v3, it was a long shot anyway. Like you said, beautiful opening and distraction caused by Tun in this round as the spike itself went towards that A site without too much confrontation. I think that maybe this would be a good time for a timeout here for Mad Army, because so far it seems like it's not just the initial picks. Yeah, there we go. It's not just the initial picks going in favor of Salapao. It's also just in terms of map control. Mad Army are consistently on that back foot here. They would, you know, the beginning they were taking that initiative towards A main. They were still able to do that, but the rest of the map, I mean, just leaving your Vice as a retake kind of player doesn't really seem to be working out as a strategy for Mad Army.
Hey Zach, how many times have you seen Izzy be the only anchor towards B and unfortunately not able to get a single kill, and that results in the B side just being completely overwhelmed? It's a bit of a weak point, would you say?
About 4 out of 6 rounds, I would say. The rounds that KitKat wasn't there. To be fair, I think KitKat was there in 2 of those rounds, but she just went down very early on. But yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that Izzy, you know, by herself has a lot of territory to hold on, and I feel like Salapao are able to kind of optimize and take advantage of it. Talking about taking advantage, though, look at this once again. It's just it's just the same holding patterns that are paying off so well for them.
Despite Mad Army getting a lot of control over A main, you know, most of the rounds, they just aren't able to convert the round wins, especially in the late rounds. We've got a couple of sheriffs to boot in this one. Let's see if this little micro upgrades of weapons gonna be able to do the job. Tun is back on, you know, her coveted judge. She's done great work with it so far, and it looks like I want to hit in towards Art.
Flash Perfect's gonna actually enable Muffin to fall off the angle here, but yeah, the spam gonna push Tun back. In the meantime, already you've got Ileana finding the kill onto Muffin. Now the Prowler to push KitKat off the angle, and once again looks like another mid-to-be execute. Oh my god.
On Tun around the tight corners of the judges, it's the perfect weapon for the job. And again, Zach, look who is it at the back of the B side by herself. Izzy. They're trying to exploit her, but this time Izzy strikes back, looking for one more kill. But the jiggle is too good. This wallbang hit confirm themselves a win here. Tun! More distractions, more annoyance for the judge. As on standing, KitKat cannot find anything more. Salapao still, despite the timeout, they get another round win.
To be fair, that was a little bit of an eco from Mad Army, but yeah, again, just the judge, jury, and executioner. That's what Tun is at this point. Being able to absolutely pop off. Like you mentioned, though, once again, Coldan, Izzy left on that island. This time at least able to find a kill to herself, but I don't think that this is a strategy that seems to really be working out. You want to have another player on that backside if you are looking to hold down that line. Once again, Muffin going to be able to invest in that operator. I think last time it was KitKat was the one who had it. This time it's going to be Muffin to get it. And they have 3 of these ults available, including the Nightfall as well as the Vice ults for the retake. So I feel like these are kind of the tools that you need in your kit. But on the opposite side, you've got the Lockdown as well as the Cosmic Divide, both of which are incredibly strong in just being able to take the side control of the side very quickly.
Yeah, you've got the op in the best position possible, right? Exactly where 4 of these players are coming from. You've got KitKat on the other side of the map, getting so much information. B main is clear, B long is clear. They can stack more players towards this A side as they get ready for the recharge of their utilities to execute into this A side. Let's see if Mad Army can finally put a stop to this rampage. Muffin, up in hand, knows that there's players around this corner. Who dares to peek first? Flash at the ready for Lian. Lockdown first. Forced back by the utility. The stars might be perfectly placed. Should be able to get themselves a free plant.
Yeah, they've taken control of side off the back of that. Leon also opting
30
to take
seconds
control
left.
of Art very quickly. KitKat though, gotta be the one to find that first blood, shutting down Viz's lurk quite early on here. Tun though, still in the smoke, still with the judge. That's gonna be a little bit complicated to clear out Nightfall. Again, looking to find some information, get some damage. Angela actually shuts down Muffin, so that's the operator gone. 4v4.
I mean, look at the position that Salapao have towards the spawn.
enemy remaining.
There's so many players still trying to defuse the spike, but 3 instant kills come out of nowhere. Salapao, 7-1.
I really like that re-aggression off the back of that Nightfall. You know, with the sound being cut for Mad Army, they were able to reclaim that space. And like you said, Plants was just such an open Plants. KitKat, of course, in the beginning able to get that initial information. But this re-clear, this re-wrap around towards Art was kind of what garnered the round here for Salapao. 7-1 right now, incredibly dominating start for them. And yeah, I mean, just sheriffs in the hands once again for Mad Army. They have the Blade Storm in the hands of KitKat that could be their saving grace in this round. But you know, the previous round they didn't even need to invest their own Cosmic Divide or Nightfall. It was just, you know, everything was invested by Mad Army in that round. Unfortunately, just not coming through. KitKat though, still looking to find kills. Not the judge.
Running out of knives, running out of HP as well. Angela just gonna gun her.
One enemy remaining.
Into the side they go.
Oh my
Tun! That is crazy work. She doesn't care. How she shut her down for the time being, but she's the only one that's standing in a position noted as well. Viz for the lock-in. It's a team ace for Salapao to get 8 on the board, Zach. This is absolutely one-sided. Salapao's map pick going ever so in their favor.
I mean, we saw them against Falcons. Any team that can make a 13-10 scoreline against Falcons is a team that's extremely competent on a map. That's my take on it. But that's the big analysis that you pay me for here, Coldan. But jokes apart, I mean, I think, like you said, Salapao, it's their map pick. They look incredibly comfortable on it. And more than that, they seem to have you know, counters to everything that Mad Army seems to be cooking up here. You know, so many of these rounds, it's been Salapao always consistently getting that first kill, except for when Muffin or KitKat are able to find something. Now, Salapao, they've again got that run it back on Ileana. I think third one that she's had in this half, and she's not even trying to farm it at this point. It's just been like her getting kills and getting it.
Yeah, these ones are so fast-paced. They're just gonna push you. They don't care. They all straight into Izzy's face. Bombarded with flashes, utility. Her HP is down. She can't see a thing, and she's out of the round. Just like that, another man advantage round for Salapao, popping the run it back. That is
Interesting spot.
curious. Maybe a bit of a misclick, perhaps, from Diana, but at this point, I don't think they can do any wrong, right? You waste this ultimate, doesn't even matter. Tuns down towards Suez. They've got map control. They have the round to play with.
Yeah, I like this repositioning from Mad Army. All right, you can't hold mid. Well, let's just go back to site and try to anchor down. They've cleared out A main as well. So, you know, you do have this, well, you did have this kind of pseudo crossfire, but Muffin now on a little fishing expedition of her own. Oh God, she's going towards the judge. I can't watch. I'm scared. Okay, no, Tun walks away. Timing is really everything in Valorant.
left.
And it does seem like with A control garnered by Liana, site's been completely cleared out, including dugout. Yeah, they're just gonna opt to get the spike down there.
This is amazing reads coming from Salapao.
Spike
Ooh, but a
planted.
great shot from Muffin. And Felshi still got control over towards this A main position. There's a chance for Mad Army to actually finally have a round win, but a late luck potential perhaps on the cards. A stun straight in. Beautiful entry from Muffin to get the kill onto Angela. G marks for the flank as well. This is teed up to a Mad Army win. The post-plan utilities are all set in place. Killjoy. The nano swarms will buy them a little bit of time, but they'll then cover the tap spike. Additional smokes as well, spamming through the smoke. Salapao, they just cannot do a thing. They just gotta run straight into their demise. Tun still gets the kill, but Muffin gets the defuse together with the team. Triple kill for the Neon as Mad Army finally put a stop to this rampage.
Yeah, I think taking down Viz there quite early on really helped them to ensure that no, you know, pesky Astro shenanigans in that post plant. That said though, I mean, for this last round, I'm still not sure how the economy is going to be looking here for Mad Army because they lost 3 of those rifles there. Able to carry 2 more though, and 2 a triple kill on the judge there in the round. A little bit of a consolation prize, I would say. Once again, operator got to be in the hands of Mad Army. 2 rounds left in the half. If they can get it to 8-4, definitely should be a little bit more of a viable comeback story, but 8-2 still, Salapao. They're the ones dominating. They've got this off on this B-long line though, and how much impact can KitKat have? There we go, that's what we needed.
Yeah, lovely impact. Opening kill. Kika has been relatively quiet this map, so lovely to see that she's slowly getting to the hang of things. And yeah, Mad Army finally with an opening kill for what seems like the first time in this half.
I think KitKat, for the most part, I think she did get one with the Blade Storm as well, but like you said, it's been a little bit of a quieter game for her. I mean, to be fair, she has an op while Tun has been like giving us a star show with the judge for most of the map. So yeah, not exactly the most optimal position. Muffin now spots out at least a couple of players there. Fall back, doesn't really want to blind alone, regroup with her team, provide a little bit of backup for Felcha as the squad actually looks to take A site.
Sees in onto Felshi. They're trying to go for the plant here. And, well, she's hindered by some utility. Cannot go for the spam. Again, it's a postman position. Felshi gets spotted up at a scan. Beautiful work from Angela. And now comes in the Vice ultimate to take away all your weapons. Muffin will thrive in this kind of chaos. Salapao still on the edge of glory. A flank potential coming in, but they gotta move fast. Tap with the spike. Gravity well sucks them off of it. Time still being bought over. Ginny, oh no, looks away at the wrong timing. But the spike is still being diffused in their faces. They can't get it off. The flank from Liana is just too far gone. It's not planning for her position. And Mad Army steal away a third round.
in the half.
I think KitKat heard you when you said she was having a bit of a quieter game. Gonna pop off with that 3K and yeah, get Mad Army a much needed other round. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be having the money for another operator. I don't think so, but despite that, I think getting this opening kill to start things off with, as well as the visor to enable this pushback of everybody else in Salapao towards main, enabling them to get off the site and get that flawless retake. I think that it's exactly what Mad Army needed. Now in this final round, you still have 3 huge ults available for this Mad Army side. And once again, KitKat looking very impressive on the long.
Well, this thinks otherwise. And at the very least, the gravity well hits them trade frag. Accelerating towards this side. The nightmare hits all of them. Felshi buying as much time as she can. The resistance from her teammates, but it's actually Angela to find the first. Felshi still holding down this pit position. But of course, it's Tun with the judge. And she still has the knives for the last round. Spike still yet to get planted. We've got access position from Izzy here towards this short.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down the back of sight. Lovely isolation of Dipsy. Dipsy holds her ground and buys time for Tun to strike her in the back of the head. Jitty left in a 1v3 clutch. IGL, the veteran player, drops down the Cosmic Divide. A star to work around with. Just a hope and a dream, but oh no! Oh, that's unfortunate timing. Dipsy dips away behind the wall. And now the spike is not planted in that traditional position. She now has to go through her own ultimate to get access to it. I don't think Salapao gonna give her the light of day. A first kill found with the trade, and that's a 9-3 half for Salapao.
Switching sides.
Pretty dominant half, I would say. After that pistol, it was just Salapao's show. They got like 8 rounds in a row. Really well played by them, but a little bit of nice recovery coming in from Mad Army, at least towards the end of it. I mean, again, this round just not in favor of Ginny. To be fair, a bit unfortunate there in terms of Izzy's positioning. Could have waited a little bit for her teammate, I think, but overall, I mean, Coldan, it's a score that we've seen before. You know, with halftime coming up, what do you think? Do you think there's a chance at a comeback for Mad Army, or?
It's yeah, you're tossing me a tough one, right? We know this very scary, you know, very notorious scoreline in the Valorant scene, but you know, I have a saying that I like to, you know, impart on to the players, right? It all starts with the pistol, right? It all starts with the pistol. We get that going round by round, right? Even yesterday, right? Yesterday, Salapao were in the lead up against Kimmy's Kitchen. But then Kimmy's Kitchen slowly, round by round, you know, just bit by bit, you get the round wins, you get the momentum going, you just focus on what's in front of you, and then, hey, you can find yourself into an overtime affair, you know, maybe even just win out the map like that. But, you know, my question to you, Zach, is, like, what does Mad Army's defense need to look like? Because they have that double duelist setup, right? The Jet and the Neon. How does that look for their defense?
I think that for Mad Army, you know, with that side swap coming in, I think with the Jet and the Neon, they do have a lot of mobility available. I think you want to see those very quick and heavy hits, especially towards Art. I think that's an area where the Neon can really, tend to shine. I would also love to see some Muffin judge action. I don't think we will, but I would like to see it. At least Muffin or Kit Kat, one of them with the judge, because Tun styled on your team with that judge, bro. You gotta get some revenge for that. But jokes apart, I think that Mad Army, I think their speciality has the team comp that they're running that leads to very quick and heavy hits followed by like a strong post plant. Of course, I don't think that the Vice is as strong as a Killjoy perhaps in that post plant, but still, you do have those Thorns available, those Razor Vines, and you do have your Astra, stars as well. So I think it's going to be very important for Ginny to consistently be that last player alive on her team.
For sure. And I think going back to Ginny, right, she was left in a lot of unfavorable situations, but now as that IGL, she needs to call a beautiful attack card in order to give Mad Army a chance here. It's a fast push down towards A main, a flash diving straight in. The double duel is going for a double duel, and it's a double kill entry, making that a triple thanks to Izzy's frag as well onto Liana.
Wow.
And just like that, Zach, the tides turn. Mad Army with a convincing start on the pistol.
I mean, to be fair, they had a convincing start on the last pistol as well as the anti-eco that works.
Fair enough.
Spike planted.
Yeah, 2v5 though, definitely gonna be a very tough retake for Salapao. Dipsy waiting for the scopes to go, but she's gonna find herself looking at not one, not two, but three players. Kit Kat happy to clean up that kill, and now it's just poor Viz in a 1v5. I mean, sure, you do have a ghost who could try to hit 5 headshots. You never know, but never mind. Ginny says Astra diff and a flawless pistol to start things off with it. I mean, you said it, Coldan. Round by round, pistol by pistol. I feel like we've been watching too many Paper Rex documentaries. That track by track thing just lives rent free in my head.
Yeah, the narrative is very real. Down and out, but not until the fat lady. And as far as pistol rounds go, this is as good as you can get, as flawless as you can get. Not a single player goes down. And again, a full buy coming in from the Mad Army side. And you mentioned about the judge, and hey, we're getting double of that. Okay, never mind. Just one. We'll settle with one.
Yeah, just one for now. It is going to be, once again, quick, heavy execute onto this A side. We were talking about this in the beginning, the importance of speed here. And yeah, it's just nobody really able to even try to hold on to the site. A self-team stun actually going to cost Kit Kat her life. I did not see that coming, but RIP.
I like that. They're still being aggressive. They're not being afraid of these lethal weapons. They might need to be. Angela, beautiful shots actually gives them the advantage. Two players coming in from the flank. It's Izzy again, needing to hold down this ground. The flash comes in. The timing could not have been more divine for her. Felshi shut down that counterpart. And Toon! You're kidding me. What is this? Double kill found. Now puts herself in the 1 versus 1 up against Izzy. Her position was noted for. Down towards his A main position. Dash straight into the harm's way. That is crazy well from Toon. Knowing that she
is nothing.
Despite the baited reaction that Izzy, aware of things, goes in for the wide swing, and Toon still connects it, but I don't think there's enough time. Zahk, this round got ever so close, but still the round goes in the Mad Army's favor.
That could have been such an insane clutch, and I mean, Tun is still going to be looking pretty happy with it. Every single weapon that was in the hands of every single player was taken down. The only problem was that Mad Army invested way more into this round. A little bit messy from them, I would say, in terms of in terms of the post plans. Not too bad overall. I don't know what the heck that was from Tun. We've been just talking about our judge shots, but I don't know. I feel like she needs to use the sheriff more too. After seeing that, wow.
She was really pumped up yesterday when she won the map against Kimmy's Kitchen, and I think she's bringing that same kind of energy here to the game versus Mad Army. She's leading the charge. This time, Mad Army, again, a fast-paced round in towards this A site. Damage done, but Kit Kat's very persistent. They're gonna push the player down towards the pit. But Liana comes in, trying to find some bit of access, but it's up and above Tun. The 5 more shot up to Ginny's head. 3 versus 3 as the spike goes down. Muffin up close and personal with the Bucky. Traded out at the very minimum. Nightfall invested, trying to push back these defenders. Just buys them a little bit of time.
There. Look at who's left alive though. It's gonna be the Astro. Yeah. I mean,
1 enemy remaining.
Beautiful adjustment! And the transfer to Felsi! That is Salapao manifest Tun on a crazy map so far.
My ult's ready. Oh.
Yeah, Tun is having an absolute ball. At this point, Tun is playing gun game, bro. Like, what was it? The judge in the previous half, the outlaw this time, the sheriff before that. Yeah, I feel like Tun is just trying to flex. Like I don't just use this to get kills. I just use myself to get kills. And I mean, sure, you got this nice little entry here to open things off with, but it still comes down to a 3v3. And especially with that Nightfall being invested, you would think that they would have taken a little bit more control of short off the back of that, or repositioned at the very least. But instead, with that lesser weaponry, MY just left without kind of a foot to stand on, and that's such a huge ult that they burnt as well without any conversion coming through. So things looking a bit dire, but this is their full buy. Still, you got the outlaw on the angle. Tun does not able to hit the shot yet.
I'm out of here.
Again, this one shouldn't be bad for Matt Army. They have better weapons. And the B side is relatively weakly guarded. Yeah, this Zahk is gonna force like all of the defenders. It's in the spike plant. A little bit of control given over by Quickness as well. Just gonna swing into a bunch of players, but somehow manages to isolate the fight. Tun be shot to trade things out. The post plant positions established. 2 players at the back of site. Fighting deadly crossfire. Nice molly coming in, but Muffin's the one to open things up because of this. Trade facts coming through. Jenny and Felty double in the feed and is just leaving onto Tun. Still managing to find success though, but it's just an outlaw. Is that gonna be enough? Swapped over to the Phantom. Now a chance, give it over. Tun, triple kill found, the knives in her hands. Swings out to the back of sight, spots out where Ginny's coming from, but Ginny stalwart, holding her on the ground. Tun swinging out wide, and Tun with the quad kill. Is there enough time though? Begging, hoping for it to be the case, but it's not to be the day. Mad Army, by the virtue of time itself, get themselves another close round win.
What an insane round coming out of both of these sides there. Salapao almost able to pull it together. Look at Tun, bro. 25-9. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what you want to be seeing out of your Jet player there. Almost gets the round in her favor, in her team's favor, but yeah, just not able to find the defuse in time. 0.27, that's a little bit of a heartbreaker, I would say, for her. But all things considered, I mean, remember, that was the full buy round coming out from Mad Army, and again, like, with all of those players being taken down, look at the buy here. It's gonna be a bit awkward, but Salapao as well, that's in the equal situation. Just gonna be 5 sheriffs across the board. I like how they match.
Yeah, well, post but no cigar. Mad Army still holding on to a little bit of hope that they have here. Smoke's fading, Fizz out, exposed in the open. Angela, oh Angela! What is it? A double kill through the smoke? Is there a scan or something?
Spike plant.
How did that happen? Spike goes down. Izzy now marked on the flank. Tun's still here. Tun's in the feed, but shut down by Izzy. And hopefully that's all they're gonna have as Kit Kat mops up the last 2 kills. Mad Army still holding on.
What a round. 10-7. Suddenly the deficit, it's getting narrower and narrower. And Mad Army, after that round, should be able to put together a bit of a better buy there. That said, for Salapao, I'd be interested to see if they are going to be investing in that operator, because I think I'm not sure if it's the best choice with the amount of aggression that Mad Army are showing. Yeah, looking at this buy as well, I mean, you got the Cosmic Divide, you've got the Neon ult. I think, yeah, it's going to be one more of those rounds where you're running it down, but Tun is going to be putting up that operator towards B-Long.
Or at least information was fast rotated, a lot of noise being heard. Liana's just gotta calm that across the team. And also has the run it back available. Nano Swarm's just to buy a bit of time. We have Tun with the op coming in to assist on this A side already.
Yeah, really aggressive positioning being held here. They're gonna finally, with that smoke going down, that's the call to go in. Honto gonna reveal the position here. Liana not gonna use the ult, it's just gonna be the crossfire and the spams to come through. Now you have 4 players on site, exactly what you need. Safety in numbers is the call, and it's just complete collapse of Mad Army here. You know, I mean, every single angle was held. They're only able to find Ileana before the team gets shut down. Excellent trades coming out of Salapao there to get themselves to 11.
Yeah, Zach, would you say that Mad Army kind of end where they start? Right? You can see the rotations from Salapao was really, really fast. Tun immediately, once contact, once sound was heard, ran all the way from B-Long and was able to be there on the A side just before the execute happens.
Yeah, that was really fast-paced coming in from them. I think that was good reactions as well because, I mean, Mad Army haven't been faking. They haven't really been defaulting. They've just been straight on committing, so it makes sense for that gamble play to kind of come out, that gamble rotate, so as to speak, and it pays off in spades. Once again, look at this barrage of utility at this 8 choke point. You got the stars, you got the fools. Never mind, you don't have Gage util because KitKat says you're out of here. What a shot.
What a shot. Yeah. I mean, same sentiments. It drops a weapon for her teammate as well. Lovely stuff, KitKat. We mentioned that she needed to get into the server, get online, a match turn, and she's doing just that. Angela wants to have a say in this, and Toad is not out of the round just yet. And as I say that, KitKat, another blinder, one tap to the head. Looking for more. Liana position was spotted out towards
Last enemy remaining.
Flowers position as well. Angela gets gunned down. KitKat looking for more, but it's Jenny to secure them the round. Mad Army find an 8, and they're finding their groove.
Let's go. I got
They
things
had
to do.
nothing in that round but those knives and some pistols. And yeah, KitKat, I really like what KitKat did that round. Gets that first kill, you know, goes and gets the gun, drops it back to Ginny. Gets another kill, goes and gets the gun, drops it back to Muffin. Yeah, it was just a gun delivery service that was being pioneered there. And overall, I think, yeah, KitKat, as well as this aggressive take towards CT, really just denied any retake value coming out of Salapao. 11 to 8 now. Once again, Salapao gonna be the ones on this economic downturn, but they still do have that cosmic divide, and we've seen them with the sheriffs. It's not like they're any slouches by any means.
This reach, like it's the stack's not gonna work on their favor. No one's here towards B.
They've got it open completely to themselves, and I don't know if they realize that they're still being very cautious thanks to this Astra smoke coming through. But yeah, Salapao just gonna be the ones starting to rotate here, and Muffin as well as KitKat already having garnered control of the side, clear out the backside with the help of the Haunt, and yeah, pretty free plant to come through.
Spike planted.
Gonna be a tough retake.
Mad Army didn't even spend a lot of utility, so they're gonna have a lot for this post plan. The question is, are they expecting
your
this to happen? They're gonna push into us a CT position. KitKat's aware. They invest the Killjoy ultimate.
Wow.
That is rare. Steel Garden now invested. They have to go in towards having to break it, and they do so swinging together. Now comes in for the flank. Tone taps in.
Wow.
Lovely shot from Tone.
One enemy remaining.
Fires being set up. Muffin expects the peak. And it's all onto Liana. 1v4. Her teammates have evaporated around her. Mad Army. Another clean round, it seems, to secure them a 9.
Yeah, gonna be able to save 4 guns as well. Liliana just gonna go down to the spike here, and yeah, like you said, 11 to 9 right now. Things looking much closer for between these two teams. I think that for Salapao in that round, I saw the vision, you know, the lockdown to push them off the spike. I think they just didn't expect that Nightfall to be invested in that eco round. 3 players pushing spawn there to take care of that lockdown. It was a very high risk play. I feel like, you know, if Angela had been able to get that seize without going down, it could have been a much stronger choke point and a better crunch play coming in from long there. But yeah, that lockdown going down so early just takes away any pressure that Salapao was able to exert in that round. And yeah, finally, you know, after that eco, gonna be able to afford a buy again. They do have their operator in line here, and Good actually gonna be on the right line this time.
Okay, Spike's headed towards this op. For what seems like the first time in a long while, and Tun's gonna get that first kill. Lovely stuff to open up the round.
Huge kill as well. KitKat taken down, so no more of those neon slide jet dash peaks that you're going to be coming through the 1-2 punch that has been so devastating for Salapao in a lot of these rounds here. Repositioning coming towards Art right now. It seems like that's the call as to where they want to go, but you still have to get through this crossfire and this Killjoy setup.
Dipsy, so much shot her. She was as well. Stunned up. Buying a bit of time, hoping for stun to disappear. Calling for assistance. The scanner come in. Dipsy's still alive. Buying so much time. Holding on to so much space, and Dipsy, the first to find a frag, double kill for Dipsy, making a triple. The Killjoy fighting success here on this A site, and it's overwhelming. Salapao onto 12.
Match point.
Match points here for them, and beautiful round there. You know, I thought Dipsy was absolutely screwed there. I'll be real with you, Coldan. You know, the stun in her face, the 1-2, you know, from both sides players pushing, but that haunt and that fade util coming in from Angela served as a perfect counter and distraction. I think she also got a kill through the spam there. Dipsy did through the side of the box. So really nice support coming in just in the nick of time to enable the Killjoy to continue to anchor down her site. 1 round now standing between Salapao and their map pick. Mad Army need 3 to push this to overtime to continue their chance at a possible 2-0 if they're able to take Lotus in their pocket as well. Either way, though, looking at the economy here, ultimates here, things seem to be pretty much in favor of Salapao, I would say, but here comes that early Cosmic Divide from Ginny.
Lovely delay from the Killjoy utility at the very least. Dipsy, a little bit of corner. Can she make anything out of it?
Oh my god. Almost dead.
Dipsy is so low, actually. Lovely shots coming through. There's still one more player in towards Zahk, and that's Izzy. Find the first kill. That's the Astra down. No smokes available. Felsi one more onto Angela. These positions being held by this attacking side. The post looking successful. Felsi with the triple kill. Tun makes her presence known, and this op in a 1v4, it's not gonna happen. No, not in this universe at least. And Salapao opting for the save. Mad Army still hold on for at least a round more.
I was kind of hoping Tun would just pop the Bladestorm and like go for it. I know that it's not like the logical thing to do, but you know, every now and then
That would be one way to
kind of-
close.
Yeah, that would be one way to close it, you know, the 1v4 with the knives for it. But yeah, just the smart play to hold on to the operator here. Gonna be tucked safe away in heaven. Muffin on the hunt though. If they can get this operator out of Tun's hands, it's gonna be make things a little bit easier, especially if you want to go towards that B side. Oh my god, for a second I thought that was a goner, but yeah, the op gonna be able to carry it on. The problem is the economy for the rest of the team is a little bit sus here. So yeah, a bit of a mixed buy, I would say.
Look at Tun, 30 and 12, 30 bomb. We've only played, what, 22 rounds? Tun is already up
She
there.
did get a couple 4Ks, so makes sense.
Oh yeah, you know, just a casual couple 4K, you know.
Just
Normal
another day
of
at the
work.
office. Yeah.
Yeah. Classic. They have a bit of a read. I mean, Zach, they're avoiding this op line in B multiple times. They want to go back and test this A side yet again. It's worked a couple of times. Let's see if Dipsy can hold it down with this one.
I mean, it's not just Dipsy, right? They put the faith in the op on that B side. Everybody else on this team is on a nice molly. Gonna do a decent amount of shift damage, and it is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. KitKat, though, making it count. A triple already for her on the round here. That's gonna open up the site for that plant. Again, a 2-4 retake is what we're looking at. One player with the op, but when that player is Tun, you really, really just can't counter out. And now this time around, 2v3 situation. She feels like this can be done. If this can find another kill onto Ginny, 20 HP and a dream with a stinger. Not exactly the best gun to have in this fight, but I take it back. Viz still gets that kill. KitKat on track for the ace, but it's just gonna be turned into 1v1. Felcha tucked away into the corner, able to find that final kill, denying
Whatever happens,
13-11 score, the 13-10 scoreline. One round between Mad Army and overtime. One round. And looking at the economy here, yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one for Salapao.
Again, Mad Army finish where they start. A main was the aggression, they executed in, but there was so many defenders. And despite Tun being able to find a couple of strikes, KitKat was the one that actually opened up the round. You can see Mad Army slowly getting into this game. Remember, it was 3-9, it was 9-3 guys, round by round. Mad Army 1 round away from an overtime affair, and Salapao's money is absolutely gone. It's trash in the bin. There's only a single rifle in the hands of Tun. She's making her way over towards this B side. Dipsy at the back of the site with the judge. An opportune weapon for this close range fight. The updraft comes in from KitKat, the dash in as well, but the flood retake is in from Salapao. Dipsy, the first of many to find. Tun comes in with the rifle. And Salapao finding resurgence here. The flash comes in, no confirmation of the fact of that, but they're happy with it. Look at this.
Oh wow.
Spam fire though, Ginny. And Dipsy still alive. Holding down this ground.
Oh no. She's stuck. She can't move. Finally able to back out of there. Still 50 seconds left on the clock, but like you said, Coldan, huge stack really paying off big here for Salapao. Still able to hold on to the numbers advantage, barely, with Dipsy being 6 HP, but her being alive ensures that the Killjoy utility is still gonna be online. And with 30 seconds left, Mad Army, they have to go towards this site. Haun's already used though. They have to make their way onto site here, and they don't really have any ults to do it with. It's just gonna have to be the contact.
Yeah, there's no saving in this one, right, Zach? This is all or nothing. 20 seconds left. They're cutting it real close, waiting for the fate of the smoke. And into the site they go. Felsi, one off the ultimate. If she can get this spike down, it might be possible. But a spam coming from Liana. Dipsy for the second to last is just in front of the bait. He cannot do anything more. Salapao deny the comeback attempt. 13 and 11 as they secure their map pick of Pearl.
Another 9-3 curse averted successfully thanks to Salapao's insanity in that final round. I think Salapao have been very good at being able to find the reads after those first few rounds on that defensive side. I think that them being able to put their resources in places where they're needed the most in terms of these stacks, especially when the economy isn't exactly on their side, because they won so many thrifties in that entire game, Coldan. I think that it was a nice try for Mad Army. I mean, starting 8-1 down and being able to bring it all this way to 13-11, it's a little bit of a heartbreaker that you couldn't push it all the way, but all things considered, still, it was an incredible showing from them. It's just that Salapao, especially Tun, was putting up those numbers, bro. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, that was amazing work. A nice attempt from Salapao, but I mean, sorry, not from Mad Army, but we're still not done just yet. But we'll have to wait and see how the second map turns out, as we're going to throw it back to the panel desk to see what they have.
Dang, Coldan has a go back to panel button. Incredible. Anyways, coming back here into the game, one thing about Salapao is that they know how to end with a pow. Sorry about that. I had to take it from you. Blackenblue.
Why? Why would you be like this, Tosh?
I had to. It was incredible. It was incredible. Listen. You have incredible because that game was almost a comeback. It was both teams really great on the attack side, but for me personally, knowing that for Salapao they've taken a lot more space, a lot less margin for error, for Mad Army really lost them that map, but it's not done yet, like Coldan says.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And then, I mean, I predicted, right, Salapao to take this 2-0. Yeah, this is pretty in line with what I predicted from the get-go here, Tosh. So yeah, I definitely did not predict Mad Army to take this 2-0. No, Salapao. That was my initial gut feeling. But yeah, no, I started to believe that maybe there's a chance this comeback could actually happen. But wow, the way they started the opening half here, Salapao, it was incredible. This was not the Salapao I was expecting, really, frankly. And you can see there's a reason why when going into this series that they let this map open, right? They let Pearl come into play. And I just have to assume that they knew that, hey, if we leave this into play and if we even pick this, then we need to have something in store. And for, Mad Army, this is a map that they have yet to win now 3 times in a row. They lost it twice last stage and now once here in the playoffs. So, yeah, the streak for Mad Army, unfortunately, in the negative light continues.
Yeah, I think what's great about Salapao, I mean, coming back to what you said, right? You said that you weren't really expecting that opening to come out from Salapao. I had completely expected it based on like history on the last few games. They're completely hot early, and then they'll have like this cold streak, and then finally come back into play as well. So I think this trend for them is still very much there. And Salapao, when you have players that are as aggressive, as hot, Tun especially has been phenomenal. Just going around mid-side area, taking so much control. That was at some point Tun was able to take full control of mid, go all the way CT side, almost catching Muffin in the mid of rotation. That mid control that Salapao has on attack side has given them a lot of room to really roam around that map. Yeah, MY did rally back with their own style play, but it felt like for both these teams on attack side realized so much momentum, but Salapao finally clinches it in the end.
Oh yeah, definitely. And if you're Mad Army, you know that it was so close. You brought it to the final round of regulation. You almost make the comeback happen and take this map away from their pick. But once again, yeah, it is a Salapao pick. They came into this series kind of expecting things to go their way. And to be fair to them as well, like Mad Army, remember the last series that they did play versus Zipto?
Yeah.
Like 4-13 map 1 and then 5-13 map 2. So it almost happened again. Luckily they were able to come back. But yeah, the real story of this game is Tun.
Yes.
33-14, that's what, like 2 point more than what we saw. 2 point something. I'm not Coldan, I'm not good with math.
We don't have the stats.
But the only numbers I need to know are 33 kills and 2.6 KA.
Yeah.
There you go. I was about to say 2.3.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tun, amazing play so far.
What's incredible about Tun is not only just how aggressive she can be and how much space. Like, I think in the first half, her dominance was really there because of the judge plays. She gets 2 to 3 kills just playing around mid-side. Her team just rotates over onto one side and she just hangs around that mid-side area. She's just, blind shooting through smokes just to disallow Mad Army from being able to get through Link in particular, which is honestly incredible because that's the amount of pressure they were able to really put on to Mad Army. Mad Army, once again, I think one thing's for sure though, I think the last few games that we saw Mad Army really shine, Izzy was online. We didn't really get to see Izzy play like Izzy in the last few games that she played, and I think that for her, she needs to wake up a little bit more, but I don't really blame her because she's getting shut down so quick every time she anchors. That solo anchor on site is just something that I think that Salapao was just abusing. So, you know, it's something that they need to, think about as they go into the second map. Regardless, second map coming up very soon. Do not go anywhere. After this, more Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia coming right back. back, everyone. We saw an almost comeback scene over on map 1 between Salapao versus Mad Army, but we're not done yet. We have Lotus coming up, and let's see whether or not Mad Army can bring it to a map 3, because according to our rock, paper, scissors prediction, it was supposed to be a 2-0.
Yeah, no, that's what I predicted too, right? 2-0 for Salapao, for sure. You know, that's why I said. But
no
I mean,
one totally clipped that. You know.
Oh yeah,
No one totally.
I'm totally
clipped that.
not spinning the narrative to fit, well, you know, a revisionist history of what I said. Totally. Because Lotus, I do think that Salapao still have a good chance on this map. It's a 50-50 map for them, but once again, as I said a while ago, the only 2 times we've seen them play Lotus is against Kimmy's Kitchen. So against the same team twice, they lost the first, they win the second. Actually, no, they lost both. No, they did win the second yesterday. I don't know how good of a barometer it is for me to really tell what we gonna, I guess, see from Salapao. But map number 1, especially the first half, was great.
Yeah, I think both teams, you know, performed very well on attack side. It was the defense that was lacking for both these teams, you know, because they're very similar in styles of play, in explosiveness, excuse me, for the attack side. But my question is, how is this kind of style of play going to translate on a 3-side map like you know, like Lotus? Interestingly enough, I think we saw some glimpses, and interesting glimpses, especially from Salapao, on how much control they have of that mid-side area. You leave Tun just really do her own thing, rotate over, you know, play the lurker just a little bit, catch people off guard. That is what really made Tun, you know, really shine on that map, dropping a 30 bomb. My question is if it's going to still be the same on this 3-mapper site, or are they going to have a designated person just fully going around, you know, hearing rotation sounds, or even just, you know, slinking their way onto site to go for a backstab?
Well, I don't think Toon is gonna drop another 33 bomb unless this goes really long.
Jinx?
But the way that she, you know, I might be jinxing it, but the way that she has been playing has been pretty indicative that she is feeling it today. It's just statistically not common to drop 2 33+ frag games in a row, right, in the same series. But if she doesn't, I'd love to be proven wrong. And if we do get
You've been wrong this whole 2 days. What are you talking about?
I've been wrong all my life, Tosh. What are you talking about? So, like, yeah, nothing new. According to script, if it is 2-0, I'd be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, no, right, because, yeah, I said 2-0 from the get-go.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the last maps, the last time these 2 players played these maps here. Mad Army versus Kitinyanya. Mad Army had a great start, yeah, on the defense side on this map. It's when the you know, the rounds shift. When they are playing on attack, they start to fumble, and that was the story of the last time Mad Army played for this map. Meanwhile, for Salapao versus Kimmy's Kitchen, you know, it was the same story as well. For both these teams, they did well on defense. Are we gonna see you know, history repeating itself? Series 1, you know, one-sided defense, you know, and one-sided defense for both sides. What's your thoughts here, stats guy?
I am not the stats guy. That is Coldan.
I mean, you call yourself
his name.
Coldan Blue, so.
Yeah, well, maybe the first half of me for sure. So, okay. In this case, as kind of the stats guy, yeah, you mentioned it, right? Both these teams kind of had one-sided halves, and then it flipped on over. For Mad Army, it kind of bit them in the rear. For Salapao, it almost did, but they still were able to close it on out. Hopefully not. I hope that if they're going to both have a strong side, it's on the same half at the same time, because we want a more kind of competitive game instead of like, oh, it's a wash, and then, oh, it's not a wash. We've had quite a few of that here in these past few days. I want, like, a completely neck-and-neck match from the get-go, lead not extending further to maybe 2, maximum 3 rounds, and we go the distance. That's the kind of series I want to see from these 2 teams, especially because, you know, it is the lower bracket, so you lose your app.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous game for them, because potentially Mad Army could be going home, well, not continuing their run. You know, if you want to go for it literally. But anyways, coming back to this one, the last time Salapao played against Kimmy's Kitchen here, Tun was the player that was the lowest ranked on that game. It was 10-22 in terms of score. Tun wasn't able to bring that impact like she did today. Now, my question is, what did Tun learn from that last loss? Is it going to change, or is it, you know, or is it going to be a different style strat where you put Tun onto a different agent, or maybe Tun playing a little bit more passive? Because as we know, historically, Tun has been known as the aggressive style Omen, the aggressive style duelist, and it suits her. But Kimi's Kitchen did a great job of shutting that down. My question is whether or not Mad Army has caught a whiff of this and decides to do the same.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell right now because once again, yeah, I do believe that she's feeling it. She's definitely playing at a high level right now in this series, but as I said, it's statistically uncommon for you to typically have those kind of double 30 bomb games
Jinx?
back to back. Still, I think she's gonna get a good amount of kills. I still think she's gonna play well. Maybe get a 25er here.
Yeah.
But yeah. Aside from that, I not that I expect to see, but I just generally want and hope to see a bit more from Mad Army, like as a whole, a bit more stability. Like they can't be relying on these type of like, oh, we're gonna come back when the score is already kind of almost out of reach, and then we're gonna try and make it competitive at the end. Obviously, from the get-go, they're starting, but they do have to work on starting strong because the same thing happened versus their Zipto match, right? Where they started very, very slow. The difference is they just weren't able to come back at any point. It ended 13-4 in that first map, 13-5 in their third map. Here, they were lucky enough to try and make it competitive near the end. It went down pretty close, but it almost went the exact same way the opening map of Zipto did. So if there's some sort of heat retention here or momentum retention that they can bring from what was working in map number 1 here for Mad Army, they're gonna need to retain that and maybe even find again on what works here for Lotus, because this is their last map potentially of this split.
Yeah, and I think most importantly as well, I think when we talk about stats here as well, I think we talked a lot about what Genie can bring to the table in terms of her her brains and whether she should not. The last time that they played this map, and well, they lost unfortunately against Kitinyanya, is that Genie was the one top fragging 17-16. So frag potential is definitely there for Genie as well in terms of play. But I think it's really important to know that in this situation, just like the last map they played just on Pearl, Izzy got shot down real hard, 12-21 in terms of score for the last Lotus. Now, in most of the games that Mad Army has won, Izzy has been really sharp, just really enabled, if you ask me, to be able to anchor that side, to be able to get that first contact. As soon as someone walks to the side, she gets that first pick off, she gets backs off, she dwindles down the number, and she's had some really great holds on the site. But I think a lot of teams are starting to understand already, how to counter this style play. So my question is whether or not Salapao has can understand this, whether or not Mad Army can bring it back, we have no clue. But Coldan, you're the stats guy, you tell us.
I can't tell if you're trying to refer to me as Coldan at this point, or you actually want him to respond to
throwing.
you through this
I'm actually
stream.
throwing to Coldan. Can you press the button, please?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Here,
can you press
let
the
me
button?
to the casters.
It's not working. Can you change the battery on
It's not working. Oh, maybe I lost
that?
power.
Oh my
You want me to do it again?
Hey, can you do it
Can
again?
we do it again?
Can you do it again?
I'm gonna try to do it again. Wait.
Yeah.
All right.
3, 2, 1. Oh, cool! We got the
Wrong
map
button.
view. Wrong button.
Wrong
Okay.
button.
Okay,
Okay,
fine.
but
We'll go with this. Okay,
it's
this
the
time
button
around.
we need.
Okay, this
Okay.
time around here, we're gonna be looking at not really much of a change here. Last time, I'm more curious about how Toon performs on this map. Granted, because Toon just dropped a 30, whether or not that heat will come into this map is number 1, and number 2, whether or not she can really, overcome the demons that she had in the last time they played this particular map.
Well, I'm looking at the comps here, and they do kind of bring in a double duelist now, at the very least here, for SLP, right? They actually no, scratch
It's
that.
Mad
I'm
Army.
mistaken. I thought they were running a double duelist. It's Mad Army, yeah, but Mad Army already kind of did that in the past. But this time they brought out the Rays with the Neon, right? And they have the Fade still here. It's a Viper that they really swap on out, so only one Smoker. Mad Army, kind of a similar philosophy as what they did a while ago, right? They changed things up to running the double duelist. It didn't work for the most part up until the latter half, so hopefully if you're running double duelist, you have to be sharp.
Yeah. Anyways, Blackenblue, can you press the button again?
Yeah, you let me press the button?
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, please.
3, 2, 1. Hi, casters.
Okay. Oh,
I got the
yes,
button.
I'm
But,
still. Coldan, why did you bring me
Zach,
here?
whoa.
Why did you press the button?
Sorry. I think I pressed the button where it swapped, changed you and Zach.
Oh.
So hey, welcome to the casters desk.
Oh, awesome! Cool.
guess.
Guess I'm overtime today. All right, let's go. Let's bring this in. Okay, now, Coldan, you know what we're talking about right now. We're talking about stats. We're talking about, in terms of style play, how, both these teams do well on one side of the map and just completely falter on the other. Thoughts?
I think it comes down to the playstyle as well as Tun just having like an absolute blinder. Like we saw KitKat having a little bit of difficulty starting on that first half. Second half, she kind of found the groove a little bit, but I think at that point there was just not enough rounds to play around with, right? You leave yourself with so little margin for error, and then yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate for Mad Army. But hey, maybe they've got the momentum going from the first map going to the second of Lotus. It's a very comfortable map, I think, for both of these teams. So I'm looking forward to some banger action yet again.
Oh yeah, exactly. Now coming into, I think it's really hard to really gauge, like what Blue said. It's really hard to really gauge what we can expect, from this particular game. Both teams here only really adept on one side of the map, faltering on the next. I am really curious though, mostly because of Tun. Tun last time they played this map wasn't able to put the numbers like the previous map where she was going completely nuclear with 33 kills. And also the fact of the matter is, whether or not Izzy will be shut down again.
Yeah, that is a good narrative that you put out there, Tag. Like Izzy as that sentinel, also having a little bit of a slow start at the first, but this time, well, it's a fast-paced round of both of these teams. C-mount control instantly given over by Salapao as Mad Army kind of storm in towards this A side. And ooh, there might be some chaos in the flank tag.
You know what? Who's attack, who's defense at this point here? Because you know what? SLP decides, you know what? If one side's not working, let's go to the other! As Felsi, great opening with 2. Viz only able to run away with one of her own here. So still, mad advantage for Mad Army. Completely already understanding that SLP, anything could happen. Angela to go huge, just that beautiful headshot onto Muffin, and KitKat looking to refill that space. It's a lurk on lurk. Ginny gonna find the right timing onto Angela, gets tagged, gets knocked down to the ground, with Felside being the last man standing, falls as well. Who is winning here? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. Viz and Dipsy trying their best to go for these reaches, and KitKat's losing a double swing. Beautiful, good for one, not enough for 2, but time is ticking. Where is Ginny? You don't know. A right click to the face wins Ginny the round, and Mad Army gets another pistol.
Tash, what was this super topsy-turvy swap of the sides round from both of these teams? And it was so chaotic up towards the CT position, but nice adjustments from Ginny to actually go for that flank and somehow managed to get down to a 1 versus 1. Ginny on just 20 HP. Nice shots, nice trades from a bunch of these players, but yeah, I think this round is done and your time might be too, Tash.
Oh no, because Zach's back, guys, so see you guys later. No curses.
Before jumping in, I had some net issues. Wouldn't be SCA without net issues, but we are back. And like you said, that was a very explosive pistol, Coldan. Very topsy-turvy as well. It seems like KitKat learns a little bit from that previous game. Seems like it's going to be a pretty straightforward B plant, or at least tap on the B plant before they go towards C, but you still do have a player on the C side positioned. Not for very long though. Judge too powerful.
It's always the judge, right, Zach? We've seen it so many times in the first map. We've got to carry it over. And this time, Salapao, they're trying to bring it over towards the C-mount position. All of them are coming from this corner. There's a nice smoke to stall them out for the time being. But guess who's in the smoke now? It's KitKat with the judge. Jury looking for the last kill as well. Executioner. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Quad kill found for Mad Army. KitKat rocking up those ultimate orbs.
Yeah, I think starting off on attack on Lotus with this kind of team comp is exactly what Mad Army kind of needed to reset, especially after that close previous game. Looking quite warmed up right now, and KitKat, with that 4K, gotta be very, very close to a showstopper in this particular round. If she doesn't already have it off the back of that final kill, so it could be a pivotal ultimate to watch out for. Yeah, 1 ult orb, and we will have a showstopper ready to go here for KitKat. On the opposite side, though, finally full buy kicking in here. Tun, of course, left with just a Guardian. No ultimates available for either side quite yet, aside from that showstopper that we just talked about, Coldan.
There.
I think another conversation that we could have, right, Zach, is Tun playing on this Omen instead of like a duelist. We've seen Tun be so proficient as duelist. How's the Omens rack up as KitKat? Well, she's going on to the seaside again with the showstopper. Nothing to be found just yet. This evades it there. Shotgun is not ideal in that kind of a range. That is bold and ambitious, and they're not going to get anything off the back of it. A death instead given over. Salapao now mounting this retake, but again, this judge is still in play. KitKat calling for a bit of a smoke as well, but no smokes available. Stunned up, and Liana, what a beautiful slide comes in. Nanoswarm's in, but the last thing allows her a little bit of cover. There's so much confusion in the mix as Dipsy will pick her off. Dipsy turns both finding kills in the feed. It's one player left standing, and Ginny around the boxes, and there's nothing else for her to get. A single kill for Mad Army as Salapao strike early.
They get it done, and they get the defuse. 4 players left alive, so economy gonna be looking really good as well. Like you mentioned, Coldan, a little bit ambitious to take that CT push with a Bucky and a judge there. That said, that judge in the hands of KitKat could have been absolutely devastating, but beautiful protocols on the retake from Liana as well as the rest of the team. Salapao finding safety numbers and some really good util usage from Dipsy, Angela, and Liana. All 3 of them to be able to just take that site without too much ado. Now though, Mad Army gonna have that full buy kicking in. One off the Nightfall for Felcha could be a really important ultimate that could change the pace of the round. But talking about changing the round here, I think that it's gonna be a retake setup that we're looking at from Salapao because of the fact that they have that buy salts.
Go, go, go!
Is this pistol round, Zach? Because it's almost
Oh god.
eerily the same. Again, no one's in the A side, just the
your
Vice
fear!
wall. They buy themselves a little bit of time. The flank coming in fast as well. The Prowler does not mask their approach at all. They know that they are making a boatload of noise. They want to do their due diligence, clear out all these corners. The broken door give it over for Salapao as well. They're coming in for this retake. Meanwhile, Mad Army have gained control over the safety position. Heaven stairs in their remit. They spot out where Izzy's coming from. Liana, nice information. And she will get the kill as well. Paranoia just for a little bit of delay. And here comes the Steel Guardian flushes back all the Mad Army players. As Salapao gain control over the site. They're all flushed back in towards Heaven. Position spotted out. Dipsy controls our fire. KitKat's in the feed. Viz there for the trade. Muffin comes down as well, but it's stuck down towards the drop position. They're spamming for the smoke. They're not connecting any of these shots, and they're just sticking the spike in their faces. Nothing to be found. Tun lays down the cover fire. And Dipsy for the last as well. Salapao flip of the script and the map, but they still get the round.
Beautiful retake there. I think the awareness that, all right, that's the Nightfall available. We have this Visalt available for the retake. Let's just, clear out B, C, go for that flank again, like that pistol round. And of course, I mean, there was a little bit of luck involved with the spam not really connecting as Tun stuck the spike. But I mean, it's just a risky position overall, especially when you got people body blocking those shots. So yeah, I think because of the plants, Mad Army gonna have enough money for another buy here. But again, look at his weak positioning. This time it's 4 players from Salapao taking the fight head on.
A teammate, buddy. Liana blinded though. A bit of confusion here, but Tun, of course, it's Tun to find the opening kill. Liana, the catch jumping Ginny, trying to get out of harm's way, and Liana's gonna push. What is this? This unrelenting aggression. She's still here looking for more. She will pay the price. That is again another over-eager push. This time it favors the Salapao side.
I really like that early confrontation in A main. You really want to get that rubble control, and despite Eliana going down, you still have the numbers in favor of Salapao here. Quick rotation by Mad Army, pivot towards the C site. You do have Viz looking to play Anchor and Spoil Sport in this particular round, but still, with 3 players that she has to face off of, yeah, it might just be better for her to wait for the rest of her team to go in for a retake. Still, though, looking to take that first contact. Yeah, time to fall back. Nope.
At least she gets the information. A bit of assistance. The breach stun comes in. A swing from Dipsy's lovely to catch the headshot onto KitKat. Damage done to Felcy as well. Now, worse for wear. Walking wounded. The door gets open. Angela, flash comes in. Miss of the flash actually, but still gets the shot. Felcy dancing around the boxes, but she's on such low HP. It's ambitious to get anything, and the knife gets pulled out. At least the trade comes in. Salapao onto 3.
A third round, 3 kills there for Felcha, but unfortunately, yeah, not gonna be able to finish it. But it's kind of insane. Like, she had her Nightfall the previous round, and 2 rounds later, she almost has it again. Like, really farming up the L-Torbs, the kills, whatever you want to call it. I think that Mad Army, they just need to figure out their spacing a little bit. I think that throughout this entire rounds that we've seen so far, Salapao have just been looking to be much more in sync with each other. consistently holding hands, being able to go in for these 4B X peaks, and I think the number advantage consistently is really paying off. Now eco here for Mad Army.
It's a consistent thing, right? Salapao's retakes have been so good, even since yesterday up against Kimmy's Kitchen. And right now, well, they're going for a hold down towards this tree spot. Dipsy, first kill with the stun. Second one catches Felsi as the door closes. Spike gets dropped as well. On a kill under turn, but the reinforcements are here. Salapao with a nice clean round. TNT.
Yeah, no, nothing really, no harm done. Angela manages to get her ult online, so Salapao gonna be left with 4 out of 5 ults ready to go in this particular round against the full buy from Mad Army. And so many of these rounds, right, Coldan, they're not even using utility or ults to a great degree. It's just been the full-on headlong rush contact plays that we've been seeing. And Salapao, I think after winning that map number 1, even though it was close, are having the confidence to just go for it, especially with the kind of team comp that they have, right? You got the Fade, the Breach, as well as the Omen. And I know you had your doubts about Tun being on the Omen, but the way Tun is playing it, she's definitely playing it like a truest at this point.
Yeah, true. She's on the 10's arc, and this time they've got the double duelists in towards the Beast side. They're splitting onto C. What a beautiful call. Viz forced back on an angle between the pillar and a bunch of players.
Irrelevant.
Oh, and the Omen teleports. Crosshair from nothing to look away. Viz alive and thriving, gets a second kill. Liana comes in for the assistance.
Last player
And the
standing.
beating from Salapao is so damning for Mad Army. Ginny again left in a clutch situation. Isolates the first one. It's that one done. 2 more to find. They're isolated for the time being.
Omen ults.
And of course, it's still Viz. On this side, on her side. Ginny with a smoke. Couple of teleports available. She has the From the Shadows. I think she wants to confirm that both players are here before she teleports away. Or does she want to take the fights straight on? Prowler detects her close range position. Viz and Dipsy doubling up, and Dipsy will not miss. A lovely headshot. Secure them another round for Salapao.
Yeah, really nicely done. The distraction by Tun. I feel like, you could see Muffin kind of deciding like, all right, do I want to clear this or do I want to clear that? Let me get the free kill first. And Viz just swings off the back of it. 3K for her, being able to play anchor, hardcore anchor on the side, denying even the plants come through for Mad Army, who are now left with a buy once again. One off the showstopper for KitKat. I think we're looking to see an explosive round here, and both sides they've got the ultimates in spades here, Coldan.
Oh yeah, Zahk, we might be in for a chaotic round. Into the fight. The stun is beautiful from Muffin. Rolling Thunder to force back the attackers. Nightfall to push back the defenders. It's a trade of ultimates and a trade of kills. Dipsy with a double. Felsi here with one more of the Guardian. And now suddenly, as the mist settles, the dust settles, it's just Viz taking a long trudge from the C side back towards A. But Mad Army have got full control over this side.
If Viz is able to get a kill, that is going to be the ultimate available. The Steel Garden to deny the weaponry here, but it's going to be such a difficult way back into this round because look at this post plant. You already have that crossfire set up, a dark cover to make things even more difficult as well. Sure, Viz does have a flash, but the moment she uses it, it's going to give away her position. The Haun's already here, to be fair, so yeah, 1v3 and yeah, falls at the first obstacle. KitKat didn't even need to use the showstopper that round, Coldan. It was just a full-on fight. You know, it was the Nightfall versus the Rolling Thunder, but in the end, it will be Muffin and KitKat to come out on top in terms of the kills there.
Lovely stuff. Look at this. The double initiators both taking the fight early on towards Rubble. They know that they want to fight, and they want to fight fully for this A Rubble control. The Rolling Thunder just to assist them as well. Dipsy with a great couple of frags, and in fact, Dipsy's the one to lead the scoreboard, 10-3. She was the MVP on Lotus yesterday when they played, and so far she's looking, exactly the same.
100%. I mean, at this point at least, you do have a bit of a change here. No more running it down towards A side. It is going to be towards C instead. Viz has been a tough cookie so far to be able to crack and get their way onto site, but the Killjoy ult, the lockdown might be what they need to at least take the space without like really having to fight and risk their lives for it, so as to speak. Still though, the lockdown, it runs its course. They take full control of the site, and for the retake, you have so many ults available for SLP, but it's gonna be the spam to start off with Ginny. Oh my god, that is tragic.
It's a beautiful opening, and now they want to push it towards this waterfall spot. Showstopper gets sent across, but Angela's still somehow surviving. They're rolling on such low HP. KitKat falls. Just a feather of damage. Now Izzy now has to hold down her ground, flooded with a bunch of utility. Felsi here to provide a little bit of a crossfire. The double hole comes in. Felsi with a quad kill, looking for the ace, and Felsi gets all 5 in the round. Lovely stuff on the fade. Gets Mad Army up to 4.
Yeah, that is an angle that SLP just could not crack. It was a 2v4 there, and Felsi able to find every single kill in the round. What an ace coming out at a time that Mad Army desperately needed it for sure. The Nightfall as well, right? That's kind of the advantage that it gives you, just tagging players up to a lower extent. I mean, sure, there was a couple of headshots, a couple of lineups there, but overall, Felsi just having an insane round. Again, Coldan, she used her Nightfall that round, and again, look at this. She almost has it back. That is a 9-point ult. This is the 3rd Nightfall that she's going to have in this game. What the heck?
That is actually crazy that you pointed that out, right? Felsi, you know, she heard me talking about how good Tipsy is when she says, you must have forgot, you must have forgot.
The Fade battles. Fade versus Fade is what we're looking at least on this absolutely insane scoreboard right now. But, I mean, I think that for the side of SLP, 5-2 start looks great. 5-4 not so much. So you want to kind of figure out like how you can get a couple more rounds on the board here, especially, you know, that previous round they invested the Neon out, their own Nightfall, their Steel Garden as well from Viz, and despite that, it's gonna be Felchi who like holds it together, gets the kills and gets the round. So you really don't want to keep making those kind of mistakes. A good timeout to not just declutter their own heads but also break that momentum for Mad Army here, who look like, once again, the seaside worked great for them the first time. They look like they just want to re-hit it.
Yeah, Salapao has been consistently winning out this A Rebel fight, right? So if it ain't broke, why fix it? They gain control again. You don't spot a single piece of attacker utility. And again, it's onto Viz. Beautiful Sentinel utility just to stall out this push even further. The Vice Wall will delay things even longer to allow for the rotate to come back in. Here we go again, Zahk. Another stand kill in the exact same position, Liana. What is with the stand shots? Beautifully placed. They want to capitalize off of that initial Muffin and Izzy. What's the issue?
Face your fear!
And comes in from the waterfall, but the fallback from the fade out. As you mentioned, Zahk, she has so many of those outs. Muffin's gonna mark her angle like a hawk. Not gonna miss a shot as well. This might be a call for a save, Zahk. They have nothing to do here.
Yeah, 100%. You're not getting back into that round with the clock having ticked as far as it has, unless you had like something, you know, insane happen, which I don't think is going to be happening. So yeah, just a quick save. Economy not in the greatest place if you look at the money here for the side of Salapao. Next round, the rest of the team probably going to have to go on the eco. So yeah, every single rifle that they can hold on to is going to be a bonus that they have in that next round. Talking about that though, Mad Army starting to really build up their economy here. 4 rifles saved, and they still managed to, you know, hold on to that Neon ultimate for a tight spot. The real question on my head, Coldan, at this point is, will Felsi get another ultimate? Because I know she used it just that previous round. The 4 fade outs, I'm keeping a count of that right now. I know she's gonna get a good one, so it might be a bit rough.
It's not an ult that you consistently see as like a win condition, as like a reliable factor that you can have on your attacking side, right? It's like, okay, Phoenix ult maybe, because it's 6. But the fade out, it's like what, 8 ult points? That
9.
is very... No, 9, that's incredibly difficult.
It is 9, right?
It looks like
I think they made it 9. I don't know.
Counting the corners and, you know, the UI. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a fast-paced push. Angela marking down the smoke, stunned up, and she's still gonna hold her ground. Another follow-up stun, but this time it's from Liana. And he shuts down the first one, but still Kiketa sneaking around the corner. But still, Liana does her due diligence, clears it out to perfection. And Paranoia potentially set up for this retake. The attacking side, Mad Army, they need to take the initiation on their cards now. Liana, triple kill found. Izzy there to shut him down. Turn with his classic. Will leave Felsi in a 1v2 clutch. Pivoting around these 180 angles. Felsi in the server with a 1v2 clutch. Here's Mad Army the lead.
Last round before the switch.
Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out towards the end. I mean, knowing the position of both those players, knowing which fight to take is half the battle won, and Felchi just had it in spades. They're 14 and 6 right now. It's more than a 2 KDA on the fade that we're looking at. I mean, nice try from Iliana. Like I said, very methodical, be clear, being able to get the numbers in favor of her team, despite the economy not being in their pocket. But yeah, in the end, Felchi's just able to win out both of those duels perfectly. Both headshots as well. That's just insult to injury at this point. And yeah, already half the Fatal's back. A couple more kills this round. Autor plant. It's gonna be another Nightfall on the board here. And C has been working out exceptionally well so far for this Mad Army squad. Viz, of course, did play spoil sports in 1 or 2 rounds, but now it seems like they found a way to push her back, and already she's going to be going way back to possibly try and go in for a crunch through the door.
Be open, you've got the breach in the flank. No one's in waterfall for the time being, but I don't know if Mad Army are going to be aware of this. Tap the spike, baiting a little bit of information. Perhaps you want to fight control over the CG position of the drone, of the bot. Kit Kat picks up a double. That is what you want to see. Izzy now finds the little lurk of Liana down towards waterfall, then leaves the 2 initiators on this flank without any foothold within the site. This is a nigh impossible retake. Mad Army storm the site. They were, lock down themselves in towards these post-plant positions. There's just absolutely no way the Salapao are gonna be able to get back into this one, but they're gonna have to try. The last round of the half.
Wow.
Potential kill given over, but Kit Kat's actually the one that picked up the last 2 as well. Quad kill for the duelists. Mad Army going to the second half with a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a rough start for them. 5-2 was a score, but yeah, from 5-2 to 5-7, Mad Army really just putting together a slew of rounds, and it all starts with that aggressive A main battle that they were able to convert. After that, they just targeted down the C side, and yeah, 7-5, things looking really good for them on this attacking side. And with that side swap coming in, they do still have that Killjoy to play hard anchor as well. So lot of things to be able to capitalize off the back of here. And I mean, for Salapao, it's still not too bad because they do have, they are going to be swapping over to their own attacking side, and they do have a comp that can prove to be very aggressive, especially the way that Liana has been playing. But yeah, it's always nice to have a little bit of an advantage when that side swap happens.
Yeah, and now you got the double duelist going on the attacking side, Zach. That is, the double duelists were on the attack, which is why, yeah, but now they're going on defense, right? So it's gonna be, I don't know if they're gonna be able to get as much information. They might need to put their bodies on the line a little bit more, which might also incentivize more fights, and I'm always down for that.
I think they already do that, to be fair, on this map. Like, every single time, you see the defense team just running it down A Rebel. You got the Breach stun, the Neon stun, the Omen Flash, whatnot, TP on top of Rebel. Yeah, I think you're going to be consistently seeing that Rebel control fight play out here. But more than that, I would be interested to see, like, how the anchoring difference is going to be between the Killjoy and the Vice, because we saw the impact that Viz was able to have in the first half of that first half, but towards the latter side, her utility became a little bit more passive. Once it ran out, there just wasn't much left in the tank for that retake, unless of course that Steel Garden was available. But I think the Killjoy gonna provide a little bit more consistency in that aspect, in terms of being able to just lock down both B and C with the turret and the alarm bot. What I'm kind of curious to see is, like you mentioned, how they're gonna be pushing that double duelist on this defensive side, if they're gonna be going in for those consistent A pushes, or if we're gonna be seeing something a little bit more wacky coming out of the Salapao side. I think that at this point, it's been a very close neck and neck game between both of these teams, and this pistol could very well decide who gets the momentum in the second half.
Yeah, and I think another storyline or narrative that we have to watch out for, right, is Izzy, right? They were Salapao were abusing Izzy back on Pearl when Izzy was defending. Now we're seeing Izzy on this defending side. Is that going to be a similar story, or will Izzy step up to the plate? Last push this time down towards Mount. Lovely opening kill. And of course it catches onto Izzy. But guess who's here to bolster up this defense? It's Kit Kat around this corner, but she's in a committed angle. Nowhere else to go but just to fight for her life. Lovely shot for the first. Has to go for the reload. Stun is up. Viz will eventually collect onto that frag, but that causes enough chaos for the retake to happen. The rotate comes in. Muffin gets absolutely domed. Felsi and Ginny now has to step up for her team in a 2 versus 3.
My blind is dead.
Pause in the action. Spike still yet to get planted. Viz on the cusp of finding a little bit of information, a little bit of kills around this pillar. But Felsi is dancing around, playing it beautifully. Oh, but the trade still go in the favor of Salapao at the very end, pushing out smoke, and they convert their pistol round.
They don't get the plant though, so a little bit less money in the tank, but all things considered, yeah, good round conversion coming through from them. This anti-eco looking like it's going to be a pretty hefty investment. 3 Spectres, you see a Guardian as well in the mix from Ileana. Surprised we're not seeing a judge there, but yeah. Really nice opening kills to start off with. It was a bit of an even trade, but nice stun util from Angela, really setting up Dipsy and the rest of her team for success there. Felty, of course, able to get hers, but yeah, just a 1-2 punch from both sides. Too much for Mad Army to hold off for a very long time. Mad Army this time around going for the full stack on A.
Well, Zach, we couldn't see any more polarizing of a minimap. We have a very concentrated green A, and I was about to say a concentrated red side on the C side, but it seems like Salapao might be going for a little bit more of an information play. They want to see what's up on this A side.
And they made noise towards the other side, hoping that perhaps Mad Army, they've rotated off here, but look at this Mad Army. They've just all pushed forward, all 5 of them, just up close and personal. Jumpy gonna get the information, but now it's just gonna be full-on warfare, and with that lesser weaponry, it's gonna be very difficult for them to make things count. No recourse at all. Yeah, that was like what, Coldan? 10 seconds, full-on brawl, and it's gonna be Salapao coming out on top. They only really lose 1 stinger, so bonus looking quite substantial as well, I would say.
Yeah, I think Mad Army were like,
Ginny.
oh, that... yeah, jumping around the corner.
From Ginny, she just sees 5 people waiting and she's like, yo!
Hello. Like, why are they just 5 men standing in main not doing anything? I like the idea though from Salapao. They were just trying to farm the ultimate ult, right, to get the C1 for us. But I think Mad Army just a little bit unfortunate timing. They were about to rotate off of A just as the Jumpy came in. Salapao just mowed them over. KitKat, well, she loves this weapon. It's the judge in her hands. But Dipsy, beautiful sidestep, avoids it. Gets the kill instead. That's an opening pick for Salapao again.
Yeah, Angela ate most of the damage, but you know, 47 HP is still you being alive, and that's gonna be exactly what you kind of need. We're talking about the potential of Izzy right now on this anchor as a killjoy, but yeah, not gonna be able to do too much. In fact, Ilya takes a decent chunk of damage through that nano swarm, and Izzy now jumping in for kills of her own along with Muffin. That's already 3 players taken down for the Salapao side, and now it's just the 3v2. Viz gets 1, 2v2. Still very much doable here as Twin picks up the Guardian. Muffin quite tagged up, able to get the kill onto Viz, but yeah, headshot doesn't connect on the Guardian, and full by 1 here by Mad Army. Again, a very quick, chaotic round that we just saw, but it was quite expensive.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, you lose your opening pick on the B side. C was basically very weakly guarded. It was just a killjoy, but they still win out the fight. Muffin, the shots coming in from her, gets a triple kill for her worries. And yeah, they avoid the bonus round, thankfully so. They get their first round on the second half.
Full buy. Still gonna be able to put together a purchase here, but a little bit awkward with the Outlaw as well as the Bucky coming into play. Sorry, Bulldog coming into play. Already Muffin in a very tight corner. Tun takes down Ginny. So yeah, Muffin caught between a rock and a hard place. Hit by the paranoia. Trying to hide inside her own util, but nothing is working out for Mad Army right now with Salapao by not 1, not 2, but 3 kills to get control of this A side. And like you mentioned, Coldan, they're doing a great job of altar and farming. Look at this. They already got that breach ult 3 away. And it's not like Angela's been mostly getting the ults and the plants.
I mean, every single player on Salapao here to fight for this A main position, A rubble. And Liana's not missing those kinds of shots. Say that as KitKat lands a beautiful one. Liana, and still up on above. Tun gets taken down. Damage done, but it's the round doable. KitKat still wants to have a look at it, but Dipsy's gonna blindside her from drop. And that ties up the scoreline 8-8.
8-8, but Economy, I'm not sure it's going to be in the best position here for Mad Army. We're probably going to have to see an eco here. They do have those huge ults available, including a Showstopper to be able to try and possibly get a multi-kill. KitKat able to get a couple of frags as well, but I don't think money is going to be really a big problem for Salapao here. Looking at this, they also are charging up these ultimates at an incredible pace. They already have the Nightfall ready to go, 2 off of the Rolling Thunder, 3 off of the Steel Garden. But on the opposite side, I feel like Felcha and KitKat, if they can find a couple of kills, it might be worth sinking that Showstopper to try and convert her out.
Alright, no man's land, I guess it's A rubble. Both teams denied access. So Salapao are gonna explore this C mount position instead. Jump peek from Izzy. Spots out information.
KitKat with just a shorty. I mean, does have the classic to switch to if necessary, but still, it just seemed like a full-on execute towards the C side. Showstopper actually gonna be popped here. Gets Ileana, so that's one gun that could be retrieved. But yeah, with the help of this Nightfall, the rest of Salapao ready to advance onto this site. They're investing everything, and I mean, even if they lose this round, Mad Army, they're gonna be happy about this because they've gotten two of these big ultimates out of the way.
Well, they want to get the round win. That's most important. Despite it being a low buy round, it's still a 3 versus 3. Muffin, the sharpshooter in her hands. Let's see if she can find some success here. Spike still yet to get planted. The retake position still assumed by Mad Army. Expecting aggression perhaps? No, Salapao. They might want to have a second look at things. Open the door. Baits out the peek from Ginny. Dipsy still here on the site. As Viz will collect the second to last. The slide in from Muffin will not get her anything. As Salapao, beautiful pause in the action before they clean up all 3 kills.
I'm really glad you brought up that pause. Like this, of course, making a noise like there was a rotation going off of that side, forcing Mad Army to kind of re-clear the site and just holds coming out of Dipsy, as well as the re-clear from this, really making things impossible for Mad Army in this round, especially because there was no way they could really retrieve any of those rifles without, you know, heading onto the site to re-clear. So good awareness from Salapao, knowing that, okay, we don't want to give these guys weapons. We know they're eco. Let's just try to hold on to it. But they did use both the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder in that round. I don't know if you really want to be expending those in a Rico. Okay, what is this? Ships passing each other in the night.
Whoa! Diana! Beautiful shots! Almost getting up there. Felshi gets baited into the fight, and the trade frags will favor Salapao as a result of that. And yet again, a similar storyline. We see Izzy as well as KitKat, the 2 C defenders, making a mad dash towards A. But again, Salapao, they love this slow-paced round. They call another cut of noise, and they're gonna explore the rest of the map with a minute still left on the clock.
Yeah, no need to covet or rush, expecting that rotation to have come in, which it did. So yeah, gotta make things a little bit more difficult for them. It seems like they still want to hold on to this A side, expecting perhaps the re-push, but I mean, you know that at this point the Vice has, the Killjoy has probably rotated off the site. I don't know if the Util is still gonna be there, so if they can make sure that the C side is free of the KJ Util, it is gonna be a pretty free plan for them on the site. They still have the numbers advantage. 1 off of the Steel Garden. You're gonna be seeing that come into play. I don't know if they're gonna be investing it early on or if it's gonna be more of a post-plant ult. I think it's gonna be more of the latter.
There's a difference
30
between
seconds left.
the Killjoy as well as the Vice, right? The Vice, you know, the utility, you can leave it on C. But as Izzy, you have to pick up your alarm bot as well as your turret. And now that the spike goes down, you have no information of where these Salapao players are coming from. You have to clear out every single corner, and that's gonna buy so much time for Salapao. The Nay goes in, doesn't tag onto anyone. And now the Steel Garden gets invested as well. Forced into the fight, Viz laid the shot, but still gonna connect that kill. Alien any HP remaining, but still leaves Izzy in a nigh impossible task. 1v3. Down to 9, but she has to go for it. First one, lovely headshot. Expects the second in on this C mount position. Tap of the spike, base the peek from Viz, and while still on a barely thin line of HP, still connects the headshot, and that's double digits for Salapao.
10 to 8, and I mean, I feel like this would be a good timing for a Mad Army timeout. This one or the next round, perhaps. Yeah, again, just ships, like I said, ships crossing each other in the night. 2 neon walls come through. Liana gets way ahead, being able to find that advanced positioning, and yeah, I think they were able to maintain that numbers advantage they garnered in that initial fight throughout the entire map here. Sure, they did use the Steel Garden, but it converts them the round, and now Mad Army left without too much money in the bank. They do have the Neon ult on Muffin. We saw that was almost able to push out around on Pearl, but once again, full-on fight, Coldan. It's just a cage fight.
This time the ships get shut down before they pass each other. Muffin! The shot with the Vandal hits Angela through the smoke as well. And once Liana doesn't get that opening kill, right? Mad Army in a strong control over this A rubble position. Salapao in towards B.
Last place. Not ready
Yeah,
yet.
I think it's a bit of a safer call here, but the problem is it's still a 5v3. They should try to get at least one player, but Muffin is not letting anybody slip past her. A triple on the round already for her. She started this round off with a Bucky, might have did it with a 3k or even a 4k. If she can find this final kill, it's just Tun versus the world. 1v5, shotgun up close, or stinger up close, and yeah, able to get Muffin down at least for her troubles, but it's a thrifty for Mad Army, and yeah, that A main fight, not exactly the one you want to have against Stingers and Buckies and the like, but well, Mad Army, they're able to convert it and capitalize and keep the score down to 1. So that's the time out from Salapao.
this time they spotted the Neon. They're a little bit more aware on the Neon's pathing, right? So they're able to shut him down, and Muffin, well, as you mentioned, not gonna let anyone just waltz through her line.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I feel like Mad Army took that one to heart there. But yeah, timeout from Salapao. They still have a pretty decent economy here. Alt economy as well, starting to charge up once again. Especially that Rolling Thunder, could be coming into fruition next round or the round after that. On the opposite side, though, look at this. Lockdown, 1 away. Nightfall, 2 away. So many crucial retake ults that are very close to coming into play here for Mad Army. This could be a pretty big swing round. I think that if Mad Army are able to convert this one, it's going to at least cause a little bit of a dent in the economy here for these Salapao players. But aside from that, right, I think that if they are going to be investing those ultimates in play, you want to make sure that you equalize here.
And Mad Army's composition, the double duelists, they're great at getting fights, but it seems like the executes are just so good from Salapao, right? There's so much utility, be it the Fade or the Breach. You got the stuns on the Neon, flashes from the Vice. It feels like it's so overwhelming, right? If you're Mad Army going up against Salapao's comp.
I think overwhelming is the right word there, because there's just so much utility that's constantly being pumped into you. I think that's kind of the problem with the A main choke as well, right? Because the moment you're flashed and stunned, it's just very hard for you to take that forward space compared to how much Muffin manages to get along with KitKat.
Yeah. Well, one adjustment was that Mad Army was able to identify Liana's path, but again, we'll have to win, right? Salapao's A rubble fights have been very, very strong. Be it on defense or even attack. The utility, set plays were really nice. But we're gonna take a short little tech pause. What's Game Changers broadcast without a little bit of tech pause? I think there's a player that disconnected, so we're gonna try to sort that out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I hope we're able to fix that pretty soon, because this game, it's been just excellently paced so far. Extremely fast-paced, so as to speak, but the only difference here between these two teams is that Salapao already does have a map under their pocket, so Mad Army, they're gonna have to win this to be able to push it to that decider of Icebox here. A lot at stake, but I do believe all our players are back right now, and now it's gonna be a Neon versus Neon anime-style battle here. Liana coming out on top for the first kill. Still a couple players in the corner, and oh my god, she is just running it down. The finger of death, bringing in doom here for Mad Army, and they, Salapao completely take over the seaside thanks to her antics.
It was just a car doing drift donuts on Mount. It's just spinning around and around, just zapping you while you do it. Like, yeah, it's going up and down the mount, circles. I mean, how do you track that? Liana just sends him in for a whirlwind of a round, and you've got Viz on a long little flank. All that you gotta do is just buy some time, but something else to think about, something else to say. Izzy, lovely shot, the stun to buy a bit of time, and surely Viz will get both of them. Backs turned, and yes it does. Lovely flag coming in from Viz. Salapao up to 11.
Yeah, after those 2 kills from Felcha and Izzy, it felt like it was a 3v3, a doable round, but especially with the lockdown available for AZ off the back of that kill. But unfortunately, yeah, Viz just not giving her the position to put it down. Liana, of course, despite the stun, yeah, just Tokyo drifting her way to that C site there. Insane triple frag to open things up. But yeah, beautiful lurk there from Viz to shut things down. 11-9 for Salapao. Still gonna have money for a buy here for Mad Army. They've got 3 huge ultimates available. This has to be a round that they win, because otherwise at the momentum it's gonna be too much for them to really counteract.
And the money will be in a horrible spot too, right, Zach? Again, they want to test Izzy. It's so difficult for the Cougar to swap a sliding Neon. Make that a beautiful peek. Liana just destroys KitKat. Not even just a slide, just peeking into the angle. Jenny now trying to back up her team. Opens up the door. Paranoid gets sent through. The corner does not get checked. Liana, lovely. Actually, a difficult miss here. Teleport in from Tun. The back line of support.
Oh, the Prowler as well.
Into effect, yeah. The Prowler actually misses things, but Muffin actually still couldn't find that kill. Checks off.
Yeah, Tun wants nothing.
Where are you?
I think it might be a bit of a false call. You can see Muffin worried about A because they don't know where the Omen has gotten up to. The spike is in spawn. They're gonna walk all the way towards another part of the map. Izzy, you need to land this, and yes, she does. There's still a lot more work to be done. Where do you want to get off to, Viz? You have the spike. The payload's on your back. Tun there. It's the insurance policy, but Mad
30
Army
seconds
thinks it's
left.
gonna be a re-hit onto C. They could not be further away from the truth. The spike gets planted all the way in A.
Spike planted.
And look at Tun. Tun has the positioning for this. Viz one off of this Steel Garden as well. Once again, both players from Mad Army seem like they want to go in through this B choke. So Tun Slurk not going to really find anything unless, of course, she's able to find the timing towards this cross here. Haunt going to give away the position. Here's both players coming through. So yeah, Tun just has to find the timing. Okay. Oh my god. Sensitivity not high enough for Viz to be able to hit that shot on Muffin. It's all up to Tun. Planted for heaven right now. But yeah, Felcher gets the headshot. Perfectly played there, and Mad Army recover to get themselves to 10. That looked absolutely insane movement coming in from Muffin there. I feel bad for Viz, bro. Like, looking at her, my wrist hurts. Like,
Yeah.
ow.
Broke her knees, her wrists, her neck as a spin around the world. Doesn't know where the Neon has gotten up with. That is why playing against Neon. They are so slippery.
Absolutely right. 100%.
Look at this. No, don't know where to look. It's on your screen, and then she's not. A beautiful,
Now you see me.
beautiful
Now you
mid
don't.
round. Yeah, beautiful mid rounding from Salapao, but Mad Army, they very consistent in what they wanted to do. Playing together as one.
Placing swarm grenade.
Again, Zahk, they want to test Izzy. They love
Killed my bot.
to just abuse this Killjoy Seaside. And she hold it off yet again.
This time around, I mean, it is more of a retake setup because of that lockdown and it being in play. That said, I mean, Seaside still looking to be that point of contention for the side of Salapao. They cut noise for a little bit, maybe trying to give the impression of a rotation, but the problem with that is that you already have 3 players who've pushed out quite convincingly on an A rubble, so they really don't have anywhere else they can rotate to. It has to be the C plants or maybe a pivot into B, but yeah, no ultimate here to try and work with aside from the Steel Garden.
And KitKat has gotten offside. She played further back. Now the judge is not really in a great spot to retake, right? It's gonna be difficult. 5 versus 5. You got the Killjoy lockdown at the very minimum, but they're gonna push towards this siege position. Don't let her have a good retake position to play from. The stun is lovely. The Muffin picks up a double kill while stunned up. I don't know how that happens. Rolling Thunder now pushes back all the defenders.
One player standing.
Angela, beautiful shot.
enemy
Dipsy
remaining.
as well. Ginny, 1 versus
Ginny.
3 required. A double kill has the hit shot found. A little bit of utility to work around with, but she's on such low HP. Angela, lovely smoke there. Forces her to go through 2 layers of smoke. And Ginny, oh, does she do it? Sticking right in her face, but Angela calls it. Swings upon Y just as the timer
Match
ticks
point.
down low. Salapao, match point.
You know, I feel like if Jitty had a little bit more HP, she could have pulled like the Forsaken, you know, cap move there. Yeah, just not 1v3, 7 HP left. Almost gets the clutch, but not able to find the diffuse. But I really like this re-aggression off the back of that Rolling Thunder. The fact that they, instead of keeping it for the post plant, they knew that they had to make a play to be able to retake that space. And of course, the proactiveness to take that CT push to deny that KJ lockdown from coming into play is going to put Mad Army in a very bad economic position. Once again, Seasides, it's been working for them. Why fix what ain't broken? We talked about it before, and once again, they're just gonna be running it down. And if he only has a sheriff to try and work with.
Elias trails. She's just gonna run it in. Lovely plus kill. But KitKat's there. But Viz! 6 cents allows her to just find the head of KitKat through the smoke. That is 2 ultimates on your lockdown, your showstopper. Out of the round. 3 versus 4 for Mad Army. Salapao on the edge of glory. Looking to find 1 more round, but the paranoia hits. It stalls out the push. But Felsi still connects the first kill. Splashed out. Oh, and Felsi Muffin both finding kills. It's on top Viz. 1 versus 3. And the swing is great from Felsi. A triple kill found from the fade. And Mad Army hold on to dear life.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to make that retake look easy. Muffin just sliding in, Ginny with the TP. I think the fact that so many of those players were kind of caught by the fade util made it a little bit difficult for them. But yeah, I mean, this is just tragic, right? Again, you get that opening kill, you take out the showstopper and the lockdown, but beautiful paranoia and slide into sight, able to just deny post-plant value for the side of Salapao, who looked a little bit sloppy in that one, not gonna lie. They didn't really have those usual trademark crossfires that were patents, and Mad Army just slipping through the gaps and finding all of those kills. And now Salapao in this last round are going to be the ones to be on that economic downswing.
now the tides are turned. Mid Army have the weapons advantage, they have the ult advantage. But some things don't change, does it? Zahk, that kind of test C again. Izzy is like, how many times do I have to stop this? This round, it's the last round. You need to use your lockdown. It's no better time to use it other than now. And they're gonna push her again. Flash in. Stunned up. Izzy now a bit aware of things, but Viz!
Wow.
Oh, they can't even find Viz. Double kill found. Izzy earns us back with a double. But still, the lockdown gets eliminated from the picture. And we find ourselves in a dynamic 2 versus 2 yet again. Ginny spots out the running Liana. Her position likewise has been spotted out as well. Fast lane to get the cross from the neon across. But now around the corner, Ginny, where has she gotten off to? The overdrive invested, but not a kill found. Salapao. Have a pause in the action.
Spike planted.
Things back from the shadows to find information. Tree is the protocol, cancels it at the last second. But Felshi now coming in from the broken door will lock Salapao in towards the site.
Spike.
Crossfires being set up. Dipsy with a horn. That's all they're gonna have. A paranoia in the hands of Ginny and a couple of smokes to boot.
One enemy
Prowler
remaining.
spots out the first. The scan comes in. First one's easy. It's just onto Dipsy, and she has nothing to do here. With 1 HP, Felsi pushes it over the line, and we have overtime, baby.
Overtime, Mad Army not giving up quite yet. We saw this before as well. They were able to pull together an overtime win
Switching
to
sides.
take it to a map 3 before being knocked down to a lower bracket. This is their chance for redemption, so as to speak to, again, push it to that map 3. And I mean, Liz doing her best. Izzy also finding a couple of kills, but in this round, it's just the weapon disadvantage to kind of punish Salapao. They're very unlucky. That was a 149. I hate it when my stinger hits 149. It's happened to me too many times, trust me. But yeah, again, economy gotta be reset. Ult's gotta be reset. Everything's gotta be kind of reset here. It's just a question of who is gonna be the one to come out on top through this overtime. 1 timeout left per team as well. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, it's just been a Viz versus Felcher kind of show. Wow.
And even look at the rounds, I guess back and forth. It's been trading both teams have been trading blows back and forth. Here it is again. Well, it seems like it's the same stretch for both of these teams. They love to hit C. What does Viz have in store for us this time?
For a second, I thought
Satchels as well. Yeah, it's
For
a
a
full
second, I thought
retake
she was
setup
gonna
against
get a
that.
spam kill, yeah. I thought she was gonna be able to get a spam kill. It looked like she had the timing there, but yeah, like you said, full retake is what we're looking at. Coldan, 4 players towards CT. Viz having to watch for these lurks here. Beautiful paranoia to start things off with already. Flash versus Flash. It is gonna be Dipsy to find that first kill. Dipsy to find the second, alright. That is absolutely bonkers right now. SLP, we're finding kills on every single front before Izzy gets shut down. Just Ginny now in a 1v3.
Ginny, can you do the impossible again? No, not the case. Dipsy, they're taking turns, Zahk. The fades are finding their impact. Here's some Salapao, get 13 first, and yet again, they have that match point.
Switching sides.
1 round
Match
away from a
point.
clean 2-0, Coldan, and I feel like, yeah, Salapao, they look pretty strong on that defensive side. Attack is where they kind of seem to fall apart a little bit towards the second half, the end of the second half here. They were 12 and 10, they had 2 chances to close it out, but weren't able to find that conversion. This time around, though, hopefully they've been able to kind of learn from their mistakes. Yeah, they're going to be locking in that timeout, wanting to be sure that they can confirm this victory right here and right now. I mean, what interests me is the consistent pressure on C and the fact that this retake, it's been very 50-50 for both of these teams. I'd like to see somebody like figure out a win condition to handle exactly the outcomes that we've been seeing.
Yeah, that C play is just... I think both of these teams realizing that A Rubble is so... It could go either way, right? Whoever gets the opening kill first probably wins out that A Rubble fight. But yeah, C side seems to be a weakness from both of these teams' defenses. So I'm curious to see if Salapao now, on that match point, are they going to go for that C play again? I think this timeout is to discuss that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if they do go for the C or if it's going to be, you know, the usual A shenanigans. I'm pretty sure C is a bit of a safer bet here, especially with how aggressive Mad Army have like conditioned themselves to go in for this A push. And again, it seems to be the kind of stack that we're seeing 4 players from Mad Army towards this A side, looking to take that early rebel control here. Well, it's just Izzy on her lonesome left to anchor down the C side. And I mean, so far she's been able to do it. It's just been very difficult. Vi's utility early on gotta be spotted out towards A. So yeah, nobody else home. So immediate repivot towards B and C.
Found them. Bomb grenade out.
That's how we go. Izzy again tested. Not found just yet. Now they know where she's playing from, but she's just gonna tuck tail and run. No point in giving away this kill.
Bomb buddy out.
Just retake this easy position. We've got the Omen Paranoia lined up and ready. Oh, but Izzy! Of course, now it's her time to shine. The first kill is all about the impact frags. Can you find them at the best moment in time? Phelps catches onto Dipsy. And the spike goes down. It's all Mad Army in the feed. 2 versus 4. 1v3 for Angela. The labored spray, and we go again, Zahk. 13-13. These defensive retakes on the C side is the key for both of these squads.
That's the adaptation that I wanted to see as well from Izzy. Like, you know, she was able to, a lot of these rounds that we saw where Salapao went for those quick C hits, it was always Izzy kind of being shut down very early on. With her going down, it's always been very difficult for the rest of the team to have the protocols to take, you know, to have that retake happen without the numbers. I mean, it's been more of a miss than a hit, I would say. But, you know, with Izzy being able to get out in time, being able to, you know, use that one way to keep herself alive, and with the rest of the team coming in, especially with the Fade utility, it's just very difficult for Salapao to hold on to that CT angle. Once again, though, it's the C confrontations that we love to see here, Coldan.
Let's see if this can do what Izzy did in that overtime round. You gotta stop a lot of pressure.
Wow.
And of course, a spam through the smoke takes down one of the duelists. The delay from the Razor Vines as well is gonna be lovely for this retake. But everyone here set up. What's the adaptation from Mad Army? How do you win this post-plat now?
Still haven't gotten the spike down either, you know, trying to maybe wait for a early reaggress coming out of Salapao. The Flash does get some information that, yes, there are still players on the site, but I think they're waiting for the spike to go down, so it's a 3v5 that we're looking at as a retake.
In the action, it's gonna put a little bit of doubts in their minds, but Mad Army eventually gets the spike down. Salapao, you've got all the utility you want. Stuns the flashes. Has on the fade as well. They spot out 2 of the players, but Izzy now on the attacking side finds the opening kill in this retake. Shut him down. Extra turn. 2 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Ends up in a 1v2. Muffin. Everything to do around this corner. Tap of the spike. The smoke comes in as well. Muffin. You go for the spray. You run straight in. Gets the first. Knows the second is off it. The stick of the spike. Torn is gonna do it again. This time not with frags, it's just your guts.
Switching sides.
Another stick of the defuse.
Oh my god, Muffin gets the spam kill, makes it a 1v1, tries to go around, perhaps expecting that Tun isn't going to be sticking it, but Tun heard the sliding around, so Tun expected that, alright, I'm just going to stick this spike once again, like you said. Second time we're getting a Pro Zone fake moment. Second time Salapao is getting to match and series points in this overtime, and now they are going to be the ones to be on attack. That was such a scrappy round, the Coldan. Like, even though there was that numbers advantage for Salapao in the beginning, Mad Army made it look incredibly close. I'm talking about Mad Army right now. Once again, you've got the 4 stack towards A. It looks like they want to go towards B though, Salapao this time.
And it's not a bad shot to get the spike down. No one's there. It's okay, now there is. As the time ticks down low. Salapao, I like this approach this time, you know? Taking a little bit slower. Control over B main, you open the door, you gain control over C mount as well. Any rubble players of Mad Army still gonna be holding down the fort there. As all the teammates from Salapao gather up again towards Izzy's site. She did it once in overtime. Can she do it again? Lovely first kill on Liliana. Into the side we go. The Paranoia strikes as Angela will trade that out. In a mid-fight now ensuing Viz. A massive double kill. Gives them the lead in this post-plant. 3 versus 2. Is this it? Salapao, 1 round away. 2 kills away.
There.
They've got to hold fast. They've got to get themselves into a nice crossfire post-plant position. Players in towards C-mount. Spotted out is Kit Kat. Getting in towards the side. They have no smokes for this defuse. Double duelist to work, but can they pull it over the line? Salapao,
Remain.
tap of the spike, lovely shot from Tun. Muffin now, realizing the gravity of the situation, not on the spike,
Time.
and without time as well, baits out the second peak. Nothing to be found for
kidding me right
Muffin.
now?
The time is ticked down way too low. Salapao! They locked themselves in for one more chance at the trophy. 15-13 is the scoreline, and a 2-0 victory over Mad Army.
What a game that was as well. So insanely back and forth. And I mean, look at the scoreline for both of these maps, Coldan. It was a 13-11 and then a 15-13. Absolutely insane coming out of both of these teams here. But towards the end, Salapao with the better adaptations, I would say, being able to consistently go towards that C side, and after like 6 attempts, finally figuring out a way to make that post plant work out. Beautifully played. I think that both these teams showed off how exceptional they are, but for Salapao in particular, you know, coming in as a free agent team, this being their first time playing together as a 5, being able to take down a team like Mad Army with the kind of experienced professionals that they have, this is a really good sign for them, because not only did they take them down, they took them down 2-0. And yes, the scoreline was close, but Salapao, now that's the kind of confidence that you really need, you know, up your arm as you head, you know, through this lower bracket.
Yeah, it's amazing work from Salapao. I mean, I think they were one of the most underrated teams in this playoffs. Now they're one step closer again to qualifying for GC Pacific. But that's enough from us yapping on the caster's desk. Got to throw it back to the panel to see what you guys have in store for us.
Get yourself a nice bow, a celebration. I don't think this really counts though, but yeah.
All right, panel, take it away.
Scissors prophecy is true.
Yeah.
And I am not the problem. We're going to do rock, paper, scissors again for series 2. But anyways, regardless, that was a very, very tight, close match coming in from both Salapao and Mad Army. Mad Army, you know, it was very back and forth. Both teams had insane hero moments here, but then Salapao just manages to clinch out that last few rounds a bit better, having more bodies to toss in, and Muffin could not seal the deal. But in general, I feel like that was very, you know, close. Blackenblue, what's your thoughts? What's your stats here?
Well, I'm just glad that even with Mad Army kind of going down in the series, you're 0-2 and getting eliminated, that we still got a great game out of both of these teams. Either way, whoever won, right? Amazing game for Mad Army to play here. Unfortunately, could not close it out in overtime. It was a back and forth. And you can see them time and time on over in that second half, right? They were getting better and better and retaking that C site. Like SLP, they just kept on wanting to go C, but that's also because Mad Army kept on taking this A rubble away aggressively at the start of the round, especially when you have a Neon and a Raze. It's one of the things you want to do on the defensive side, and it kept on forcing SLP here to C, but the retakes were good. They came back into it, close game in the end, but also SLP, man, they just had some moments there that really edged them out.
Yeah, it's incredible how to see that, you know, how for Mad Army, they looked a lot more confident, a lot more hot this game especially. And most importantly, we talked about the Izzy impact. When Izzy really feels hot, when she feels good, she's denied a lot of space, especially on that C side. She's taken away 2 to 3 hits before finally, you know, Salapao was able to even get onto that side itself. And most importantly, for Mad Army, it's like, okay, Salapao go aggressive, we go aggressive just as hard, especially on the defense side. Really challenging that rumble space has really given them, you know, a lot of value, because they're able to take 2 to 3 kills before, you know, Salapao could even, you know, go a bit more aggressive. But at the same time, you really got to give it to Viz. I feel like her rotations, her lurks have been really incredible, and it's been so hard for Mad Army to really pinpoint her. So end of the day, I feel like, you know, in this situation, Twin once again did not want to be the superstar, because for her it's like, okay, I'm on this Omen, I don't have to play aggressive, I'm playing with my teammates, I'm setting them up for success. But at the same time, you give, you know, the driver's seat to another player.
Funnily enough, if you want to fuss over the numbers, both Omens on either side were at the bottom of the scoreboard for the teams, and both Fades are top fragging for their teams as well. So coincidence? I think not. But yeah, as you mentioned it, right, like Viz was spectacular in her lurk game. There were so many high impact moments where she'd get a kill or two off of her lurk and just catching off the opposing side really, really well. Like Mad Army, you would expect that they might start to kind of creep up on it, but with such a wide sprawling map like Lotus, you almost can't blame them that Viz has been able to find these moments over and over. Muffin had some good moments there too as well. Not able to clutch out the final round in OTS, but she even got the 2 kills there in the 2v3, so she did all she could, and ultimately this game was a very close game for them to play. Oh, in the end, I guess we see Viz edge out Dipsy, but for most of that game, it was Dipsy at the top of the frag. But yeah, Viz, great play from her.
We're seeing a lot of 20 plus 30 bomb games here. The last 2 maps has been incredible, and you are right, you're not seeing a back-to-back here, especially since Tun decided to give away that driver's seat. But Falsey, I felt like she had like an incredible game. She was sharp, she was quick, she was very hot in a lot of these fights. That ace that she got, especially during the attacking side, was incredible, using her util to be able to spray down all the members of SLP. I think Falsey, this is one of her best rounds yet. It was so fun to watch, but SLP ultimately, I think for them, when it comes to numbers, when it comes to the frags, Viz just has that extra edge, especially on those rotations, especially on those lurks. Again, you know, coming back to what I said earlier about her being hard to really catch her. You know, her lurks have been like you think, well, Ginny is having a late rotation, well, Viz is going to be even more later. You never know where she's going to be. Is she on the side? Is she rotating? Is she playing all the way offside? You have no clue. She is like an enigma.
Oh, apologies. I was some issue there with my mic, but yeah, as you were saying here, Tosh, like exactly that, right? When the timing, when you know you're a lurk, you have to make sure that that timing is not readable and isn't telegraphed to the opposing side. So she changes it up, and it's continuously why she was able to catch him off guard. And even just like her flashes, right? They were just, for the most part, well timed and well placed, that even if it doesn't flash anybody, it's just there for the stability and for the safety, so they know that, okay, when we're retaking the site now, or when we're initiating our execute, we know this place is blocked off by a flash that will protect us from this angle.
Yeah, and I think it's really fun to be able to see this different side of teams. And I think for a while now, Mad Army has been dominating in terms of, you know, their dominating style. I think I would compare Mad Army to what they played to Fnatic. It's very execute heavy, very strat heavy, very, you know, big brain behind the insane shots coming in from her teammates. But at the same time, you know, coming in from a team that is very fast, very, I would say, hot, you know, a lot more younger, I feel, in terms of players. Very new will be the right word. It gives a different, I would say it gives a different style or different perspective that I think it really caught Mad Army off guard. So, you know, for Salapao to be able to contend with them and make it all the way here till the end, even taking down one of the, I would say, one of the oldest or more veteran players here in Game Changer C is, you know, a statement in itself. I think right now, what's super important is the fact that I really want to know what is going on with Salapao. I mean, I think for Salapao, Viz is, I think they have like such an interesting mix of Southeast Asian players. They have some from Vietnam, from Laos as well, Thailand, and I'm wondering whether or not this different styles of play from different parts of Southeast Asia has really changed the way and perspectives of their play styles.
I don't know. I'd like to think that Southeast Asia, while there might be some different tendencies, in general, it's all just W gaming, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to believe. Maybe
I think,
I'm
you
wrong.
know what? We should ask Viz herself. Viz herself and what it's like. So she's on the line right now. Let's have a talk with her. Hello, Viz. It's nice to meet you. I'm super excited to have you on Des. You are playing incredible today. So walk me through how exactly your strat was as a Sentinel.
I don't know. I like to play Sentinel already, but I think it's about my team too.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
That's fair. Okay. Tell me how you like to lurk and how are you able to get the timings very, very right?
Just play for more, I think. Just be confident when you're peeking. And then always think what my friends do and info for my friends. If there are many on C, I think that will be some on B and I can lurk, I think.
All right, Blackenblue, what's your question?
Well, I mean, congrats first and foremost for the win again. It's nice to see you guys moving further in the bracket, but I heard you and Angela both IGL for this team. Like, how do you guys manage that? Like, two IGLs at the same time?
Me and Angela always on our team. Angie is IGL, and me also IGL. So we always fighting about where we should go. And then
So who
So
wins?
who does the team listen to? You or Angie?
I think me, because I'm the I'm oldest than Angie. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I always talk a lot when I IGL. So she like, but sometimes Angie said we cannot go C. So okay, you just go other side like that.
Okay.
Okay. So right now your team has so many players from all around Southeast Asia. Do you think that these different players from different countries change or really, give a different style of play for your team?
I think yes, because I think me and Angie always picking and picking, but some like this she always play safe, and yeah. But I will tell you something. We come from many countries. We use English to speak, but we broken at English. Yeah, we cannot speak
I mean,
English.
it worked.
I don't know. We just say like, oh, there.
So the over there strat works. It works very
Yeah.
well.
They speak Valorant.
They speak Valorant. There you go. Okay, BNB. Final question from you.
Honestly, nothing really. I think anything you guys want to say to your fans so far here who have been supporting you throughout this run.
Thank you so much, Kap, and keep watching us and give us energy to play.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Viz, for the interview, and looking forward to seeing more from you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, Kap.
Bye. Congrats.
Aw, she's so cute. Hey, Bib, there.
Very wholesome.
There.
Yeah.
There.
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 Oh yeah, there.
There.
There. Yeah. We go there.
We go there.
One there.
One there.
It works.
One here. It works, guys.
Yeah.
Clearly, whoever that made the TikTok saying that there is not good comm is a liar.
Mm,
Regardless,
yeah.
that will be the end of Series 1. Mad Army, unfortunately, will have to end their run here. A very unfortunate situation, but we hope to see them come back very, very soon because they are incredibly sharp and a high potential team. And I hope to see them more on the bigger stage. But after this, we're going to be seeing another team that may or may not continue their run. We're going to look at HYPA up against PPQ. PPQ, a team that their Julius finally has a new mouse as well as a new mouse pad, and HYPA full of hype. So we're going to be right back. More Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. And now we are going to our second series. Map 1 was great. We saw comebacks upon comebacks. We almost saw a Team Liquid moment there. Could have been a huge one. But end of the day, Salapao will be the one to continue their journey. And Bad Army will be stopping here. Now, HYPA up against PPQ. This is going to be exciting. Had a bit of a chat with baby TZ, and I asked her, who would you prefer to go up against? And she said, I want to go up against PPQ. And I asked her why. It's fun going up against your friends. And I don't know whether that's a threat or whether she genuinely meant that.
I don't think that's a threat. It's more like, you know, you don't want your friends to do better than you, right? No, I'm kidding. It's not that. It's more like you don't want, or it's just fun to go up against your friends, right? Like if I'm playing sports, you know, which I don't. No, I'm kidding. I do sometimes. But like, you know, it's fun to go up against your friends in general, because then you can, you know, you can mock them on the other end of the server and be like, haha, you whiffed.
Oh man,
buddy.
I mean, back then you can say, haha, nice mouse, Sleepy Cakey, but now she's activated. New mouse pad, new mouse, she broke something else, I don't remember what, but you know, but she's still a very, very cracked player. But you know, coming into PPQ here, I feel like PPQ last season, we didn't really see that full force of power that they were able to bring to the table. This season, they look strong, they look sharp, they look incredibly insane, especially XYune, who has been single-handedly pulling their team out of the gutter when things go bad. You have a Samfire and Kaz, you know, dealing these insane multi-frag headshots. You have Sleepy Cakey just going completely nuclear on the Raze. But at the same time, on the other side of the coin, you're looking at HYPA. These are very, very veteran players who's played for many, many years here, coming together, you know, as an Organist team, finally signed. And you know, the last time they played on Boba, they looked a bit lost. They looked a little bit, you know, but Baby TZ said, that you know, they themselves were their own enemy. They had a breakdown in comms. But this season, wow, what a change!
Oh, definitely so. You're looking at this HYPA squad who even took a map off of Falcons Vega, right? And that is by far one of the better teams we do have here in the tournament. 13-11, they brought that in the first map. They could have also taken that too. So you might have been looking at a very different bracket right now if things did pan out slightly differently here for this HYPA squad. But Samfire, we've talked about her as well here. I don't know, you mentioned single-handedly from XYune. I would say it's not that single-handedly, okay? Samfire has done a lot for this team, but not...
Her potential is insane, though, for Samfire.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Samfire was definitely the MVP from yesterday. But you look at here what for on PPQ's side, right? What Samfire has done yesterday in that 2-0 win. She was also spectacular as that initiator for this team. She has gotten them so much value, and players like Sleepy Cakey, who are cracked in their own right? They wouldn't be able to do what they do if not for a player like Samfire to support her.
For real. Now looking at Polly as well, I think we talked a little bit about what Ginny is as, you know, as an IGL. I think, you know, at the same time, we also have a different type of IGL, which is Polly. Now Polly is interesting because she is the type of IGL that can frag. She's very aggressive. She's changed out from her usual, you know, what do you call that? Her controller style play into an initiator. And most of the time, the way she uses her initiator is not only, you know, to set her teammates up for success. You know, I think they had like a nice Ayumi go kill kind of strat going on here where they buy fire Ayumi, they set up utils for Ayumi, but she's also actively shooting heads at the same time.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're looking at XYune now though, who yesterday in their game up against Kitty Nyanya, the 2-0 win, she was exemplary. XYune, get it? 44-7 was her scoreline at the end of that, rather 44-18 was her scoreline at the end of that day, and that is just amazing. Plus minus a plus 26 at the end of the day, and as a Sentinel, that is absolutely astounding because you need to want to have your Sentinel be as solid and as reliable as can be, and that's exactly what she is. You mentioned so many clutch opportunities for her that she's able to convert as well, and her lurk game has been very, very damaging to the opposing side's economy multiple times over.
And Insane, on top of that as well, she's also really active with those first kills too. She's not the type to wait for a team to get onto her side. She's the type to peek out, get a kill, and then go the heck and hide somewhere else. Meanwhile, Ayumi, okay, I'm very excited about her because she's our only representative from Malaysia. I'm very happy to talk about her as well. They have been doing, for HYPA, they have been doing an Ayumi go kill strat. And I asked, what exactly is this Ayumi go kill strat? They buy her guns, they set her up for success. Whatever Ayumi wants, she gets. Ayumi is their superstar, apparently, is what they've been telling me. And you know, it shows in terms of the numbers, in terms of the styles of play. And Ayumi, she showed us one of the most smoothest, I think, 3Ks, 4Ks per round, and it really shows.
Yeah, mechanically, Ayumi is insane, off the charts. One of the best aimers we have in this entire circuit, right? And it's always kind of been like that, even from her former teams like Alter Ego Celeste and the RRQ Kaguya squads, both very well-known names. At the time, she was always such a top-tier talent, and even coming into this stage, for example, during their entire group stage split 2, they only dropped one map in the Swiss stage, right? And they played like how many games? Like that was about eight total series. They only dropped only one map in 8 series, 9 series actually. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, as the kids say it nowadays. I'm just kidding. I say it all the time. But you know, coming back to this, it's really hard to say. I mean, if you asked me last season who has this in the bag, I would easily say HYPA. But PPQ, they're changed this round. Their hype. You know, it's incredible to see the team go insane for PPQ. It's like their full potential has finally been realized, and now they are a force to be reckoned with. And I think that for HYPA, they really have to watch out. They're in a situation. I mean, we talked a little bit about what HYPA should have been, what it could have been. You know, meeting with Falcons very early, dropped them to the lower brackets fairly early as well. But at the same time, the lower bracket teams are also something that we also have to watch out for, because everyone seems to have leveled up this season. Now let's if I look at the veto here, let's see whether or not the veto would favor which team.
Oh well, I'm excited to
press the
really
button?
look at where we're going to be going.
Yes,
You
press
want me
it.
to use the button again?
Yeah,
I
you
think
press it.
I'm
Okay, press the
running low on charge, but I got one more button out, I think. 3, 2, 1.
It work? Oh, nice!
Oh yeah, there you go. Sometimes you gotta press it a bunch. I told you it's low. We're running out of charge here on this one, but yeah, PPQ, they picked map 1 on Haven, which is actually one of the maps I was going to bring up. That I'm not too sure if this is one of the maps that they should keep in the rotation, just because Haven has been one of the better maps here coming from HYPA. But then again, you are given the option of playing them on Split, and I'm pretty sure you'd rather not play them on Split, but yet they leave Split in here. So if you're HYPA, I think this map veto is looking pretty good for you. Haven and Split to start off, those are their two strongest maps. And then you got Pearl at the end, yeah, which they have yet to lose so far, but they've only played it twice. But yeah, the other ones, the first two especially here, I think are very HYPA favored.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for HYPA, coming in, it's interesting to look at HYPA right now. I think for the last few seasons, it's all eyes onto baby TZ as the lurker, as the anchor. You know, she's putting in strats and numbers in terms of multi-frags. This is a very different look for the team this time around, actually actively putting in those resources onto Ayumi to be able to play her best. They really want her to activate. They really want her to lock in. And I'm wondering whether or not this could blow back in their faces. Regardless, I think it's time for Caster to start game. Can we have one more button, please?
Oh, I got a different prediction actually button here. It's for the predictions.
Oh, it's for predictions. My bad.
Yeah, but wait, let me making sure it got charged.
Okay, good.
Beep.
Neat.
There you go.
Can you stop? Can you stop? You know, when both of us support the same team, it's a curse.
This is the first time I've supported the same team as my co-talent on this broadcast, bro. It's been a shiny day too. We've had like 4 series now. This is the first time I ever went that way. I think, I'll accept that that I am correct. So you copied me. How about that? Let me spin it.
Okay, I mean, we don't, since we're doing the same thing, there's no need for a rock, paper, scissors moment. So, either it's gonna be us that's the curse or not. It's going to be up in the air. But all I know is this time, it's not me. This time,
You don't know if it is or not.
I'm gonna pull Blackenblue down with me in the curse department.
Wow.
Okay, let's do some prediction games instead. Map.
Okay.
Map score.
I actually think this is going to be close. So the thing is, when you look at this map veto right here on Haven, these two teams did actually play each other during the group stages last time around, and Haven was their second map, but it was quite heavily favored towards HYPA, and so it leads me to believe that the reason why Precision Power Quickness left both Split and Haven open is that they wanted to play them again on these two maps, because they lost the last time. They feel like they might have learned something, but agent select. Okay.
You're crafting. Okay, Sleepy Kiki on that jet. Honestly, excited to see this because Sleepy Kiki can be very, very sharp. Personally, for me, I think she's better on that raise than the jet. But on this map, you do want this jet for the updraft, for the dash forward as well. Gives you a lot of space and momentum. Samfire will be doing a great job. Cass as well will be doing a lot to set her up for success. But the same could be said about HYPA here. This is a very aggressive comp, if you ask me, with Best on this Omen. Best on this Omen has been phenomenal in terms of frags, in terms of plays, very aggressive as well. So I'm keeping an eye out, and I think Aluka is one of the best beaches to see here, at least in GCC. So I'm very excited to see how it's going to pan out. After all, this is a mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's only really like the duelists that are different between these two teams. It's the same exact compositions from the last time they faced each other during the group stages here in Split 2. And so maybe from that they can extrapolate some data and they know what to improve now coming into this series. But
Wait.
I'm hopeful for a good one.
Wait. I want to
Why?
Ready?
What?
3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Beep.
BNB just pulled out the neon out there for a second.
I guess we are just, summoned by the button now. And yeah, we're gonna get a pretty interesting series here, Zahk, between PPQ and HYPA. I think both of these teams, they have met before. They have met once in the group stage of Split 2. And well, it's the same two maps to kick off the series. Back then it was Split and Haven. Now we've got Haven and Split. So, just swap around the order. But still, it was a 2-0 victory for HYPA when they last met. And it was the same maps, and we're still going into the same again. PPQ choosing Haven despite them losing, if I think it was 13-6. Yeah, so same composition, but maybe with a different phase, a different mindset. We'll see what happens today.
Yeah, let's hope that they've been able to go back to the drawing board and figure out the kinks in this map, because like you said, Coldan, 13-6, not the prettiest scoreline. I mean, this map does tend to get quite close. Most of the times we see it, 13-10, 13-11s, a couple of overtimes here and there. So I feel like we're going to be seeing more of that perhaps coming in today. But I mean, like our analyst did point out, it's mostly like a mirror composition that we're seeing, except for the difference in the duelist here. And I think that a lot of what we're seeing is going to come down to how well these duelists have been like supported by their initiator utility. And I think Tasha's point about Aluka is great, because even in the game against Falcons, even though her kills weren't perhaps as high as Ayumi's or some of her other teammates, I think that her util was still a key key factor in what happened.
All right, we'll see what happens here.
Here.
I want it out. Will you have something to say this time? Mouse fixed.
Right here.
Hopefully, game pen all fixed up as well, but it's a flank
Spike
around
planted.
HYPA. This is interesting. Exune, one of the MVPs of the previous series, now trapped in a corner, calling for assistance. Ophelia swings out wide, but Polly will get him down with the shock dart. The stun comes in and followed up with the aftershock. Exune just goes down, not seeing a single person. The flash comes in from Best to catch onto the flank, and Best will not miss those kinds of shots. It's Sleepy Kiki stuck in a world of hurt, and HYPA with a beautiful pistol to kick things off.
100%. Really, really nicely played. They expected that A push. They left it open. And I think the fatal mistake there for PPQ was not assigning somebody to kind of watch over that short push. They just get the weak flank. Cosplayer, attackers, defenders swap, turn to each other's cosplayers. And in this time, at least, it was just such a beautiful denial of that those plans, or even that setup to come through. I mean, Consolation, at least you're going to be able to get a plant. If you're a PPQ fan, I think they got the plant there. But yeah, aside from that, HYPA just had the cards all the way in that round. And yeah, they're going to be having a pretty substantial buy for this upcoming one. A couple of Bulldogs. You see the Outlaw as well. I think it's going to be exactly what they need to, put their opponents in a world of pain. Let's just put it that way.
See if we've got another storyline, right? While we have this little bit of... Things might not get too dicey. Tash's two favorite girls, right? You've got Ayumi and Baby TZ on the same team while
Oh,
she's
God.
on broadcast. And they're in an elimination game, you know. I mentioned to them in the broadcast chat, but it's like the storyline, the Jinx storyline writes itself. We'll see
I
if...
feel like we, but Coldan counter. I feel like because BNB also said HYPA, it might neutralize Tash's Jinx.
Okay.
You know?
So we've got the
Speculation.
Filipino blessing versus the Malaysian curse.
Malaysian curse. You make it sound like a horror movie, but yeah. Let's see if Tash's Malaysian curse will take down her friends at the very least, as Garage has been completely infiltrated. Best at first point of contact, only able to get one as the plastics actually find a kill.
30
I don't think
seconds
they're going to be
left.
able to get the bulldog though. 30 seconds left. They have to get towards the side where Aluka's just lying in wait. Nasty little angle there.
Yeah, no one's down on C long, so there's no pressure for Aluka to just sit and chill in the middle of the open where it seems. And yeah, it's just onto Xune. Not a single more kill found. Aluka racking up those orbs. Second round easy for HYPA.
Yeah, only lose a bulldog in the process as well. So looking to be a pretty decent bonus, I would say, especially since a couple of players did invest in, I think, some sheriffs and stuff. So I feel like those are the ones who might be stuck on the half armor or the region armor, which is the perfect, kind of situation you want to find your outlaw in to do the damage here. Yeah, look at this. You got cast on that light armor. So at least one player looking very vulnerable to that outlaw right here and right now. That said, it does seem like the spike itself is towards C, where it is a cypher site. Early cam.
It's damage onto Baby TZ. Again, they're gonna farm up these ultimate orbs. Sleepy gonna pick that one up. Pressure now down onto C long. And that incites a push for the defense down on towards A lobby.
Rotation coming over this time. I don't know if Polly got an inkling of it. Gonna be actually going for the ult orb. So one more thing, one more ult that you're able to charge up at least a little bit by bit. Still have this outlaw on this position, but oh, what a shot from Xune. Beautiful headshot.
Alright, Ayumi goes down.
Strike down
Polly
A.
tries to claw things back, but Sleepy Keiki, lovely trade to come in as well. You've got Baby TZ now taking initiative, pushing down towards that C long position, trying to lock them in. PPQ with the man advantage, and with time still on the clock, they can explore their options.
I mean, look at this like aggressive push though from Baby TZ here. Might be able to find the timing, especially since there's no tripwire that's there quite now. Garage to C seems to be the pathing that we're looking at here
30
for this
seconds
round
left.
for the attackers, and there's nobody on site but Baby TZ's position. I mean, no longer has control of C long. It's just gonna have to be a repair with the entire team in this 4v3.
Yeah, PPQ's just got to be a little bit cautious of a potential flank, where you can see that that's not going to be the case. All the HYPA players coming in from towards the garage or CT position assume their postman setups. PPQ gonna have a clean around this one. It's only really Aluka as well as Baby TZ with a couple of upgraded rifles. The paranoia is beautiful to stall things out. Teleport away from the back lines. Lovely first shot from Sleepy K, keep it traded out by Aluka. They swing onto the back of the site now. Pressure onto the players within it. They have to try to find a single kill. Best and Aluka both winning one each. Xune in a 1v1 up against Best. Does she have a smoking? Yes, she does. Xune spam shots come through, but Best sticking within the smoke. Xune pressure to push in, but knows that is not to be the case.
Oh.
Spike would have been diffused in and was stuck, but still damage done. TPQ scrape away around win.
They get the round through the post plants, but nobody left alive. And for HYPA, that is such a great way to be able to start things off here. I mean, sure, they're not able to convert the rounders into the team. They take down every single rifle. So the upcoming round, it's going to be such an awkward purchase here for PPQ. And in the meantime, HYPA, they're going to be looking very comfortable in terms of a buy here. So comfortable that they have 4 rifles and also an operator into play. Sleepy Keiki, though, has been able to get her Blade Storm up, so that might be a pivotal ult to at least try and find these openings with, because the rest of the team is looking a little bit broke. Only Samfire and Xune with the rifles.
If a couple of players can do the work, your Samfire as well as Xune to actually have some incredible performances in the playoffs so far. Understand when you put the rifles on them. Sleepy Keiki with the knives in her hands. She's a fantastic entry duelist. Why is there though? Need to break that one before you go in.
Yeah,
Actually, into the side we go.
now.
Tap with the spike to bait out utility. That's lovely. Paranoia now invested. Reclear coming in from Best, but Ayumi has pushed up all the way down towards A lobby.
Oh my, that's a gun that you want to retrieve. It's one of your rifles here, but oh my god, the flick from Ayumi. Absolutely nasty stuff. Now, gonna be falling awake, setting the bait for her teammate who stuck away to the corner. But yeah, PPQ want nothing to do with that fight. They've already lost 2 of their players, one of whom was in the air, brought down.
Yeah.
And with 30 seconds left, again, it's gonna be a late pivot to the C site.
30 seconds left.
An hard angle to manage a flick as well, right? There's so many
I know.
close ceilings. It's barely just the feet, the lower body of Sleepy Keiki, but still Ayumi finds her impact. C-side though is a weakly guarded, so no one actually within it for the time being. It's a full retake setup. Baby TZ gets off of sight, and as the
10
spike gets
seconds
tapped,
left.
the retake. And all of the players of HYPA is here with Samfire trying to play spoiler. Line up double from her. Gets a triple kill.
One enemy remaining.
Samfire makes this round doable, but the Luca trying to claw things back. Xune now in a 1 versus 2. Rolling Thunder comes through, but notice the side Xune playing off of it. Sees the sliding Neon, misses the shot. Afshot comes in. Xune needs to hit an incredible shot, but it's not to be the case. As they both hold for the push. And a Luca making sure things does not get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, a consolation there for Xune. At least you get the Rolling Thunder out of Aluka's hands. But man, that was such a nice try from Samfire. You know, making that round look doable again. And from the 5v3 that it was, her being able to find the triple there was absolutely insane. Still though, unfortunately, not enough gas in the tank for the side of PPQ to be able to convert that particular round. So a nice little retake coming in from HYPA, who again are looking to position themselves in terms of advantage with the ult economy, with the operator again, this time towards B. So I feel like this might be an interesting clash because it's just going to be a bit more of a quick C play, it looks like, at least in terms of the space that you want to take by PPQ.
About to farm up your ultimate orbs. Samfire's got her Fury cast a little further away from hers, but being slow. Don't want to give away any opportunity for these low buy classics. Sheriffs to find the kills. You got Ayumi down the B angle, now being a little bit more aggressive. It's the drone coming in towards A as well. So you got 4 players on the defense now pushing up. It's unconventional on an anti-eco.
I mean, to be fair, Ayumi has been taking some incredible lines with the operator, so I feel like that could be the case once again here. Pauly, though, sole player on this A side, looking to garner all of this information. I think the stun and the drone is going to be the giveaway that this is where the side is coming. Still does have the recon, so could try to get some cheeky little spam kills. There we go. That's one.
First one's down. You've got 4 defenders with full buys coming in from this flank. It's unconventional, but it might just work. Ayumi, close range of fights. Beautiful shot catches onto Aria Fila. No smokes available. The attackers are pushed in towards the CT position though. Post-line positions assumed, but broken apart. Ayumi tears them to shreds. And Pauly just toying with her full Sleepy Keiki. Actually manages to find a double kill with the Sheriff, but that's all they're gonna get.
Yeah, Baby TZ happy to get the defuse, confirm it. 4th round on the board here for HYPA. And I mean, I think that HYPA, they have found out that the best solution is the power of friendship, able to just hold hands, re-clear as much of the map as possible. And once you have the information that that's where the fight is coming, just kind of 1-2 punch, this kind of crunch play that we're consistently seeing. Especially when you have a player like Ayumi who's just so versatile on this operator, just consistently doing the damages. I mean, she's treating it like a rifle at this point, Coldan, the way she's just going around the map with it.
She's one of those players, I think, in GC Southeast Asia that actually plays the operator to like one of the highest levels that I've seen, you know, out of the entire scene. So it's incredible to see her work this kind of a weapon in these close range angles where, you know, one small mistake will cost you, you know, potentially the round. So seeing her alive and kicking this kind of caliber already to kick off the series, I think that's great news for HYPA.
100%. I think that's kind of the explosive start that you want to have. PPQ now with their full buy kicking in, going to be calling a timeout. They've got a couple of crucial ultimates here. You know, 1 kill and they're going to have the neural theft to make an informed decision off of, and they have the Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well. I feel like we could very well see a kind of A crunch coming in just because of the virtue of the fact that they have that Omen ult available. But the question is, how are they going to break through the defenses of HYPA? Because so far, Baby TZ has been an absolute menace on this BC garage area. Her trips have been giving them that crucial information, and because of the fact that either her or Ayumi are playing aggressive on the opposite side, they're able to get so much early information. So yeah, I feel like PPQ, they're gonna have to play their cards a little bit tighter to the chest if they want to at least cause a little bit of concentration in the ranks of HYPA. Ooh, worthy ult.
Omen from the shadows almost gets caught out, cancelled at the very last second. But again, who else but Ayumi? Just marking down this garage position. Bez comes in for assistance in garage. Samfire trying to fire down bolts to catch where this op has been repositioned off to, but it's reassumed this angle down towards garage. A pivot from PPQ now. Wanna head towards this B site. It's weakly guarded, but Baby TZ comes in. Low HP players on PPQ as well. Pivot. I like this. Going in towards this A-link position now. They're gonna head back towards A actually. Not even planning for that spot. But we've got Polly aware of this. Privy now coming in for a fast flank as well.
Yeah, it does have the... I'm sure it did a lot of damage as well. Both Cass and XUNA left with the... Cass with a little bit less, of course, but yeah. Polly could find the crucial timing here. Has the recon as well, so just gotta wait for the rest of her team to create this counter pressure from CT. Again, though, we've seen Samfire pull off heroics from this corner. Aware of that, they're gonna be investing the stun quite early on here. First breach stun to start things off with Ayumi with the information. XUNA from under heaven, at least able to get one, but it is just gonna be the Ayumi show. Triple for her. Pulls out the finger guns and demolishes the post plant for PPQ here as HYPA get themselves to 5.
Okay, I mean, when you see a Yumi with the overdrive in a retake scenario, especially with a Luca online with all the initiator utility, I think it's so difficult to try to counter that. But a Yumi, again, she was the one open up the round. Beautiful mark off the garage.
Enemy remaining.
You see a Yumi just tear apart this post plant, not a chance for them.
Talking about chances this round looking a little bit difficult for PPQ. Eco once again in the dumpster. You got 3 stingers. You got the Rolling Thunder as well as XUNA's ult still, but you're not going to really want to use them unless, of course, you're running down the clock and the timer. Again, Ayumi, aggressive positioning. We saw her with the Outlaw. We're going to see her again with this Operator. And it has just been such an impossible task for PPQ to get anywhere towards this A lobby as long as Ayumi has this ult. Sorry.
Luca now under pressure, but she's got assistance from Polly. The double initiator is wreaking havoc here, but never mind. It's Sleepy Cakey and Samfire, the low buys to find success. Sleepy Cakey playing within the smoke. The criminal to find these 2 opening frags, a third one of food, and puts Baby TZ and Yumi in an impossible situation. An op and a retake on the B side with so many crossfires to break apart. How does HYPA do this? Oh, gun barrel spotted out. That's one way to start things off. Stun comes in. Baby TZ with an answer. The no scope misses. Norophilia as well as Cass gonna pick up the last 2 kills. The close range stingers. PPQ with a low buy victory here.
We love seeing some good Stinger action, and yeah, goated round coming in from PPQ. Understanding that, alright, Stingers, we have 3 Stingers, it's gonna be best on sites with short range, and then of course, the Sleepy Cakey being able to find that huge opening, lying in the smoke as well, being able to catch out best. I mean, for a second, it looked like Ayumi might have had a chance if she'd been able to, maybe hit that no scope or switch to the shorty there, but yeah, close range Stingers, not really a fight you want to take on the B site, and PPQ convert the rounds. They grab the Operator as well, but actually choose to drop it back for those Vandals. So yeah, again, it's a bit more of a default play that we're seeing coming through from this team.
Zahk, it has to be a little bit of a challenge. Can HYPA win when a Yumi is not on the op? This round, they don't have a lot of money, so she has to opt for a Vandal instead. Let's see if they find success here.
I mean, already aggressive A positioning. Drone gotta catch out Oreo as well. So yeah, at least one player tucked away into spawn. Ayumi with this aggressive positioning right now. Seems like, however, PPQ really don't want to, expend resources into re-clearing it quite yet. They would rather go towards the usual areas of the map. C has been a favorite site for them so far, or at least B to A has been ahead as well. But because Ayumi has this aggressive angle, they're gonna be able to put 4 other players towards this side of the map instead.
Yeah, it's great positioning from Ayumi, even though she doesn't have the AWP, but Sleepy Cakey tries to find a timing play on the retreating players, but Baby TZ the best anchor in Southeast Asia. She lights them up. The Rolling Thunder sends them all flying away. The Tripwire is still in the feed. But Baby TZ gets taken down by a sneaking Aureophilia. The Flood VT comes in. Lucas lighting up the feed. Cass trades him out. Best in the back of the site still.
One enemy
Causing
remaining.
a lot of chaos. Buying time for the Silver to come
Wow.
in, but it doesn't even need assistance. Best with a triple kill anchor as HYPA get themselves up to 6.
Can I just point out what a great setup that was coming in for the Cypher there. Baby TZ just making sure her teammate stayed alive as long as possible. Sure, Baby TZ went down, but despite that, she buys enough time with her cages to ensure that Best in this back angle is able to isolate these fights, get the backup as well from the Sova. And yeah, it's just gorgeous work coming out from all of HYPA there, especially with Baby TZ, with the awareness to be able to shut down Sleepy Keiki and her opening updraft attempt at a kill. Now though, once again, economy not in the greatest spot here for PPQ.
Yeah, again, but it's the low buys, right, Zach, that PPQ somehow able to snatch away.
That is also true. They've had some banger thrifties so far in this tournament. I feel like, yeah, definitely could be a gun, especially when you consider the impact that these game changer sheriffs seem to have compared to like any other weapon that they use. So yeah.
When cover going out. If it's not A, it's C. Yumi's got such a great deep line down towards C. Long and well, there's 3
I got
players of HYPA tucked around these corners of the A side. The drone to suss out some information. It's only gonna spot out the Cypher. So it's a bit of false information. The troop gets broken on the flank as well. Yumi's going on a
Spike
prowl,
down
but it's
A.
best to find the first kill. They're pushing down towards sewers. They take the fight to PPQ.
Wow.
They slay all of them.
One enemy remaining.
Samfire blinded up. There's not a world where she can find anything more than that. Xune now, yeah, she's got some space towards B, but she's lost the spike.
30 seconds left.
And well, Baby TZ has got the cheekiest angle. Xune is definitely not gonna expect this one. Quite easy round. It's HYPA get up to 7.
Yeah, they get themselves a huge lead here, and I mean, I feel a bit bad for Best. I feel like, you know, Baby TZ could have shown a bit of mercy,
Down
given
A.
her the ace there after she got that fantastic 4K, just a brutal spray down towards A main. Like, I know it's against sheriffs and stingers and stuff, but
enemy remaining.
yeah, the initiative taken, damage done, and ace denied for Best there by Baby TZ. But all things considered, HYPA looking to be extremely happy right now in terms of the scoreline that they have. Once again, operator gotta be online for a Yumi here, and ultimate economy wise as well. Both teams have started charging up that second cycle, so gonna be interesting to see where they choose to go with it. It seems to be A is the call.
Best pinged out by the recon dart. She has nowhere else to go. Someone's still alive, but it's Aureophilia to actually catch Polly trying to assist her teammate. And that gives PPQ an advantage into this one.
Camera taken out.
Ooh, nice little information garner. 2 players towards mid spotted by Baby TZ, so they know for a fact that it's very doubtful that A is going to be another point of contention. Oreo, the tucked into the corner, cosmetic stun. All right, able to get another kill here, and yeah, that's going to once again leave HYPA in a 2v5. Neural Theft's coming through for additional insurance here to ensure that, all right, no shenanigans to come through, and yeah, Baby TZ, I don't know if she's going to check this upper angle.
Now they do, but they're stunned. Well, they're paranoid up. Sleepy Keiki around the corner will manage to find that frag onto Baby TZ and all that chaos. But it's just the Yumi left alone, and yeah, the op was the key to a lot of their round wins, so this one is important. Yeah, gotta save that.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, Yumi just going for the opposite side of the map. Wants nothing to do with this A side and this post plan. So PPQ get their 3rd on the round here. Really nicely played by them, to be fair. I think them being able to firstly find that initial kill onto Polly, fall back, you know, re-clear mid and find that double kill there made it like quite crucial for them to again hit this A side when the rotations have been called off. I really like this B to A pathing that they're consistently taking in a lot of these rounds, and no one's really going on the hunt for a Yumi's operator, so I think she's gonna be allowed to save it.
Well, the economy is not too great for PPQ as well, and you gotta respect a Yumi of the off. I mean, she's on a really hot rampage so far. You don't want to give her free kills, get the confidence going. So yeah, 7-3 for HYPA. Gotta look for more, but this is a great positioning from Aureophilia. Catches best off guard, knowing that the defense need to be a little bit aggressive to find some information. Maybe had this little chaotic push down towards speed, but yeah, good job from PPQ.
Yeah, thankfully for HYPA, because of the rounds that they got in the past, still gonna have plenty of money for a buy here. Lots of money in the bank. Can probably close out the half without ever having to slide into an eco. Right now, though, it's gonna be aggressive push to come through. Ayumi again getting away scot-free, and that's the smoker out early on into the round here. An absolutely devastating loss. Ayumi still looking to test them on the map here. She just does not care, but extremely there for the punish.
No more.
Oh, flashed out. Poly's in the open, but still gets away with murder. 4 versus 3. HYPA with a lovely man advantage.
Right here.
And now PPQ, well, they need to explore the rest of the map because, well, HYPA have 4 players all locked in here. The Cypher Cam and Utility all towards the left side of the map will give HYPA a lot of confidence in this setup.
I mean, like you said, 3v4. Gotta figure out a solution. Seems like they want to re-hit A, but the problem with that is every single player for HYPA is now on the site, including Baby TZ. They left V open. They are banking that it's gonna be a re-hit on A. They have the read on their opponents, and at least one player gets spotted out, but 38 seconds left. They have to go for the commit here. Dark cover comes down, gonna make things even more difficult, and all they have to really work with is breach.
30 seconds left.
This in a committed angle. There's so many crossfires. It's impossible to get through this one. Just mark the smoke. The stun is lovely. Maybe TZ with one. Best with the final. And that was just a formality. There was just no way to break apart those crossfires with the little that they had. HYPA looking smooth so far. 8-3.
Yeah, that was a really strong move that we're seeing coming out of this team in terms of where they're putting Ayumi's off, in terms of like how they're stacking up these sites. And I really like that they're willing to play such a heavy gamble stack most of these rounds. Aluka now gonna be picking up an even more toxic weapon in the hands of the Odin here. Would love to see some quality spam coming through, either through B towards window or towards garage. Seeing if we can get some damage in already. Talking about damage though right now, Ayumi is gonna be the one put towards this mid line. And Oreo, I mean, she TPs in, takes a lobby control, and off the back of that, look at this rotation once again coming in. But at PPQ, I feel like they've kind of figured out that these fast rotations are the key here, so might be a better call for them to try and re-hit C, or hit C, which is the positioning that they're currently holding.
There's all this Cypher utility that PPQ need to break, right? That was why HYPA even had that 4-stack on that A site. So we've broken the trip down garage. There's still a cam and a trip on C long that they need to worry about. But Poly, oh my lord, Poly's found a beautiful timing. Spots out the gun barrel. The double stun just to confirm things. Aria is like, how did they know? Sapphire though, making things a little bit interesting. But right below her, Baby TZ gets eliminated. Yumi now on this push down towards A lobby. And PPQ is gonna pivot. They're gonna hit back towards that C site, get that spike planted, leave a little bit of an insert of Sleepy Keiki here on the back of Gong. Is Aluka aware of this? Seems like she is a little bit privy. Sleepy Keiki goes unchecked. And now's the timing for Sleepy Keiki to find Max turn perhaps. Garage play this time. 2 versus 2. The initiator battles on both ends of this door. The flash lined up. Spotted him out. The scan as well.
Beautiful.
Secure things even further. Sleepy Keiki draws things back. It's the duelist hit to head. The spike now planted back on the site. Ayumi's gonna stick it. Goes in for half. Sleepy Keiki none the wiser.
Wow.
And Ayumi will not miss those shots as HYPA get themselves to a convincing 9-3 half.
Here we go.
You know, that was a really nice attempt by Samfire and Cass to bring this game back into a more controllable state. But yeah, really nice retake protocols there. I like the initiator utilities to come through and the quick trades as well. Just the fact that, you know, you couldn't get this third player, you weren't able to find Ayumi at all until she actually got onto the spike, made things so much more difficult here for HYPA. Now heading into halftime here, Coldan, HYPA, they have such a huge lead, 9-3 right now. They're gonna be the ones on the attacking side, and I can tell you, with the way they're playing, Ayumi is gonna be full tilt running it down. What do you think?
You know, I would have to agree with you. Yumi has been... I like to mention this a lot when I cast. It's really difficult for Neons to find a lot of value on defensive sides, especially on maps like Haven, where, you know, there's not a lot of lanes that Neons can fight in for. Yeah, you can hold angles, but, you know, making the most of your movement is not the easiest. And with Ayumi already racking up this crazy amount of kills, And with HYPA having so many successful defensive rounds, I feel like that's just going to translate even better on the attacking side when the Neons with the double initiators can just absolutely, flood any defensive sites and really abuse how strong the Neon slide can be.
100%. I mean, we didn't even see Ayumi abusing like her slide in that previous half. It was just her getting into the most absolutely insane angles. I feel like Ayumi was pushing more than the attackers were in half of those rounds there. And I think her being able to consistently, put that pressure down on that A side really enabled the rest of her team to kind of rotate around. Her getting that early info was so valuable. And I feel like with the side swap coming in, it's going to be a bit more difficult for the duelist on the side of PPQ to perhaps have the same impact, just because of the fact that you don't have the same kind of speed that the Neon does in terms of the rotations.
So it's a tall hill to climb, but as you've seen before, 9-3 house, even today, right? It all starts with a pistol, round by round. Sleepy Keiki, she's not having a bad game either, right? She's putting up really great numbers. Entering on the attacking side as a Jet can sometimes be a little bit difficult, but maybe on the defensive side, right? You bring out the AWP, you could have a conversation where PPQ can start to get a little bit more momentum.
Momentum is the key here. So far, HYPA has been the one to have it in spades, and they're already starting things off with an aggressive push towards C. PPQ, they've garnered that information, know that C long is clear. There's still a tripwire for information, so I feel like the moment that trip gets broken, that's going to be the sound call for them to possibly go in for the execute towards either C or B. C seems to be the call for now, right now, though, and you've got 3 players stacked up here. Ayumi already having taken garage control, though. I don't think they caught the cross, so if they do go towards B, Ayumi has a linchpin position right here.
Yeah, that's an amazing insert that they've managed to manufacture. And now Ayumi's gonna try to pincer these C players. As HYPA get the spike planted for C-Link. Garage compromise and Cass none the wiser. Now X-Unit trying to worry about Garage, but it's CT that is the problem. And this defense has slowly just been torn apart by HYPA's beautiful calling. Ayumi. Oh, nice shot from Sleepy Keiki to keep her on alert. Teams up with the rest of her squad. Gets access towards this B side, but Holly still playing spoiler. And Baby TZ's coming from a lurk as well. The stun to come in first. And it's all HYPA in the feed. It's just the single Ophelia left alone on this B side. She's being hunted down as well. Favorite shots, but still, this round is inevitably gonna be HYPA's double digits already found.
Yeah, 10-3, absolutely. I mean, that pistol, it looked like, for a second they were just gonna charge into C side where there was a 3-stack, but like Ayumi being able to get that aggressive position, that 1-2 punch from CT and Garage just completely shutting down the C link of the defenders here, leaving them no chance, especially with the spike being planted for C. Really nice calling there from HYPA to be able to take that kind of space. Now, no force coming through for PPQ. Just a sheriff in the hands of Sleepy Keiki. You've got the Bulldog double Bulldog, double Stinger, and a Ghost in the hands of Baby TZ. So one weapon, even if a player falls, you are going to be able to retrieve their weapon at the very least. And it does seem like it's just a walk up towards this A site.
Samfire, you're testing fate with that peek in the smoke. At least she's got a little bit of backup, right? 3 defenders here, but you need to hold down your fort. You need to stop Ayumi on a rampage. Oh, and it's gonna be the case. Samfire gets one, but that's all they've got so far. PPQ left limping. Sleepy Keiki, the only one left alive. Sheriff in hand, bit of damage perhaps, but yeah, HYPA looking like another clean round.
Another clean round indeed, 11-3. And I mean, I know we've seen comebacks coming in from this score. I don't want to say it's over before it's over, but yeah, it's pretty much over there. Yeah, 11 got on the board there for HYPA.
All right.
I feel like 11-3. We've seen some comebacks very rarely before from this score line. I mean, we saw 11-1 comeback in low key happen at Toronto. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that one, but it's going to take a lot of resilience, and so far, at least PPQ, it seems like they haven't been able to crack the code here for how HYPA like to play. Remember, this is their map pick. Last time they played HYPA, they lost 13-6, and it seems like if anyone's done some learning and rewatching, it's been HYPA.
Hey guys, just to put it out there to make things clear, Zahk was the one to enact the caster curse first. I didn't say it was over; she did. So, if anything happens now.
Yeah, it's my fault, but
or
I believe.
you can either credit her or blame her, depending which side you're on. But again, this round is gonna be a little bit more difficult for HYPA. They have the weaker weapons. The Keiki on this side though, it's Xune to hold down the fort. Cypher on towards the seaside, Cages in tow, teleport on top by Bez. Well, that is dangerous. And Xune still here, the jump peaks confirms her position, but it's a Luca to actually blindside her. Cass coming in for the flood retake, Senpai trades him out. Smoke fades, so do their hopes. But it's still a 1 versus 1. Sleepy Keiki again versus Ayumi, similar to the last round of the first half. This time, Keiki has a long-range weapon and Ayumi on just 30 points of health, 40 seconds to work with, and a rotation around by Ayumi coming in towards the C-long spot. Sleepy Keiki with the ideal weapon for the job. Ayumi not aware of what weapon she had, and Sleepy Keiki easily collects.
Sleepy Keiki with the clutch in the 1v1. For a second, I thought Ayumi was gonna just take the spike and run. I mean, they have planned out way for that post plans, but nice little, I would say very good bonus. All things considered coming in from HYPA. Only one rifle that's actually gonna be saved here by PPQ. And remember, that was their bonus round. So even if they weren't able to close it out, get themselves to that match point early on, they're still gonna have the weapons advantage and the armor advantage low key against their opponents here. That said, Sleepy Keiki has a judge, and I feel like today at least that seems to be the star of the show, at least in that first series. So let's see if it can have the same impact in this particular one.
Judge from Sleepy Keiki. And she's playing that little cheeky corner in sewers as well. Anyone dares to step towards this close range domain, she's gotta have a world with her.
Worlds of hurts, worlds of pain, whatever you want to call it. Sleepy Keiki actually going in for the aggressive push here. Dark cover does come down, so she could just tuck herself into a corner if she wants to and doesn't get too greedy here. Yeah, I feel like Ayumi doesn't really want to hold down this angle for too long. Yeah, it's just gonna be a bit of a methodical play coming in. No confrontations taken quite yet.
Again, Sleepy Keiki with the weaker weapon, but still she's gonna give a lot of information to the rest of the team. Stack towards C, stack towards B. Jonah coming towards garage, no tripwires to break there. It's placed on towards the B and C side. Pick of it, but going in towards B instead. Ayumi now dancing around the side. Who's around? It's gonna be Samfire, and she's playing disruptive right above her.
Wow.
Shune provides the cover fire. Polly calls things back. Where is Sleepy Keiki in all of this? Make sure as a judge. Gotta be the remaining 2 players on the other side, Cass as well as Xune, to hold down the fort, to buy some time for Sleepy Keiki to rotate over. Meanwhile, HYPA changing up their post-line positions. Baby TZ in towards garage, potential for a late round flank. And now Sleepy Keiki notes positions of where Polly is. Updraft through, nothing to be found. Backside is 2 of the players, but it's Baby TZ to announce a position. But Ayumi don't want to make up all 3 kills. HYPA, map point.
Match point.
Yeah, that looked like a round that perhaps could have been the foothold back for PPQ into this map, but instead Ayumi says, "Nah, Chief, that ain't happening. I want my 20 bomb as fast as I can." And I feel like this timeout might just be a little bit too late here, Coldan, because 12-4 this is the first timeout I think that we are seeing from PPQ throughout this entire map, and we need 8 rounds in a row to get this to overtime. I don't think HYPA is going to be willing to let that go, especially when you look at the ultimates that are charging up here. One off the Rolling Thunder, one off of the Hunter's Fury, one off of the Neon ult as well, Overdrive. I mean, Ayumi doesn't even need it. She's been deleting people with every weapon that she's been finding so far. But, it's always nice to have in the back pocket. So I feel like it's going to be a very, very difficult round, especially with there being just no money left in the bank here for BPQ.
Yeah, I just love how HYPA have been playing. Like the set executes, the trades have been so on point, right? Whenever you see PPQ try to find, a heroic play, rushing through the smoke with a flash, trying to find a couple of multi-kills, HYPA are always back to back with each other. They always have each other's backs and get those street frags regardless, if PPQ try to do something creative. And the timeout, as you mentioned, a little bit late, in my opinion. It would have been a bit better if it was early on to really stabilize the ship, because right now, half of it is sunk.
Yeah, sunk is a understatement. We're almost like completely down in the depths here. It's gonna take a lot of life support, so as to speak, to bring this back in favor of PPQ. And I mean, especially when you consider that next map is gonna be split, chosen by HYPA. It's gonna be a very uphill battle, especially if they can't get this under control right now. Either way, though, with the buy that they have, it looks like we have 3 players towards A. Ace going down. Oh, Baby TZ gets that opener, huge opener.
I will say there's at least 3 more players here, but of course, HYPA will not make a mistake. Yeah, they know. They are not gonna blindlessly run into towards a stack. They're gonna explore the rest of the map. In fact, it's just gonna bum rush straight towards the C site. A drone to come out from the defensive side, and likewise on the attack. As both defenders and attackers are split across the map, it's only just a Cypher Cam to note of their positions. But again,
No
PPQ worse for wear. They have to go for this retake. I mean, whether they like it or not, they have nothing else to do in this map otherwise. They're up against 12, and they need something crazy coming out from one of these players, some amazing retake protocols. But again, Baby TZ playing spoiler. She's all the way in their spawn.
Oh, wow. It's looking very difficult, Coldan, especially, I mean, Samfire perhaps with the Hodge's Fury could try to find the kill, but immediate Rolling Thunder to be invested towards the CT to try and take down these defenders from coming back. Exune manages to take down Polly here, that gets them onto site, but Baby TZ there for the trade. The problem is the spike isn't really planted here for HYPA, so they're looking to just stick the defuse as much as they can. Half of it, never mind, half doesn't come through. It's all down to just pass here. Not gonna work out. Ayumi finishing things off in style with that overdrive. And you know, I didn't know if they could improve on the 13-6 Coldan, but seems like they can, because that was absolutely bonkers coming in from HYPA. What a map.
Well, HYPA, yeah, they're really leveling up so far in this tournament, in this playoffs. They are looking unstoppable, and you know, in my opinion, you picking a map that you lost previously, you gotta have to come in with some ideas. Unfortunately, I didn't really see that come into fruition. Instead, like you mentioned earlier, I think it was HYPA actually getting the better of PPQ in a lot of these engagements. Their ideas seemed fresh. They were very dynamic. Baby TZ was the most annoying player to try to find, and she was always getting those flanks, always so good at anchoring her sights. And so yeah, it's a beautiful win here on map 1 for HYPA.
Opponent's map pick as well. That has got to be rough. But before we throw it to map 2, we're gonna hear from our panel for the breakdown about how this map 1 went, aside from just Ayumi go kill.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on in that map, especially
Oh,
when
yeah.
Ayumi go kill. I think most importantly, I want to talk about also is the power of friendship. It felt like they were really holding hands that particular game. They were always together. There's a nice 2-man protocol, except for maybe TZ. She's probably the outcast here. But let's talk a little bit more about that. What do you think, Blackenblue?
I mean, we can talk about what was or who was doing well on PPQ's side, right? You know, Sleepy KQ was doing well. Samfire was doing well.
Incredible shots
Xenway
coming
had
from
her
Samfire,
moments,
yeah.
but yeah, but like they were too far and few between, and you can't really rely on heroics as well. Anyways, to beat a team as good as HYPA in the first place, right? But not only Ayumi, but players like Bess, players like Aluka, for one, were also very effective in this game. Not only just shooting wise, but just utility wise. It was just suffocating, really, for PPQ on both ends of the floor, but especially in that first half, right? Like, there's just nothing they could really do too often, aside from, this is one of the few moments where you really saw a good fire in them, but otherwise, yeah, HYPA just really came to play here for map 1.
They have incredible rounds, like you mentioned, from Samfire for Sleepy Keiki, right? I mean, in these situations for PPQs, those rounds where it's always those lower buys, they somehow manage to catch HYPA off guard, especially those Sheriff moments and Stinger moments as well. But it's not really enough. I think that for HYPA, they have a nice play in terms of defense. It's a very push-pull situation, a very passive C to a very aggressive A, I feel. They don't allow any space to be taken from PPQ, especially on A long. But in a lot of situations, PPQ do try to challenge. They take a lot of losses, but in those situations, they do win. But the readaptation, the from coming in from HYPA has been incredible. They notice like, okay, PPQ started to get a bit more aggressive here. Let's hold a little bit more back. We see presence on B. Okay, we push out A as well. It's phenomenal seeing how they move around that map. It's always very fun to see, and it feels like what Zahk said. It's almost oppressive. It's choking. It just really comes on you from so many different angles.
I'm not too sure as of the moment here, like for PPQ, okay, I'm not feeling too confident with this map veto from the get-go. Like I mentioned it from the start, like Haven is kind of a difficult map to play against HYPA. It's one of their better maps, and then you move on over to Split potentially right after, and yeah, it's just it's definitely not the best case scenario for them right now, especially starting map number 1 like this. But that doesn't mean that things are out of the water just yet. We still have a second map to play. But yeah, I was hoping that after the previous performance against HYPA on the same map as well, that they would do, maybe a tad bit better, but it seems like it's HYPA who just completely, I guess, raised the bar for how they play on this map. Obviously, Ayumi was like the showstopper here, but yeah, the rest of the team as well, Aluka and Bess, as I mentioned a while ago, did great. And were exemplary role players, not just fragging wise, but yeah, supporting the rest of the front line.
It's always very fun to see how Ayumi plays. I think, that strat just feeding Ayumi, the weapons feeding Ayumi, that info setting her success is great. But yeah, that's why 3.6 is incredible. She's just owning most of these rounds. And on top of that, she has very aggressive style up play. And we rarely see this other than someone in APAC, a place like this. It's something. So it's very similar to see. It's very incredible seeing how she's been able to take away space and go aggressively with that op. And I feel like rather it's on defense or attack, she plays it very, very similarly as well. And when Ayumi is not able to step up, you see Bess going in with these incredible, flanks, with these incredible lurks, the incredible multi-kills as well. It's really scary because this girl, she can aim. We talked a little bit with Bess on day 1 about what it means to come back from the Japanese region to play back here in APAC. She said she struggled because the Japanese region is all about the passive style play, waiting for teams to go to them before being able to really, come on them as well. And now she's really shown us how it is to adapt. And on top of that as well, adding that aim, which is really scary. But for now, PPQs, they still have one more lifeline. There's one more map to go. So let's see whether or not they can bring it back to map 3. So we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. HYPA looking dominant against PPQ, and they don't look like they're gonna stop. PPQ, can they stop the avalanche?
Oh, I thought there was gonna be more to that, but yeah,
I got the short
can
time.
they? I don't know. Yeah, I'm the yapper here. Actually, no, I think we both are. Yeah, if you're HYPA right now, you ride the wave, right? If you're Team PPQ, you start getting on the surfboard and start learning to, ride that wave out, because right now, momentum-wise, an avalanche, maybe, an earthquake, perhaps, or just ultimately a disaster is what we did see from map number 1, unfortunately, here coming from PPQ. But then again, they do have Split coming up on here. Now, Split, once again, is another map that HYPA are pretty good at. I'd even argue they're better on
It
Split
is
than they
their
are on
map
Haven.
pick, yeah. So
Yeah,
it does make sense.
so-
This is where things get a bit sketchy for PPQ, right? Like, this is not your map pick. You're on the back foot. What are you gonna do?
And they did play, the last time that PPQ played this map was against HYPA, which was also a 4-13 in the group stage. So,
Oh no!
it's not a good omen. It's not a good omen.
Are we gonna see Omen? Maybe they shouldn't say Omen, right? Because it's not a good omen. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I
I
think-
know. Chat was like flaming me for my puns. I apologize. I'll stop. No, I won't.
Someone has to do it. It's not gonna be me. It's not here. Normally it's me, right? Normally it's me, but like you're here, so I'm like, okay, you can do that. You got it covered. You got more than enough.
Fair enough. Okay, let's talk a little bit about stats here. Split, why is it HYPA's best pick? And what do you think PPQ has to do in order to make it a little bit more even for this map?
Why is it HYPA's best pick? Well, how about this? 7-0. Is that good enough for you, Tosh?
Oh yeah, you know what? You don't have to answer anymore.
7-0 in the past month. Not 2 months. In the past month. Since May. No, actually, it's already July. So yeah, past 2 months. Since the start of May.
Yeah.
They have won this map 7-0. And that is even better than the 4-1 that they have on Haven in the past few months as well. So that fact, coupled with how PPQ did also lose to them the last time on this map, unfortunately, it's not boding well. I was hoping that, since the same thing happened on Haven as well, the last time PPQ played Haven was also against this HYPA squad. They lost against HYPA. I was hoping that maybe they could have figured things out. They could have extrapolated some data on that and what might work, but it didn't work on Haven. I'm not too sure if it's going to work on Split.
Now, we have Ayumi on this Yoru, and I think it's great to see her on this Yoru. It's a lot less fast but more controlled aggression, and it gives her so much space. And I think what's great also is that it counters that Viper split, especially for XYune. Her just activating that, that dimensional drift, point out where XYune is, her teammates go shoot, her teammates go kill, pit goes down. So what else do you have to offer? And I think for PPQ, bringing in Sky is not a bad thing, but after so many nerfs, there is a reason why other agents are picked over it. But my question is, but the thing is, the Sky can still be viable, especially when you use, to clear those corners as well. So I don't know. What's your thoughts here? Score. Give me a score.
Yeah, I think PPQ are just in a tough spot because Split was an okay map for them for quite a while when they could still play the Taeho, but after the nerf to Taeho, they had to move it out of rotation, and that's why they put in the Sky here, which is what they used the last time they played against HYPA as well on Split, and so it didn't go well then. I'm hoping it's going to be a bit better now, but it's their final shot potentially here in Split number 2. I'm hoping we just get a good show.
Okay, but you're not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna jinx it. Maybe our casters will jinx it. Press the button.
Okay, thank you, Tash and Blue, for again tossing it to us with the button. But yeah, we're gonna see if there's anything to be said here on Split. I mean, the panel said it perfectly. This is by far and away their best map, their favorite map, one of their most played maps, and they've got a flawless record on it. Their most recent win on it was literally up against PPQ. So the story kind of writes itself. This is a mountain for PPQ to climb, and we'll see if they've brought their climbing gear.
7-0, yeah, like the last 7 times they played it in a row, they've managed to win it. So home ground territory here for HYPA. Exactly what they want to be having. I think that we also did see them. A couple of the players mentioned that from this team mentioned that they are gunning for that 3rd slot for Pacific. They are not missing out if they can help it, and they're certainly playing like it today, I must say. Coldan, lights out is what we've seen so far, and heading over to Split, I feel like it is going to be more of the same looking at the comp that they're running, especially, I know that last map we did a lot of glazing with good reason for Ayumi, but this particular one, I feel like Baby TZ is one of the really scary players to watch out for because of her Viper lurks. I mean, we've seen it before multiple times, even when she was on other teams. Like, Baby TZ can single-handedly just have so much impact on this particular map, especially with the amount of pressure that she exerts with those crossing walls and the lurks that she has.
There.
Yeah, and I think Tash shared with us saying that Baby TZ was kind of missing shots. Well, doesn't really look like it. They're on a rampage, and at the very least, Polly now this time gonna claw a kill for them. Initial aggression coming from PPQ was not successful. Got a bit of information, but likewise, HYPA knows that there's a heavy mid presence. He's likely to be weak. Gate crash sent in by Ayumi, who teleported to the back of the side. Crossfire is now being established. Aureophilia committed in this hell position.
No.
Ayumi easily clears it, and Polly will pick up one more from the heaven player as well. Cass, everyone here teaming up with XJune. Waiting for the smokes to fade. A couple of pieces of damage. A couple of players damaged up, but again, you see Baby TZ on the map. She's the insurance policy. Things go their way, which I doubt it won't. But the great stun comes in. XJune with the first. Luca swings out from the boxes, and now they know exactly where Cass is coming from. Stuck within, a very dark smoke, and a boatload of players. First one's nice. Second one somehow manages to go away as well. But Ayumi will close things out. HYPA with the pistol.
Nice little flash play there, and I mean, Baby TZ, no one even saw her on the map. She didn't even need to come into play. She was just like you said, the insurance policy that ended up not being needed. Beautiful waiting from HYPA. I think they expected this kind of mid play, being able to isolate and take out super quickly, as well as tag up so many of these players. Just a 1-2 punch onto the site, and off the back of that, PPQ left without too much of a leg to stand on. Should be a pretty substantial anti-eco around here. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a triple bulldog and the attack outlaw for Ayumi here, perhaps expecting this aggressive push, but so far at least, once again, it's this B site that is the, target here for the side of HYPA, because they know for a fact, like, all right, we know we could take this with the kind of team comp that we have.
About team comp, Zach, actually, if you actually look at these two teams that last played, right, there wasn't a Viper in the server on either of these teams. So now we come into this game, we've got Vipers on both sides, a change of play style for both teams. Really comes down to who understands how to play this Viper comp the best. And this round, PPQ, they understand that they need to take initiative. They found a small little gap down towards sewers, and Ayumi right around the corner. Not expecting, or XJune not expecting Yumi to be there because there's so many players in sewers, but now they know that it's an A-side commitment. The spike is gonna get caught in the mix as well, Zach. They're right around this corner. But Bonnie, so aware of it, so careful. Monster first, sees the flood in as well. And it's just left up to Cass. They saw where she was coming from, stuck on the ropes.
Team Ace.
Frenzy in hand, Best
Now
will
this
collect the
is
last
a
kill. So a dynamic round from PPQ, but HYPA, again, they
Heart
stabilize.
rate just went up.
They don't get the plan, so little bit of a consolation, a little bit less money in the bank, but HYPA, like you said, still gonna have a pretty good buy for this particular one. You got the Bulldogs and the Outlaw. I think they lost one Bulldog over the course of that round, so 2 players left with Sheriffs right now. Baby TZ debating if she does want to go in for that upgrade, but decides against it, opting to, keep a deeper bank for the upcoming rounds here. PPQ now, though, finally on their full buy round on this defensive side. A very important round for them to win, and not only win, but so many of these rounds that we've seen them with the full buys, they've lost at least 4 or 5 or all of their guns, so gonna be important for them to hold on to as many rifles as possible throughout this one.
The teleport, the great cash gets sent through. It's a fake one. Aura Feeler checks it. Lovely stuff. And the Omen assumes this deep position at the back of the site. The Paranoia, lovely to delay things even further. They're hoping for some pieces of aggression. Baby TZ catches Sleepy Cakey. Unaware of that small box position. And now it's the other side. Oriophila tries to go for a pick in herself, but Exune and Cass, the double duo, coming up clutch in towards that mid position, crunches down on the attackers. And now HYPA need to reconsider their options. Baby TZ, the success there towards that A main position, they all corral with the spike. As the flash pops for Samfire, spots out that it is at least one player here, keeps her feet rooted. Wall comes up for HYPA. Baby TZ into the site they go. PPQ not rushing things either, just waiting for
30
everyone to
seconds
come
left.
over before they initiate the retake.
Yeah, I mean, for HYPA, they gotta be able to get that spike down. But Baby TZ, the only one with the rifle really here. So gotta have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Ayumi does have ramp under lockdown. I mean, however, with 3 of these players still having untainted full armor, it's gonna be a bit more difficult for her to really find anything in this round. It's just a question of timing, and it's not there for Ayumi as Exune takes her down. 2v4 situation, all of the utility and the kitchen sink, this barrage being thrown right now towards these players. Aluka finds the first, can she get another? Not gonna be the case. It's all up to just Baby TZ. Gets the isolated fight in the corner, has to find a little bit more. Oriophila with the wraparound will get it done here, and it is gonna be the defuse coming in for PPQ.
Yeah, very chaotic round again. It seems like
Very
split.
close.
Both of these squads love to take their little pieces of aggression, and I like that from PPQ, understanding that they cannot let HYPA set up and go for those executes because, their set plays are really strong, as we've seen on Haven. This time around playing a little bit disruptive towards mid. They have the man advantage going in for this retake. They were able to stall out the HYPA squad, not allow Baby TZ to come out with another crazy clutch. So they win out that anti-bonus of theirs.
For a second, it looked like she could have as well, with the clock being as low as it was. She just needed to find one more kill there, yeah. But luckily, it was the double trouble approach coming in from 2 different angles. No chance of a lineup through that Viper smoke. Yeah, Baby TZ not in a position to be able to clutch it out. Exune now, though, with a jump peek. Gets that information that, alright, there's a heavy presence towards mid. Bit of a fake TP to at least cause her to turn away for a second, but yeah, thanks to that poison orb coming down, it's gonna be very difficult for them to break through until it shuts down. But that's the call.
Teleport comes in, but Exune dodges the
Oh, dear.
stun and eliminates both of the attackers. Well, they try to test her and they pay the ultimate price. That is their attempt, that is their strat into this round. Baby TZ needs to go for something aggressive. Sleepy Cakey will mark her position. Will not move with that judge of hers. A reconsideration now.
There.
The last 2 players on the HYPA squad, double initiators, trying to find something, but PPQ playing it safe, not gonna give anything away.
Yeah, I feel like there was just a little bit of a timing lag in that TP. You wanted to kind of flash and get that crunch towards Exune, but instead Exune gets to isolate those fights, especially thanks to a stun, I think, coming in from Cass towards mid. So really nice
30
util
seconds
to
left.
ensure that PPQ can keep the numbers up in this game. 5v2 so
enemy
far.
remaining.
And yeah, make that a 5v1. It's all up to just Polly, who instantly gets headshotted by Cass. Sure, it was a Bulldog, but she's got to be able to pick up that upgrade. So a flawless round to tie things up at 2v2 here. Exactly the kind of buff that PPQ kind of needed, especially after that that difficult map number 1.
Literally, as you mentioned, I mean, Exune was not flashed at all. I'm pretty sure the Yoru would have had
Enemy
at
remaining.
least 1 flash for that engagement, but perfectly dodges all of the utility with the stun from Kaz as well. So yeah, important timeout being taken. I assume it's HYPA. Oh no, it's PPQ actually taking timeout while at the... oh, okay. Yes, it is HYPA. Giving me, juking me out. But yeah, HYPA taking the timeout here. I think, understandable, right? Those 2 rounds given away, they don't want to let things get out of hand too much. Small little mistakes will lead into big differences.
Definitely. I think that this timeout, it's more of a call here to see how they can continue this momentum that they have, especially considering that HYPA is going to be on a bit of an eco, especially since HYPA does have a bit of an eco situation here. It's more of like, you're preparing for the upcoming round here, trying to make sure that, all right, even if we can't take this round in our pocket, when we do have our full buy, we're going to have a Rolling Thunder, we're going to be close to the Nightfall, and the Yoru ult as well, the Dimensional Drift. So with all these resources, how can we take the round? And more importantly, how can we perhaps bait some of the resources out of PPQ's side? In particular, if they can get out either the Viper's Pit or the Rolling Thunder in this round, it's going to be huge for HYPA.
Hit potential to be used down towards mid. Never mind, it's Oriophilia. Spam through a Viper's wall to catch onto a Luca. That is one of the most important initiators for Yoru composition.
Oh, wow,
and speaking of the Yoru, well, Yumi's out of the picture. Another blind straight no smoke, predictive shot. An off angle by Sleepy KK once again gonna catch onto Baby TZ. So the hit there is pretty interesting to keep note of. And HYPA just stalled before they even get themselves ready.
It's been not even 30 seconds in the round, and yeah, 2v5 is what we're looking at. Again, Bess and Polly left to pick up the pieces by themselves, able to find out at least 1 kill onto Oriophilia. That's 1 weapon that you could possibly retrieve here. Oh, spots out Cass, goes for it, tries to swing Sapphire instead, but yeah, just not the weaponry you want in those fights. The 3rd round here for PPQ, almost flawless. Sure, Oriophilia goes down, but seeing that she got a couple of really cheeky kills in the beginning of the round, too badly about it. I mean, the spam makes sense, but the second one was just like absolutely insane for a Yumi, not expecting that damage to come through. And yeah, it is just gonna be PPQ to get the round in their pocket. Also gonna have the money for the operator on Sleepy Keiki. However, Polly and Aluka, they have both of their incredibly strong initiator ults, exactly what you might need to force your way onto a site.
Sleepy Keiki on this line. Now Sleepy Keiki is no longer an A main, right? Where she was always having that tango with Baby TZ. She's moved up and she's going even further. Opposite side of the map, but they still might find that hit to hit. Baby TZ marking for a potential push. Sleepy Keiki once again on an off angle. Progress now towards the mid position. Yeah, but Sleepy Keiki is the one to actually find a kill onto Luca. Still one more around the close corner. Is Baby TZ gonna be aware of it? Yes, she does. Connect onto that kill. Picks up the spike and brings it over towards this B side. So now the game is on. 4 versus 3. HYPA advantage in the post-plan. But his eventual post-plan.
Yeah, Baby TZ making her way over with the spike. Gotta be able to get it down. That will also give her the Viper's Pit after the plant if she wants to use it. And it seems like that is the call. HYPA want to be sure that they can confirm this round. And suddenly, there seems to be less value in popping these retake ultimates. Cass with the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, it might just be a safe call here for PPQ.
I agree. This pit is so damning. You can give a little bit of a look towards heaven. And well, look as much as you want, but don't touch because Polly will punish you. Save your weapons, and yeah, you have a little bit of money, but you don't want to give away too many things. HYPA looking like they're gonna strike back. 4 players still standing. 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, gotta be able to tie things up once again. Only need to invest that Viper's Pit as well as the Nightfall. They still have Aluka's ult for this upcoming round, so that's gonna be something very pleasant. Could be a great counter to Cass's own Rolling Thunder here. Ayumi does get shut down by Cass towards the end, but all things considered, I feel like, yeah, Polly will be happy to just drop over that op if needed. They still have that operator that they yoinked from Sleepy Keiki, who went down in B main. And I mean, it's a bit of a awkward eco situation, I would say, for HYPA. But for PPQ, thanks to them winning those 2 rounds in a row, they're still gonna have the money for full buy here, including an operator. And look at the ultimates here, Coldan. 4 out of 5 ready to go.
Oof, yeah, we might get a pretty chaotic round, but interestingly enough, Polly picking up that op as you mentioned earlier, now handing it over to Ayumi. see how she makes the most out of this attacking side off, which is not the easiest to do, especially on a very tight map such as Split.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to get yourself in the right angle or position, especially if you're not like playing towards mid and with all of these Viper walls and other utility being dumped around here. But Ayumi has a second weapon up her arsenal, which is this ultimate Dimensional Drift, actually spotting out Oreophilia. Cheeky little attempt at a spam, but Ayumi just gonna come out towards the backside here. Rolling Thunder now invested, but Alika actually goes down while putting it that ult down. Ayumi with the vandal though, picks it up from the ground, able to find a crucial double kill, and once again, that's the site open for her team.
Unfortunately, Yumi was team flashed by the Omen Paranoia just as she left her ultimate, so unable to connect onto that frag. But somehow, as you said, the aftershock got to connect onto the breach of Cass,
Scout destroyed.
or of Aluka actually, and now we're into another really difficult retake situation. Polly with the AWP will strike first. The resmoke comes in, denies them access any vision possible. Oreophilia stuck between the CT position. Too many crossfires to worry about. The decay from the Viper Orb too. And again, Zach, it's gonna be another save for PPQ.
Yeah, no real choice here. I mean, they could have tried to make a comeback into that round with the showstopper from Sleepy Keiki, but just no chance of it, and they're not going to have many more opportunities to buy up that operator unless they start winning rounds. So important save for them. Going to be able to hold on to the op at the very least, but so far Sleepy Keiki hasn't been able to be in the right place at the right time. The previous round, at least, she was able to get one before being shut down, but this time the op just finding absolutely no value. In fact, it's going to be HYPA now stealing the lead away. Beautiful Rolling Thunder as well that Ayumi was able to capitalize off of here. Really nice shots.
Yeah, and despite Ayumi having the op, it's that ultimate play, right? The Dimensional Drift that actually gets them access towards the site. So despite PPQ having the ult advantage, it's the min-maxing of HYPAs. They get the most value out of what they have. And now the Viper Split invested on Xune down towards A main. Interesting. Usually we see that Viper Split more often than not used in towards mid. Bit of a switch up.
Still do have this Poison Orb and this Crossfire with the operator towards mid, so yeah, happy to try and play off of that perhaps, while the rest of the team looks like they want to go in towards this B side. Being able to isolate the mid angle could be huge here. It's just going to be Polly though on the angle. Oh my god, absolutely demolishes Sleepy Keiki. What op, says Polly as she finds that crucial headshot. Ayumi in the meantime able to clear out B main, waiting for this dark cover to go down before they possibly explode off the side, because I think that they have the information that A is where the Viper Split has been committed.
And Polly's just gonna draw a little bit of attention, right? Using the Prowler really up close keeps a lot of attention down towards mid. The resmoke comes in, but now HYPA have a free B side for the taking. Oreophilia wants to go in, doubts decisions. A flash comes in, but no one peeks off of it. Just like that, HYPA find themselves again in a beautiful post-plant position with a man advantage on the B side and still up in the hands of not Polly, but now Ayumi. They have to work out this mid lurk potential because Polly was last noted here. Well, Polly, she was supposed to be the coach for this team. Now she's striking fear in the hearts of them. Still gets away with her life. That is absolutely criminal. Ayumi tested. What the op? Xune does not win out that fight. The angle advantage gives Ayumi an unfair advantage, and PPQ for the third round in a row, Zach, has to go for a save.
This time they won't even be able to get the operator cold, and it just has to be these rifles. At least you've got the Omen looking to possibly get a couple of exits here. Oreo, but nah, she's not even going to peek it out. Has to hold on to these guns. And like you said, third round save time here for this team. This time 2 rifles and nobody else. I think they should be able to put together a buy. I think Cass has enough money to possibly drop her teammate a gun here. But aside from that, yeah, just starting things off with this beautiful shot from Polly. Polly just consistently being an absolute menace down towards mid. And yeah, with Ayumi finding that kill onto Xune, there's just no way back into the round for PPQ, who are going to be calling their first timeout finally here. 5-3 for HYPA. They're starting to build up the momentum. Good time to try and put a stop to it in its tracks. And they have a showstopper as well. They just haven't been able to use it. Sleepy Keiki has had this ult for the last 3 rounds, but every time she's been going down first or going down before she can really pop it. And I feel like HYPA are getting these sites a bit too easily, Coldan. They're not really bleeding for it. You know, they're just allowed to kind of walk in after putting some mid pressure.
Yeah, once those first couple of rounds went in the favor of PPQ, the timeout was being taken by the HYPA squad, whether it was Polly that called it or Ritko, who is the coach. Like, we haven't really mentioned his name a lot, but he is the mastermind, the coach behind HYPA, and he has been giving them so much interesting faces, right? Either it's fast plays, slow plays, as we just witnessed, and being able to manipulate the map to their favor. They have so much understanding of what PPQ wants to do. You don't see the fade, right? The IGL of Polly as a fade, ADS scoping with a Vandal and an off-angle marking vents, right? That is an understanding that PPQ needs to find some sort of information. A main was, Viper's pit off. It's probably gonna be mid or B. And again, this time around, PPQ understand that they need to take the pressure. The ultimate, as you mentioned, used up, but she doesn't know where they've gotten off to. She doesn't even fire the rocket. Eliminated and taken out of the round. Instantly, HYPA turn up the heat. And PPQ left wondering. Cass tries her very best, but Polly's there. Whether it's a Vandal in her hands or the operator, she will strike. And again, we find PPQ, man, disadvantage on a retake. Questions if they want to save, but it feels like they need to give something. They need to try for something. It's too much pressure to give away these many rounds. The paranoia goes in. This is the time for PPQ to strike. They need a round win here and right now. The attacking side smoke down towards elbow makes things incredibly difficult as the wall drops. Polly with a triple. Oriaphilia's position noted. And in a 1v2 clutch, she needs to pull off something miraculous.
Wow.
As the time ticks down low, Aluka with the blind of a shot gives HYPA 6 rounds on the board.
The funniest thing about this op is that Polly didn't even buy it. She picked it up like in round 3 from the opposition, and it's just been an absolute menace in their pocket since. But man, talking about Polly, she was such a hero in this particular round. Like, forget these 2 trades. The fact that she was able to catch that showstopper with her C's, denying it from even going off her sleepy cakey. That could have been such a devastating ult if it had been allowed to hit, but instead it was just distraction after distraction, and no way for PPQ to get that ult off at all.
In a squad full of crazy fraggers and incredible players, right, of HYPA, you kind of expect Polly to just be, that's the secure backline. She's gonna do a job, she's gonna have some really nice calls, but she's playing out of her mind right now. Lovely stuff to see for the IGL, and it gives Ayumi so much confidence. The C's comes in towards the vents, no one's detected, and Op just walks into it to clear.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ayumi and Polly, both of them have been getting away with low-key daylight robbery when it comes to the kind of positioning that they've been putting themselves in and the kills that they've been getting with the operator. But yeah, this time around, Ayumi having taken up all of this mid space by herself.
She doesn't even have a gate crash.
Yeah, she doesn't even
she's
need
just
it.
walking
She's so
up,
confident.
nail. And she still hits the shot. You're kidding, Zach. What is this play by Ayumi? Her confidence is overflowing. Oriaphilia now pressure down towards heaven because they have no information. But again, HYPA, they call a little bit of a pause. They can't stay here for too long. It's 35 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a commitment now. And into the side they go. Ayumi, the dimensional jib will push back Oriaphilia together with the paranoia. Samfire tries a heroic play. It does not result in their favor. And again, now double man disadvantage. Commitment of the Nightfall in towards heaven to slow down the retake. Time and time again, HYPA's attacking side have been so good, but Cat now coming in the flank. Now, that's an opportunity to get back into this round. The stun at the ready. The flash hits, but Cat still gets the kill. 3 versus 3 now. They're on the pillar. Haluka will find the first. Treated back by Bess. And now it's just Cass in the 1 versus 2. But who else but the IGL of Polly to shut down that attempt? Try as you might, PPQ, HYPA is inevitable.
Inevitable indeed, and the 7-3, I mean, they're starting to really build up that momentum here. I don't know what the heck kind of peak that was just disgusting coming in from Ayumi. After that, the wherewithal to go farm up that altar, get yourself that dimensional drift for that additional information so you don't blind hit at the site in the last 30 seconds. Yeah, just really nice, precise play and beautiful calling coming in throughout the round. I mean, Polly's IGLing, but she's also 12-5 on the fade here. So, yeah, I feel like these guys are just playing, like, toss the op around, play around a little bit with it. Talking about playing around, though, Ayumi isn't holding down A main. Cass already punished here. I mean, to be fair, it's an eco round. You expect these kind of early peaks, and, yeah, Ayumi just ready for it.
And look at this, Polly so privy to that potential. Drops the C's in, paranoia as well. She gets out of harm's way. Smoke even comes in, Best gonna play within it. And they're just gonna carry the spike across towards this A side. Still Best being a nuisance. So many players on this side of the map. Samfire finally trades out Best. The side is lost, and yet again another double man disadvantage in for this retake.
Spike planted.
Poor XUNA, man, always seems to be left alone. Maybe with like one more teammate, but yeah, another 2v4. Another safe call, I think, is what we are likely to see, unless, of course, Samfire is able to find a kill early on here. We still have that op towards this angle. Gonna be breaking down the Skydog. Look, Ayumi doing her best to get some crazy pot shots in. In fact, the Samfire would be the one to find that crucial kill here. So yeah, both players starting to kind of try to hunt Ayumi down. They know exactly where she is, and she's gonna do her best to just off the angle here. One bullet in the magazine. Samfire, though, going huge. A third kill on the round already. The problem here is that the clock is ticking, Coldan. Even if they're able to bring it down to a 2v2, there's no way for them to even grab that operator or do anything aside from just save their rifles. So another round for HYPA as they get to 8.
And the economy damage does not
Last
matter at all.
round before the
Right,
switch.
like, this is the last
They're
round and a half.
rich, bro.
HYPA, they can buy a house, they can do whatever they want. They've got a couple ultimates to work around with as well. This operator on the attacking side, I put doubts, right? They picked it up from Sleepy Keiki, remember? I feel like it's an heirloom, a family heirloom at this point. It's been going on for this entire map. We just brought it over round after round, saving it across.
Yeah, I feel like that op is just cursed. You know the cursed operator? You buy it and then you lose it and then it just like really annoys you for the whole game. Yeah, that's the case in this one. Ayumi, I don't even know how many first kills she's gotten at this point with this operator. Still though, Sleepy Keiki, thanks to her teammate's sacrifice, able to take an aggressive angle here, but pushing the smoke, I don't know, Chief. There's like 4 players lying in wait on the opposite side.
Stun up. Oh, but she's blinded by the Prowler. Forced back on an angle, and now she's in a committed spot, calling for assistance from Cass. But Sleepy Keiki lays down the law. Will shut down Best at the initial fight. No trade frag available thanks to the aftershock.
Still, that's valuable information, right? You know that there's at least 2 more players towards this angle. You really aren't sure if you want to commit here right now. Cutting noise, though, that's really smart from HYPA. Hoping perhaps for these players on this side who have stacked up to go back. Maybe Baby TC can cause some pandemonium in A. Samfire, though, still playing hard anchor.
And they gotta leave someone towards A because you know Baby TC is alive, and you know if there's a gap, she might be able to find it. So one insurance policy, I guess, on the A side of the map for both of these squads.
There.
The rest of the 3 on each
seconds
side lay their eyes towards this B side. Quickness gets sent in. The rolling thunder is lovely. It knocks out XUNA and Sleepy Keiki. Alright, hook to send them packing. HYPA looking for a 9th.
Spike planted.
Man disadvantage for PPQ for what has been this entire half. And this round, well, Cass and Samfire will need to do the heavy lifting. It's do or die. Last round, give it all you've got. Spotted out where Ayumi is, but it's Polly with the op with the cover fire. Aluka back of sight, stun available. Cass with the rolling thunder at the ready. When is the time to go? The initial pushes, nothing to be seen just yet. Sends it out. Oh, but Polly just swings upon the ult usage. Cass, last one standing. Cass will try her very best. But the crossfire is just too much to handle. HYPA. Really exponentially beautiful stuff from this entire first half.
That was the attacking op as well, Coldan. This whole time, this op that they picked up in the 3rd round has been such a thorn in the side for PPQ. Another triple towards the end of it, and I mean, just the wherewithal to use that Rolling Thunder to push forward, as well as being aware of that counter Rolling Thunder to try and, avoid that being used as a tool in the retake. 'Cause, like you said, poor PPQ consistently throughout this entire half, they've been struggling in terms of keeping the numbers up in that post-plant retake kind of setup. It's been very hit or miss for them, but with the side swap coming in, they're going to be the ones now on this attacking side. So what would you really like to see here?
I would love to see a pistol round win. I think that is, again, like, it's I know it's cliche, but there is so much like importance in like every single one of these rounds now going forward when you're down 3 and 9. And I think Sleepy Cakey needs to be set up with some amazing utility to get themselves that opening pick, because consistently, when the AWP is in the hands of HYPA, they have been able to find opening kills. Now, when we swap over, PPQ, they have the chance to set the momentum, set the tone, win the pistol, keep HYPA's economy at a minimum, because once they have enough cash, I can bet you 100% they're gonna get a Yumi on that op, and she's gonna again just absolutely destroy any dry peaks that you try against her. So PPQ need to start out fast, they need to start out strong in this second half, and then we can have a conversation.
100%, like you said, Coldan, it starts with the pistol bit by bit. And I think that for PPQ, like you mentioned, I think Tash mentioned it in the previous map as well, that Sleepy Cakey, you know, she might be a great Jett, but she's an even better Raze. So we need to see some of that Raze firepower coming through here as this team star duelist. But yeah, 9-3 starts with the pistol. I mean, HYPA, they already have their opponent's map pick in their pocket. So it just comes down to, can they 2-0 here? And my God, they definitely have the momentum for it. So yeah, PPQ better like shape up in this half. They gotta get things together.
Yeah, and I really do believe they need to start out strong, right? Once you get the op going, it's so difficult to get it out of the hands of a defensive opponent. So if they can make the attack side op work, yeah, if the attacking side's op is so strong, can you imagine on defense when you don't really need to, you know, aggressively peek into angles, you can just hold it.
I mean, Ayumi doesn't even play the op like that even on defense here. Even then, she's like always taking those aggressive lines, you know, clearing out so much space. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of just the way that this team likes to play. And so far, at least, their playstyle has been well rewarded. Now it seems to be with the help of the lurk wall, they're coming up early on, but already HYPA, they found that first kill. 1-for-1 trade though. Aluka gets shut down, but Ayumi is able to TP away.
Dash in for the contact play, but in towards Vents. They want to crunch the players of Baby TZ here, but she's gonna mark her ankle. Never mind, gets eliminated by the right click. Polly spotted out as well, but the C's comes in.
Spike
Polly with the first, Exune with the trade. Best, the only one here on this side of the map, but a 2 versus 2. It's a 1v2 for the time being as the noise gets cut. PPQ, they want to find some information. Where are these last 2 players? Best, just a corner away, tucked in hell. But PPQ, they're getting inquisitive. They've pushed in through heaven. Now they found themselves inside the defender spawn.
Look at Ayumi. I think Ayumi expects this possible play. They tried it on Haven as well, and Ayumi gonna be the one to lock down A Heaven on this cross. Gonna have to be some incredible shots coming out of this PPQ side if Ayumi is gonna be aggressively holding this angle, but instead it is just gonna be the wraparound from Best, gonna be clearing out mid, clearing out all of these angles as PPQ themselves get themselves on to the A side, perhaps expecting the rotation off of the site. And I mean, they should at least be able to get the spike down, but with 13 seconds left, they gotta make it fast.
10 seconds left.
Planted.
No utility on Samfire, only a molly on Exune. Got the Viper's wall available as well. What does HYPA have? Like a flash? Oh man, Bess has a full kit. She didn't even buy armor. She has a full kit with her. This might be a little bit dangerous if her paranoia hits the right spots. And they're both in elbow. Perfect position. But the peek comes out first. They both swing out together. Paranoia finally comes in, but Bess TP's in towards the side. The double up through. Bess looking for one more! Bess with a 1v2 clutch to save them the pistol round. HYPA can do no wrong.
Clutch.
What a save coming in from Bess. Beautiful work from her. And I think we got to hear from her in the interview as well. You know, last time I think I got to cast HYPA in that upper bracket before they fell to Falcons. I think she mentioned like, yeah, being part of this team has been great, and everyone's been like really able to find that sync together. You can really see that coming into play throughout today. But I mean, that's what makes this team great, right? It's not just the fact that they're great as a team. Individually, every single one of them ready to step up when needed. You know, you could say that it's been a bit of a quieter game for BBTZ and Best, but that's mostly because Polly and Ayumi have been killing everybody that they've been seeing, bro. These guys haven't needed to do much, and the moment Best is called to bat, she does great. Crucial pistol garner, double digits for HYPA. And yeah, PPQ in this round left there. They still have forced in here. Thanks to that plant.
Sleepy Cakey chasing Baby TZ. And Baby TZ gets out of there scot-free. Position lost though. PPQ with nice space down towards mid. They want to go accelerate in towards this, but they're not aware that a Yumi here has the best weapon for the job. One shot, it's all it's gonna take. and they lose 3 players in the blink of an eye. A main also eliminated, and now they only have Vents as any bit of control.
They tried to go over towards B, but again, this is a 2v5 that we're looking at. Already Polly towards main gives her presence away, but they don't know about the second player. Best still lying in wait here, and Samfire has to hit an absolute bonker shot. Both players now towards heaven. Polly gonna be able to spot them out. Goes for the kill and the contact, and it is gonna be a flawless round here to close things off here for HYPA. This is tragic as well because it was a forced buy from PPQ. This round, I'm gonna be excited to see if they're playing for OT, if they're gonna be going in for another force here, Coldan, because both options don't seem very appealing to me.
No, you're like, do you want to get bitten by a snake or mauled by a bear? Kind of sucks.
It's terrible. Yeah.
So let's see what they choose. Bitten by a snake, it seems.
Yeah, just gonna try to,
I don't know. I'm
you
just
know.
like, I mean,
I like it. I
yeah,
like it. I like that. I get what you're trying to say. I feel the same way. No good
Yeah.
options.
A couple of pistols, and guess who's here? And if it's not an op, it's an outlaw, but it still does the trick.
Get out of here. There.
Oh wow, nice angle though.
Chance.
Sleepy Kiki be able to get herself ahead to get that kill too. So, like you said, a chance double kill as well. Sheriff's really being the difference maker here on this round. Insane.
Gotta move fast if they want control over this side because it's being flooded by the rest of the HYPA squad. But the stun is lovely. Awkward shots from Sleepy Kiki, but Aluka managed to find a double kill.
Poison's off.
But still, double man advantage for PPQ. While the little low buy doesn't get them, at least it doesn't seem very threatening at first. 2 lovely opening kills lead to their round win if easy, unless BBT has something else to say. I'm coming on the flank. That's a pretty long rotation around. Time is ticking. She has to move fast.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky in that aspect. Still, though, beautifully played by, like you said, PPQ being able to find the damage. I think Baby Teasy is just going to be playing for exits at this point, get a couple of alt orbs, maybe go down to the spike beforehand. But yeah, I think for PPQ, that's such a crucial round to win. 4th round on the board coming in for them. Yeah, Baby Teasy just waiting for these kills. Gets the first one on the board, the second one as well. Could she get a third? Nope. Oriafile going to be the last one left standing after that battle. And is going to be able to walk away with a Bulldog and a Sheriff. Small consolation for HYPA. They're going to make this round look a little bit... that was their bonus round, so they're still going to have a pretty substantial buy here. But PPQ, man, that was a round that they really needed. And such nice Sheriff shots to come out from Sleepy Kiki. Start things off.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shots coming in from the PPQ side. Albeit, I will say, HYPA did make a couple of uncharacteristic plays, like peeking towards that one-way smoke, and it was barely blooming. But still, credit to PPQ. That's what you need to get your foot back in the game.
Amateur, my ult's ready.
Not like this. Ooh, Bess. Again, in the similar situation. The smoke leaves a gap that's perhaps a little bit too wide.
Right
Altor not going to be challenged here. I think there's going to be backup coming in from Poly, though. So still, you have a couple of players on this particular site ready to, you know, put in the utility and the damage. I feel like the important job here that Aluka wants to do is at least bait for this judge and destroy it. Yumi with the operator door. Rare whiff from her. Well, not a whiff exactly. It's a wallbang, but yeah.
Ooh, BBTZ! This is where she shines! Line up straight out of a double kill for her own! Speaking of double kills, it's a collateral headshot for Sapphire to rip apart the B site. It seemed down and out, but that shot just gives them enough hope to cling on. A round win,
Spike
a Yumi,
planted.
and a 1v3 with an operator for the retake. It's nigh impossible.
Again, like just this crossfire high-low setup, no way you're gonna be able to get through that without like a barrage of utility, and Yumi just not much left in the tank. You would want to hold on to this operator considering your economy has started to go a little bit down into the dumpsters. And again, just the fact that these aggressive peaks are being punished so consistently by PPQ, exactly what they needed. 11-5 is what we're looking at here, Coldan. And yeah, well, there's still 6 rounds between them. Now it's going to be HYPA the ones on that economic back foot. And Yumi, the operator, sure, she still has that operator, but that's going to be it.
Yeah, Nani's essentially kind of bottomed out. So we'll have to see how Ayumi uses this this trump card of theirs in this round.
I wonder if they're going to be putting it towards B instead. It's going to be interesting to see what plays we're going to be looking to here. Just a little bit of a unlucky circumstance for this team. I mean, this Coldan headshot was kind of what like changed that round completely. Poor Alukama. This is like a third or fourth time I'm seeing her die from a sure fall. She has her flash out. Just the stars are not in her favor today, at least in that manner. But yeah, very awkward buy here. Very heavy stack towards B though. You got not one, not two, but 4 players just lying in wait.
Right side, she's got assistance. Do you use utility for this? Ayumi's in the off angle. Lovely shot for the first. Teleports away. Best answers back with the stinger. That's more than enough. You lose your smoker. The controller's out of the mix. No stall utility available. But Ayumi, she wants to test even further. This lurk smoke though keeps her at bay.
She has to be worried about the possibility of an explosion through it. So yeah, forced to fall back at least temporarily. Mid though is a little bit open, so Aluka gonna be the sole player to kind of just try to watch it and make sure that nothing really comes through. It does seem to be a mid to B sort of hit kind of day, but Aluka gets the information, happy to fall back here and play with her teammate. Does have her full util kit as well, and that paranoia is gonna find absolutely no value.
Yumi, small little hits to be seen. Upshot fired, position noted. One more to be found. Lucas, she's got a util dump her way out of it, but Exune dodges the utility. Ayumi is still here. Recocks the weapon. Looking for more, but Exune finally tempers that flame for the time being. Baby T's in poly. Still utility in tow. Oh, it's a combination.
Wow.
It rips apart Exune. No chance to get away. And HYPA off
Match
the back
point.
of this scrambled by the operator. We've got stingers in the mix. They still make it happen.
It starts with this B main peak, right? The B main has been consistently a thorn that HYPA have been losing players on. So Ayumi saying, alright, let me start the action off with. Also, I feel so bad for that Omen there, man. You really had to hit your headshot and Oreophilia not be able to connect it. Yeah, Ayumi just happy to walk away with the 3K there. Like, that trade should have been instant. That would have given them a chance at the round. Now instead, Operator again with the perfect read towards the ace side. I don't think the Trailblazer is going to be able to spot it out either. So yeah, Yumi also does have her ult available for, you know, a retake or any kind of information if necessary.
Here we go, oh my gosh, the rocket gets sent up towards Heaven. Doesn't get a Heaven player though, tries to go for the back of the side, but it's Cass to find the first kill on the defender off the ace site. Yumi now in the dimensional drift, trying to find out where his positions are being played from. Sleepy still being a little rat up in Heaven, but there's so many angles to worry about. Yumi's now coming in from the flank as well. Sleepy Keiki needs to make a move. Position noted for Rolling Thunder gets sent up, but it gets hit onto the base as well, but it's Ayumi here. Oreophilia trades him out, jumping down from the heavens. Sleepy Keiki runs out of bullets. Oreophilia there for the trade. Best left alone, stuck behind a wall of smoke at PPQ. Seems like they're alive for just a couple more rounds, at least one more it seems, but Best wants to give it a look. Teleports in towards the site. So many angles to worry about. Not checking her close right, but it's Exune to confirm the kill, and PPQ hold on for just a bit longer.
12-6. 6 more rounds in a row is what they need to have a chance of pushing this to a map 3, to have a chance at avoiding elimination. And I mean, this round it was a little bit too close for comfort, but overall both Oreo and Sleepy Keiki making it count. And of course, Operator in that final situation, probably not going to be the best gun that you want to have. PPQ now going to be calling a timeout despite winning that round. It really was a little bit too close for comfort, but now they've got a chance here. HYPA's economy has been broken. Sure, they've got 3 big ultimates to work with, but I really don't know if we're going to be seeing any of those in this round. As long as PPQ don't mess up and drop a couple of guns or players early on, it should be another round that they can get under their pocket. But I respect this, man. They want to be sure they don't mess it up.
6 rounds in a row, Zach. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be very difficult, if not impossible. I'm gonna be real. I mean, I know it's Blitz, and this is a map where overtimes tend to happen like quite often and stuff, but HYPA, the kind of rounds that they've been having, they just need one more, and I feel like all it's gonna take is one individual hero play from somebody on this team to be able to make it happen. And we've seen a lot of those today for sure.
So
What about you, though,
everyone
Coldan? Do
hyper,
you
hyper.
believe in the comeback here, 6 rounds in a row?
I believe in round by round. You know, we've
Very
seen
smart
it
answer.
happen before, track by track, round by round. It's a low by round, but it seems like hyper are getting a little bit hyper on this aggression here. Satchel straight in sleepy cake. He gets caught by Ayumi. Lovely opening pick. The only Vandal in the mix, Rolling Thunder to push on forward. They're all stuck towards sewers, running them straight down. Ayumi pushing on the issue.
Down
It's a
A.
massacre down in sewers. Hyper. They have almost done it. Orifila now left in the mix. But it's best with the 50-round win. Hyper, the most unlikely of rounds. They secure it. 13-6. Zahk, this is how the cookie crumbles. Hyper, move on in the lower brackets.
That was such an explosive round. I mean, the awareness that, all right, it's probably going to be an A hit. They have one rifle on Ayumi. She goes aggressive, gets that first kill. They hear a noise towards sewers, pop the Rolling Thunder, get that crunch play in. And yeah, just, so what if you have lesser weaponry? If you're in somebody's faces, a stinger is going to do just as much damage as a Vandal, if not more. And I feel like that round was a key testament to it. A really nice try there by PPQ. You know, map number 2, they were able to, make it look like they had a chance at it, especially a lot of these rounds that we saw were much closer. But hyper, man, they turned up the steam in that map number 1, and they did not turn engines off until they coasted into victory there. 2-0 for them, and they're going to be moving on in your lower bracket with continuing to keep their chances open for VCT Game Changers Pacific in Bangkok.
Yeah, I think at this point in the tournament, hyper, with what they've shown so far, I think they are really vying for that second or third, or at least, yeah, the third spot, right? The first two are already confirmed, it's Zipto and Falcon. So hyper, one matchup away, right? They're gonna be facing, if I'm not mistaken, Salapao in the lower brackets for that final spot in GC Pacific. But yeah, this was an amazing fight, a lovely stuff for hyper, and different faces, but still that same tenacity.
100%. And I mean, this is the kind of momentum that you want to have when you're running towards that Bangkok slot. And like you said, 2-0 so far in that lower bracket, exactly what hyper need. But before we talk about tomorrow's games or speculate anymore, we want to hear what happened in this particular one from our wonderful panel. So thank you, Coldan, for casting with me. A pleasure with you as always. And we're going to throw it back to Tashbunny.
Wow, no more Coldan Blue? That's it?
Yeah.
That was very short-lived?
I think I'd take the Coldan-Blue over the...
I kind of don't feel like being besties with you anymore. But anyways, no jinx. Yeah. No jinx today, so that's great. So I'm very happy about that. Thank you, Blackenblue.
2-0!
Whoa, we're good. We're great. Okay, good. That means you are my jinx neutralizer, and you're safe for now. But anyways, amazing match. A split being that map pick of hyper. We did see rounds where PPQ did rally back, but that ending, though, really caught me off guard because what the heck? They decided to go eco and decided to chase.
Oh yeah, they're just like, we're done with it. We're not going to wait for a gun round. We're just going to try and run them down in the sewers and see what happens from then on forward and, well, end the game. But, even with this being a 13-6, I would even say that this is closer than the final scoreline might suggest. I think there were some rounds here where there was quite a lot going for PPQ. It was just confirming those rounds and converting them into one rounds that did eventually become a problem, but they'd have some rounds where they have maybe an advantage or have a really good chance to take the round, but just aren't able to convert.
Yeah, I think that for PPQ, they really got, run down on their defensive side. And understandably so, when you are going to be picking the split, you are going to be, already knowing that HYPA is going to be very, very good on this attacking side. I think PPQ also did do their homework on how exactly this attacking side should be. They managed to shut down so many rounds, especially from on the second half. But the problem is, right, I think the op, this cursed op, like Zahk mentioned, it was been just traded out between Ayumi and Polly for many rounds. You can't really tell where this op is coming from. In fact, Ayumi had a round where she crab walked up mid into male and still got a kill, because how the heck does that happen?
Yeah, half of these clips are with a op or like with a marshal,
Sheriff.
or even just an outlaw, even just anything that's like one hit, one kill. why not use it, right? And it just became very, very difficult for them to really establish space with that op is constantly online on the opposing side, both ends of the floor, really. But yeah, both Polly and Ayumi, spectacular performance, kind of what we expected. The two players that we mentioned early on to really show their best in this series did here in the final map of it, and yeah, same result as what we saw in the group stage. HYPA 2-0 on the same maps against PPQ. So yeah, unfortunately, that is it.
Yeah, but anyways, PPQ, that first 7 kills, I would just really peg it for either XUNA's early picks or either Sleepy Kiki with that off angle onto A. I think she's done a phenomenal job of being able to play that push-pull with her teammates, having one site where she's playing a little bit more far forward, really catch maybe Best or even Polly off guard very, very early to shut them down the first few rounds in the second half. But HYPA, after a while, they start to get a bit more privy. They start to understand how these rounds are being played, and they start to really shift their attention to mid, put in a lot more pressure. And I think what's really important is the fact that Polly is not afraid to peek Sleepy Keki's up. So many times she's been able to shut her down, whether with her own op, whether with the Vandal, and it's been so really hard for Sleepy Kiki to be able to take some semblance of control on defense side, even with an op in hand.
Oh, definitely so. There were some okay moments here that we did see from players like Cass here, who a lot of the times on that breach, part of the reason why she does have a lot of frags in this game is because she kind of had to trade a lot of her teammates and clean up afterwards, but sometimes it's already too big to make up the gap. In this case, Ayumi, she was the one creating that gap time and time again. Another stellar performance, another plus 300 ACS performance from her, and you talked about it, right? This team, they know, they believe in her. She's their priority. If you have a weapon to buy and there's only one person to give it to, Ayumi's your gal.
Yeah, she can pretty much frag out with any weapon, and most importantly, the way she plays this Yoru, I thought it was gonna be a little bit more controlled. The way she plays it, a little bit more. Yeah, it's supposed to be aggressive, but not as aggressive as a Jet. But she plays this Yoru like a Jet. She's moving up in your face very aggressively and not afraid to challenge it out. It's been so phenomenal seeing this team, and most importantly, I think is Polly. I think as an IGL, she can really frag out as well. She has huge numbers in terms of frag outs as well as play. When you are thinking that Ayumi has left the building, no, somehow the op is already in Polly's hands, and Polly is the one holding next, and you have no clue who are exactly you're supposed to be looking out for. Maybe TZ as well, doing great on those lurks so many times where, I mean, she's not really putting out the numbers like she used to, but I think it's mostly because her teammates in the front lines are able to really stack up the numbers and the kills with Best with the multi-frags as well. You know, in her situation, when you cannot find anyone during those lurks, I think you're pretty much okay. So regardless, Baby TZ is on the line.
Tosh, you're spitting bars right now, you know, like they could put a rap beat behind all that you just said in the past minute. Like
I actually am highly caffeinated and also
non-stop
very
flow. We got Slim Shady here on the panel.
Tash Shady. Yeah, but anyways, Baby TZ is on the line ready here. I am she already told me she was gonna troll me in the interview, so I'm gonna let you do heavy lifting so she can't troll me.
What do you mean? But you're the ones who are friends, so you should
just
do the talking.
So what's the Trike? Oh god, she's so high. How are you, Trike? It's very excited to see you. You said you wanted to interview with me and Blackenblue, and here you are. Okay, Trike, first question. What did you have for dinner before the game?
Nothing. Only
Nothing.
tea.
Okay, so that's how you frag out, I suppose. Okay, so anyways, congratulations on the win. You mentioned to me yesterday that you were super eager, super excited to play against PPQ. You wanted to go up against your friends. Can you give me a clarification whether this was a threat or like just like, oh, I just want to play with my friends in a friendly way?
I just want to play with my friend. That's it.
And now you've crushed her. You probably have made her sad. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. Need to ask her if she's sad or not.
Okay. Now moving on now. I think last season you talked a lot about strats. I think we all know you are the highest rated player among all the other teams despite not going too far into the tournament. But this season you are starting to play a little bit more supportive role. So what's it like changing from that high ACS player, multi-frag player, and giving that responsibility to Ayumi?
I don't know. So my coach just give me the agent, so I just play.
I knew this was gonna happen. Blackenblue, please take it from me.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I guess really, what is different now with this team now coming into Split 2? Like, how have you guys kind of refined, and how have you personally kind of refined the way you approach Split 2 compared to previous outings and competition here in the Game Changers circuit? Like, what's new now for Baby TZ that you're like, this is a new type of focus I have coming into this?
I don't know. So I just focus on winning only. I just want to win, qualify to Bangkok. Yes.
Like, is there a new training regiment you're trying out or anything like that? No, or just same old. Let's keep at it.
Same old.
I mean,
Okay.
that's her. That's her
Yeah.
every day in the range, every day.
Which is your favorite toy
training.
behind you? How about that?
Yeah, which is your favorite Pop Mart?
This one, the dinosaur, because it's so cute. They have the dinosaur, Demo dinosaur.
You know what? Very valid. That one she answers. Black and blue. Good
Yeah,
question.
yeah, that was a good,
Good
one,
job.
right?
Thank you, BTC, for the interview.
Well, congrats again.
Congrats again. It's gonna be a long day for you tomorrow. Before we go, are you nervous about playing potentially 2 games tomorrow?
Ooh, yeah.
No. I didn't even know that we have 2 games tomorrow.
You know what?
If you win the first, you get another one. Yeah.
Okay.
That's news to her.
And it's only one game.
Thank you so much, baby TC, for the interview. Good luck tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
I knew this
What
was
a
gonna
vibe.
happen. What a vibe.
What
They'll
a
just
vibe.
wake up and like, oh hey, I
Yeah.
have 2 games tomorrow. Cool, I guess.
Yeah. Is there anything new? No. Just Valorant. You know.
It's just Valorant. Oh, I don't know. My coach gave me an agent and I just play it.
It's another Tuesday. Business as usual.
Yeah.
Just
and
going through the motions, just winning games casually on the biggest circuit in SEA for Game Changers. Yeah.
No big deal, guys.
No big deal.
Yeah, teammate fragging out, not me. Yeah, as long as we win, guys. Cool.
Yeah. All I
That's
gotta do
my
is,
baby TZ cosplay.
throw-
Anyways,
throw flash,
we
throw
also.
smoke.
Yeah, but speaking of throw flash, throw smoke, we have a very special interview that you guys were definitely not expecting. So let's throw it over to our favorite caster, Coldan. Not yet. Okay, we
That's a
got
cap.
scammed. Now, there's no surprise.
Yeah.
Now there's no surprise, guys. What have you
Yes.
done here?
Tosh.
What?
Always the bearer of bad news. I'll just say that.
It's you. What do you
Me.
mean?
Me. Actually, no.
Yeah.
For once, I was correct with a prediction. This is the only correct prediction I've made this entire week. I am 1-3 officially out of the series. So I'm glad I got HYPA right.
You just copied me. I mean,
You
it's just-
copied me. I sent my answer in first, ma'am.
What do you
Madam.
mean? I'm like HYPA's biggest fan. I'm gonna choose them no matter what. I mean, maybe in
yeah.
the guise of trying to see whether or not I can challenge the jinxes. Today I have zero jinxes. I'm jinx clean.
I just want to say, for the 2 days that I have been here, and today is my last day for
Yeah.
the split, it's all been 2-0 series for me. Yesterday was 2 0-2s, 2-0s, and today was
Oh, but
2
that's not the
2-0s.
jinx. The
So
jinx
I would
is
like to
whether or
think
not
I am
your
good
pred
luck.
is wrong.
I'd like to think I'm good luck. Tosh,
But your
is what I'm
preds
trying
are
to
wrong.
say. My preds are wrong, yes, but
So you're jinxing the teams that you support.
I'm a jinx, but for technical reasons, we haven't had too many tech pauses at all compared to, and we've had 2-0s, so quick days. I'm a very lopsided
Okay, anyways.
jinx.
When you talk about jinxes and stuff, right? In Malaysia, we have a thing called Bomo, which is like our witch doctors. We have the coconuts going on to counter jinxes and spells. Is there an equivalent to that in the Philippines?
Like voodoo? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah.
Like basically, yeah, there is. Like, there's a specific like district that you can go in the city that you're like, oh, if you go there, there's a lot of people who are like gonna guess your future and do all this, magic.
How do you guess
stuff.
it? Because Malaysia, we got the coconuts.
Th-
What do you
there's, like-
guys use?
I honestly don't know. I wouldn't know, for I'm not a magic user. I only use STR builds, strength builds. That's me. Yes. So yeah, I'm not the I don't use int. I don't level intelligence nor faith. It's all
Fair
strength.
enough. I think intelligence stuff we give it to Coldan.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
the
he-
one
that's-
with the
that's all
stats.
him.
Yeah. Anyways, tomorrow is gonna be a 3 series. You're
Hmm.
not gonna be here anymore, but you know your thoughts.
You
on
would
those 3
want
series.
me to be there tomorrow.
Of course, I
considering
would
I've
love for
done
you to be here.
a bunch of 2-0s. I would have had the day relatively quick, you know, maybe 3
Yeah.
2-0s, and y'all would believe me. But
Yeah, you know we need you here, BNB. Do you want my job?
I'm not- why do you have to say it like that?
You know,
why do you have to be like this on the broadcast?
Samfire,
You gotta talk about
Coldan
Valorant?
are live now. Let's see how this special interview is gonna go. Cue the music.
What the heck? Hey,
Yo, Sam.
What's up,
Sam,
buddy?
is it okay if I call you Sam?
Yeah, okay, what's up?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
can I call you
what's
mine
the
later?
problem? Hey, yo!
All right. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good.
Not too good. Not too
I
good.
do wish that the score would have been a little bit different, you know.
I do too.
But yeah, it's a nice try. It's a nice effort. I saw you had a really cool clutch today. So and yesterday as well. So you know, how's the tournament been for you?
Actually, it was up and down. Like we went through a lot, like losing, and then winning. It was actually emotional, roller coaster. But you know what? We reached this far. I would say thank you for my friends, for my teammates, for my coach, for the people who support. That we tried our best, but not the best so far. But probably we'll see you guys later. We don't know. Come back
Later. Oh.
next year. I meant.
Will you be watching Game Changers specific? Will you be, you know, going to watch the games?
I want to. I mean, it should have been us to play there, but sure.
Yeah, it would have been a different storyline, right? But
Yeah.
you know, maybe if you go, I'll go. If you go to Game Changers,
Free ticket?
free ticket. Well, we'll contact production FSL. You know, maybe y'all can hook us up with
We
something.
need 5 though.
And then
Plus 1.
We need 5. Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. The whole team, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. The whole team, not just both of us. You know. Yeah. But how was going back to the
my
tournament? Like,
God.
how was the experience playing with this squad? Because I think you guys, it was a bit of a mixed match of players, right? You guys
Yeah.
just came into split one, put on a crazy performance here. You know, great performance individually, I think, from a lot of you guys, especially yesterday. But yeah, just talk me through how was it like with this new squad of yours?
Well, basically, I was the +1. I was the lone wolf. Yet Risa and Daltha was team up together before for like 3 years. And then Nay and Sachi, I mean Sleepy Keiki, were together also. So basically how I ended up with them is because Sachi invited me. I mean Sleepy Keiki, she invited me to join them, and then yeah, it just worked out. We just played together, practiced together, and then we managed to get playoffs.
That's cool. Okay, I hope to see you in more tournaments coming up, especially Game Changers. You know, maybe if you turn up in Bangkok, you know, we'll see how things
Okay.
happen. But one last question. Are you the Spike?
The spike. Why?
Yeah,
I
because
don't think so.
my heart starts ticking faster whenever you're around.
No, Coldan. I mean, I appreciate that, but not the best. But yeah, I'll give a
Okay,
clap for
I
you.
gotta work on that. All right. I'll get back to you on that one. But for now, that is it for the interview here with Samfire. Thank you guys for watching. We're throwing it back to the panel.
Bye.
W Riz.
I didn't know you guys were going back to me. I'm not ready. I think after that one, I don't think we're ready.
I thought they were gonna close it for us, you know?
Yeah.
To, you know, Careless Whisper. Throw it back to the next day.
Tosh, stop. I'm glad he put that Spike pickup line
You know, at
that
least he
way,
didn't
because
say,
I thought it was going a completely different way.
yeah,
I was
I
like,
know.
when
I
he
was
was
about
like, "Are you the Spike?" I'm like, "Hold up, buddy. You know,
Yeah,
where
I
are
was
you
like,
going
not on
with this?
broadcast, sir.
Where are you going with this?" But smooth.
Safe.
Good job,
Nice
Coldan.
save.
Good job.
What's your score for the pickup line?
I'd give it an A for effort, 7.5 for creativity, and an 8 for delivery. Yeah.
Nice. This is why you're the analyst. I just give a thumbs up. So. But anyways, enough about that. Let's go into the brackets to see a little bit about what's going on tomorrow and what we're going to be expecting tomorrow. We're going to be seeing a 3 series. So it's going to be a battle of the stamina, battle of the metal, whatever you want to call it here, coming to tomorrow to make it into those grand finals. Now, we're going to be looking at tomorrow SP versus HYPA. And after that, we're going to be looking also at Falcons versus Zipto, where after that, going into that lower brackets to see who makes it to Sunday. And also to lock in to see who gets that final spot to Bangkok. So it's between Salapao and also HYPA. What's your thoughts on this?
I can't think right now, Tosh. After that last segment, are you kidding me? Yeah. I think Salapao, they've proven me wrong more than once this week already. I'm hoping they prove me wrong again.
That's for sure.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. I love Paus personally, as I shared yesterday. I've eaten like way too many within a week, but I'm still gonna go HYPA just out of experience. But yet, if Salapao prove me wrong again, I am happy to be proven wrong. Like, definitely, they have been very impressive so far. The upper series, I have to go Vega, rather Falcons Vega, just because, you know, we know who they are. I don't have to expand on that. But either way, that lower bracket match, I would be surprised, but also pleasantly surprised if Salapao make it through further.
Yeah, I would be pleasantly surprised as well. I wouldn't be surprised because they have... Wow, so we're surprised, right? I mean, for them personally, they have really surprised us. They have shown us that they can shoot. They have strats. You know, they're a very strong contender. I wouldn't be surprised if they go the distance tomorrow. Regardless of who wins that match, it's still going to be a very, very long day for them. The question is whether or not they can survive it. Regardless, that'll be the end of today for the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia. Come back tomorrow to see who punches the last ticket to GC Pacific in Bangkok. And we'll see you guys then. Good night.
Just don't let it fade. Don't let go of your face. I think that you know. You hate that bitter taste. Falling again. All the lessons pride.